動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に、yeah、 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味、yeah、 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物
series point for Rainbow Gaming. We'll be heading to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
The APL kickoff. It's time for OCE to join the fray. We've already seen APAC North and Asia kick things off, Michael.
Gee, you're already hitting me with the Michael. I mean, this is what, our sixth year, I think, casting goes together at this point, so you probably heard that right. But yeah, good to be back for yet another year. Of course, Kickoff is quite a different format to what we have seen previously, especially for APL, where they're seated directly into the double elim bracket. But that does mean that essentially every game actually has pretty big impact, as opposed to maybe some of the group stages of years gone by. So yeah, quite intrigued to jump in.
Well, let's see how things have begun so far as we look at the APAC North bracket. The region kickstarted things 2 days ago. And, well, I guess some results probably not surprising. CAG over LFO No Name 2-0. And then Kinotrope taking down Help Us LFO at the top end of that bracket. They'll play Scars, who destroyed the new look FearX Guz, which made quite a few roster changes, as many teams really did over the break, but they were no match for Scars. So that sends now FearX to the lower bracket. For those unfamiliar, I know it's been a couple of shows, and probably most people should be familiar by now, but for those that are uninitiated, we only have this bracket, guys, to determine who goes to the Salt Lake City Major.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's incredibly cutthroat. The North Kickoff only offering a single slot, Asia with 2. So it's, yeah, incredibly brutal. And I think the early storyline, at least for North specifically, is that South Korea's woes are continuing. And so we need to see them try to pick up a bit of form in that lower bracket.
There is just the one slot for APAC North to make it all the way to the major. Asia, though, is a little bit more different. They've been quite a powerhouse over, I'd say, the last 2 years, especially led by Weibo. 2 slots for Asia to get to the major. Weibo, of course, kicking things off in style, taking down Fury 2-0. That was 7-1, 7-1 as well, guys. So strength to strength for easily now the best team within the entire APAC ecosystem. They'll play Soul's Heart in that upper semi-final. Elevate, too good for Chalet Esports. Elevate, of course, no longer going to be the Brazilian roster that infiltrated over the last couple of years. They've gone back and picked up many names that are familiar within the Asia region. Barco, Jogor, Momo, Enhaikal, and Shibe. So it's a new look Elevate, and one we can certainly get behind. They kick things off with a win. We do still wait for the X-Fury roster versus Unreal Nightmare. I believe they have been picked up as well by an organization, and when they do get picked up, we don't have to say their name anymore.
Sounds good. I believe the OCE bracket is ready up next, so we'll jump across to that to have an overview of how this particular region is shaping up. And I mean, as has kind of been the storyline over the last year or two, especially with a lot of the dynasties falling, OCE has undergone significant change heading into 2026. Some familiar names, of course, in terms of organizations and teams, but the players within them, Jake, have shuffled around pretty significantly heading into this year.
We'll go to the schedule for today, as was the case for the first 2 play days of APL. 3 best of 3s to get through. And that's the best thing about it in terms of the competition side of things. Even though it is just the one bracket, it is double elimination, and all matches are best of 3. So we will get the best team that is warranting to go to the major by the end of it for all of the regions. Barbie Boys versus Enterprise Esports will be first up. Then Team Anios, Chiefs versus Men LFO and Rock LFO down at the bottom end. That will be later tonight. We'll go to our first matchup, though, of course, tonight. Barbie Boys and Enterprise Esports. For Enterprise, it is a new look. For Barbie Boys, well, it's a team that was put together in the off-season. Perez Walsh, who's making his debut at the top end within the region, has been around for many years in the ranked scene. Bailey, Wettables, and Killerman. On paper, guys, it is a roster that has got ambition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the converging of the old and the new really at this point, with obviously Prez around for such an extended period at a high level. Wedables as well, with a wealth of international experience. Of course, his retirement was pretty short-lived. Killerman comes in with a bit of a grudge as well this season, especially off the back of, unfortunately, departing the EP roster last season. That would have been disappointing for him. And so I think this roster actually goes in with quite a belief that they can do well this year. But as is always the storyline with these mix-up rosters, it's whether or not they actually can work together and formulate a play style that is actually going to work. But in terms of belief and raw ability, I think they're right up there for this year.
I always find it funny how we can have like guys like Prez and Killer who have been in the region for how many years now, and they can't even provide a photo. Like, come on, guys. Come on. It's not that difficult. And we get to see their lovely faces as well on the cams anyway. Their opponents, of course, is going to be easily the hardest opponent for the entire stage in Enterprise. Again, Shake Up 2, where you've got the core of Tuhan and Bappen from the previous Enterprise iteration that most recently was at the 6 Invitational. Well, they've added Cairo, Brendo, and Jigsaw. Most notably, though, of course, there's the last two in Brendo and Jigsaw. So we had last year, Guz, this storyline of Chiefs versus Enterprise. They kind of went back and forth a little bit. Ultimately, Enterprise was the roster that was able to get to 6 Invitational, Chiefs missing out, and then they both kind of blow up a little bit for many different reasons, Fisher guy retiring, etc. And so now we kind of get the remnants of that merging with Brendo, Jigsaw joining up with Tuhan and Bappen.
Yeah, it's all about reuniting for this particular roster, the Brendo Tuhan duo, Cairo Tuhan duo. And of course, the one name that isn't even shown on this particular graphic is the person that is heading the team, the coach, Magnet, returning after a hiatus from Rainbow Six. He returns, and so with that, this roster has some really big names from both a local and international standpoint. I'm again intrigued to see how they actually gel as a team and what kind of play style that Mag's going to try and instill on them, especially given his experience elsewhere as well. So obviously they go in as the strongest team, but I'm excited to sort of just take a step back and actually watch how they play and what they kind of look like inside of the server today.
Is it fair to say, and this is not to unhighlight Cairo, but like at various points in a lot of the careers of these guys, I think Tuhan at one point has probably been labeled the best in the region. Brendo certainly has. Jigsaw certainly has. And Bappen over the last 6 to 12 months has really elevated his game and got to a point probably at the end of the original Enterprise roster where he was performing as the best player. Cairo has also always been quite notable in the region for his fragging ability and his tilt ability as well. And I think that's going to be, for me, where this roster can get to is some pretty high heights, but you're going to have to get some egos that are not going to be as inflated. People are going to have to sacrifice for the team, and that's where maybe someone like Mag is going to help out these guys, because I think the level that this team can get to is really, really high, to the point that it could be the best team that we've seen in this region if it all fits together, but that's a big if.
Yeah, it's such a massive asterisk, and I certainly agree on the point that mental is going to be massive for this team. When you have big personalities and strong players that will want to influence the way in which the team plays, that can sometimes work if everybody's on the same page and it looks great, but if it clashes, then sometimes it can crumble. Of course, we have absolutely zero insight as to where this team may be at on that right now. We don't have insight to their scrims, for example. Maybe things are smooth sailing. I don't know. We'll get hopefully an insight on that in the game this afternoon.
You would imagine they've got the raw ability to win 90% of their matches, and then the big test will be the international events, but you got to get there first, right? And so any slip-ups here, and suddenly you could then miss out on a very early major appearance. We'll go to the VODs for our opening best of 3, and dare I say, we did our pre-event rankings. I can't remember where you rated Barbie Boys. I had them quite high. I thought that they kind of, to me, again, they're a team that's on paper looked pretty good. I feel like they kind of just walked through Challenger Series. I don't think they really gave 120%. I think there was more to what they probably have in the bank. Speaking of bank, it will be picked by Enterprise along with Chalet by Barbie Boys. Border then to be the closing map. A great way to start this wonderful Sunday afternoon, though, with these 3 maps. They're going to be fun, open, lots of fragging, and that's probably going to have to play into the strength of Enterprise. It's a frag-heavy roster. Barbie Boys can't shy away from that, so we're going to get good maps that open things up early.
Yeah, absolutely. Loving the fact that we're getting these sort of fluid maps. I actually did have a quick peek back at the power rankings that we submitted heading into the year. I believe, I'm not going to bring it back up, but I think James put BB at 4th. You and I put Barbie Boys at 3rd. Of course, EP in that 1st position. So purely based on our initial thoughts and vibes heading into the year, 1st v 3rd, this has the potential to be quite a close matchup. And truth be told, I'm actually still expecting 3 maps. Of course, if EP come out firing, they have the potential to dominate their opponents and we may not see border, but I don't expect it to be 100% smooth sailing, and Barbie Boys should have enough experience with the sheer amount of playtime that those guys have, both in professional matches, but even like 10-mans, for example. I know Bailey has some of the highest numbers in the region as well, so they play this game so much, and I think that could be enough to just test EP and push us to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always difficult to have the expectations coming into what is the first match of a stage, and especially off the back of the off-season roster shuffles, time to gel, how much work teams have put in throughout the break, throughout the period. For a team like Barbie Boys, of course, they had Challenger Series, so they've already kind of had a little bit of that real tournament match experience under their belt, whereas for Enterprise, this core iteration, this will be the first showing on a broadcast level, at a high-end level, so we don't quite know what we're going to get, which makes it even more exciting. Oceania to kick off 2026. It is Enterprise easily coming into this year the best team in the region. Barbie Boys, what have they got to offer? A couple of older heads still trying to kick on as we head to Chalet. It will be their map pick first up.
We jump into the initial ban phase, and a quick overlook for some of the numbers on offer here. Again, take this with a massive grain of salt given the sheer amount of changes, especially from EP, and of course Barbie Boys don't really have the data on offer, but EP with a 2-3 record over the last few months on this particular map. That does encompass some international results as well. Again, expecting them to be fairly competitive. Their attack win rate, though, did drag significantly behind defense, and so there could be a condition to consider at the midpoint of this matchup, is how many rounds EP have been able to amount on defense if their attack is to be slightly weaker. Of course, if you haven't watched any of the APL broadcasts as well, quick note that at halftime, there is a new rule that has been introduced for the 2026 season. Both teams will be offered a 2-minute role swap timeout in which they can discuss their tactics when they switch roles, which I think is a nice addition and makes that coach influence probably even matter more for this particular year.
Yeah, I mean, excited for this one. I think Enterprise have got a lot of promise within this roster. It starts off, though, with unfortunately a couple of names that didn't quite get changed in time for the official season. Tuhan actually gave me a heads up a couple of days ago, so we'll do our best to clearly try and label them as to who they are. I mean, worst case, we can just revert back to Aaron and Mikasa. Luckily, it seems like Bappin got his name changed back in time because he also had a name change issue. But Aaron is Tuhan and Mikasa is Jigsaw. So, I mean, just to make it very easy to figure out which of those two is which. Of course, Brendo, Cairo, then rounding out the rest. Bailey, Prez, Killerman, Wettables, and Walsh. Walsh, I mean, I got to do a little bit of the Challenger Series, guys, which was good. Got to see how these guys performed in terms of Barbie Boys. I thought Wettables actually played really, really well. Walsh started very slow in all of the maps that we saw from Barbie Boys and finished really strong. And I kind of said at the time on the broadcast that if he could kind of just put together a full map, it would be a really big body of work. He just started slow, really late to get into things, and then by the end of the game, he finally felt more comfortable. But we know Bailey can certainly pop off. Killerman has probably been a top 3, top 4 fragger in the region at his best as well. So there's a lot of firepower in this Barbie Boy roster. And speaking of the devil, he shall appear. It is Killerman that finds the opening kill onto Tuhan.
Yeah, Killerman does have the potential at his very best to be right up there. I'd say top 5 entry players in the region when he's really in form. Finding that consistency, though, is the storyline for this man in 2026. Tapered off last year with EP, and I'm sure has a grudge on his shoulder, a chip on his shoulder that he's looking to exploit heading into the 26th season. Good start for Barbie Boys, but of course, power control, power position still in place here for EP. Cairo over towards Trophy Stairs. Util dump from Barbie Boys, but he's able to withstand that quite nicely. Pretty low risk. Of course, EP not in a position to risk take here with a player down.
9 seconds remaining in the round. Barbie Boys, good start here on the attack. They still need to get themselves really kind of into the building. Not a single player except for Wettables, who's lurking over towards Garage in the basement. Cairo just holding top of trophy stairs. 2 outside on the rappel window. It is Killer Man that finds a second. Great entry from Bailey as well. Swing that shield around, block off trophy stairs. Doesn't give the side angle to Cairo. He can't find it. Goes for the guard break. No real help coming from the player on the rappel, which is Killer. And he goes down as well. And so suddenly, 2 quick kills back for Enterprise. 3v3. And then Brendo shuts down Wettables. Suddenly, Enterprise has flipped around. Cairo gets rid of Walsh, and after a strong start on the attack from Barbie Boys, they find themselves now in a very unlikely position.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate there for Barbie Boys getting stalled out there over towards the trophy stairs hit. They were drained of util. They couldn't really flush out Cairo outside of the Blackbeard, who didn't really get probably enough support. It was such an awkward position. Bailey was just trying to posture, but instead got caught. Good guard break, and with that, Enterprise able to flip the round. And again, this is probably going to be the storyline for this matchup, is Barbie Boys will have few opportunities to win out rounds and to have advantageous positions, and they need to convert. And that's difficult for a team like this that doesn't quite have the same level of experience and potentially skill, at least on paper. But still some early promising signs for them. And, you know, Prez 1v2, 10 seconds, wouldn't rule it out completely. Difficult cross, though, to break here as he pushes through over towards Piano. Shield still standing, and Cairo swings. Cairo looking sharp, and that's a danger sign for Barbie Boys.
Yeah, Cairo dies there. President has a chance. He could have easily tucked back in a decent effort. And look, a decent round to start. Barbie Boys will be disappointed they couldn't go all the way in that round after getting the opening 2 kills. Good fight back there from Enterprise. Didn't panic, held good positions. They knew full well that, yeah, they lost a couple of players from these window positions outside the map, etc. But Barbie Boys hadn't actually taken any ground, any map control, hadn't got into good spaces. Cairo did really well. Trophy stairs against the Blackbeard, didn't panic, was able to put the pressure back on Bailey. Cairo big in that round. He gets 3 kills, and he's going to be the one that I think individually for Cairo, will he take the biggest of back steps, like in terms of ego? Because Cairo's played on many teams before, guys, over the last couple of years where he's either been the man or the guy or at least the second fiddle. And now he's joined an absolute powerhouse roster. He's just going to be like, boys, tell me what you want me to do and I'll go and do it. And I think that kind of role will fit him nicely.
Yeah, totally agree. I think, again, it's more so going to be a case for this team is when things become volatile, if they maybe have a match where they're not playing at 100%, do we see them clash, or do we actually see them problem solve together and work that through? I think that's why it's probably really good to have the likes of Brendo on the team to probably be the one that can be a little bit more of a leadership figure. So yeah, excited to see that play out. And again, that's not really specific too much to this particular matchup, but we're talking about maybe like a grand final, for example, if they lose the first map, if they start to meet a bit of resistance. How deep can they dip into that tank? As we head into round number 2, of course, audio has now returned, so apologies for the opening round. Lock positions already being established here by the attack of Barbie Boys. Equally, though, from the defense, we have Bappin over towards basement. It's a triple stack top floor from EP with catch in play and the clash on Cairo. So in some ways, it's a pretty traditional hold here from Chalet. A little bit of flair, though, just to try and keep Barbie Boys on their toes.
I'll say back on Challenger Series, by the way, we see the Solid Stake has been banned. Got to see a little bit of play. And at times can be very impactful. Just taking space on Solid Snake is very, very strong. But I hate the logo. Absolutely despise the logo. It just doesn't fit. It looks so out of place. But I imagine we're going to be seeing quite a bit more of the old Snake throughout kickoff.
Yeah.
Cairo on the clash this round. So after dealing with the Blackbeard shield, now grabs his own shield for the second. Bar Games, 90 seconds left into the round. Barbie Boys taking their time, pushing actually over from across. Bailey, who was coming in from office, is going to lose his life in the top library battle. Wettables outside. Trying to see if you can find an angle, but there's no push-up from Enterprise because they don't need to. Cairo's just sitting back top library stairs with the clash. Jigsaw playing well inside of library. He's low on health, knows he can't overpeak. So far, so good from the defense.
Yeah, this hold a little bit more dynamic from EP with the clash in play. Cairo can place that shield down as opposed to it being a static deployable. It means they have an additional gun in play, and it's making this grind forward for Barbie Boys very difficult. Unable to deploy the utility required to dislodge these positions, and unfortunately now they're isolated. With Walsh and Bailey down, it takes a big effort here from Killan, and he's able to find the shot over towards Library. Second lands as well. Jigsaw caught out over towards box, but Killerman low. And so now the torch is handed over towards Wettables to try and have impact in this round.
Another close one to begin. Killerman with 4 kills inside of the opening 2 rounds. The concern for me, though, is still Cairo. How do you go and deal with him? Got a smoke available for Wettables. As the time starts to dwindle, though, and he does push down Library, it's Cairo, gun up, SMG in hand, finds the kill. And Killerman now in the 1v3. Jigsaw calling Killerman the beta of the team. To be fair, he's got 4 kills, and he got them, well, the 2 kills in this round at a crucial moment. Bappin to finish it off. Enterprise with the opening 2 rounds. Barbie Boys are making them work for it, but so far Enterprise looking pretty strong defensively, especially towards the end of these rounds. Falling back, making sure they're not in bad positions. At no point giving Barbie Boys an opportunity to get plant down or anything like that. So they're really playing the map nicely in the opening 2 rounds for Enterprise.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think I would probably describe their brand of Siege that they've played, at least in the opening 2 rounds, to be quite respectful. They're not taking rounds for granted. They're ensuring that they consolidate late round, peel back towards the objective, not feed ones, not try and ego their opponents. I think that's a really positive sign for, again, a format that is incredibly unforgiving. You cannot be throwing away chances because they can potentially compound, and then before you know it, you're in a lower bracket fighting for your life to make a major, which is certainly in stark contrast to a lot of the formats that we have had previously, such as the nature of Kickoff. And so, yeah, at least, again, the opening couple of rounds, I think their mindset and their approach has been really nice. They're making Barbie Boys work for the map clear, and even though EP were able to disrupt that and the util layering never really came through, they didn't overplay their hand. They were happy to peel back towards the objective, and then even when a bit of momentum was built by the likes of Killerman, they still had strong site control.
Well, these are going to be the questions now asked for Barbie Boys. Like, I mean, they're getting opening kills. They're getting decent starts and looks to these rounds. Just the inability to kind of win the middle portion of the round, get into a better position for the late round, and get into an execute position, you know, in the last 30, 40 seconds of the round. That's got to be the concern early on. Again, though, in terms of the significance, you want to win every single game you can in Kickoff. It is double elimination, best of 3. And so it's not as if for Barbie Boys all hope rides on this match or anything along those lines. It's a good test early on. I mean, if you're Barbie Boys, you probably want to play Enterprise straight up. Get as much experience against the top team in the region. Maybe you can even catch them off guard early. It's their first official as this Core 5. Killerman gets taken down at half health. Little battle with Jigsaw, who's got 3 kills early on. And Bappin just tucked in towards games. 3 players outside the window. And he gets caught on an angle. Nicely done from Bailey. That's over towards Fireplace Stairs. Back through Backstore. Nice little angle created by the ace. Gets the kill. Again, Barbie Boys starting nice in these rounds early on. They do lose Killerman, and he's been their best fragger.
Yeah, I don't think EP will be too discontent. Bappin's already been able to deploy that Denari Tripwire utility, and Killerman, of course, now cannot call in the remainder of the round, which could make this map clear a little bit more challenging. Ground though still being taken over towards Library, so a good spearhead here from Wettables. He's looking for lobby control, can transition that then to the office wall and potentially down below in towards site itself. In the meantime, AP begin their peel back. Deployable shield position here from Jigsaw over towards Piano. This is a strong spot. B's still available though for the attack, and grenades in the hands of Walsh as well.
Bailey's got 2 flashes. Those magnets out from Jigsaw. 50 seconds. This is at least a better position for Barbie Boys. 4v4 heading into the final minute. It's this next gunfight that over the first 2 rounds they've not been able to win. And then they lose a couple of players, and from there the ability to execute. Oh, there's null and void. And Wettables going to turn his attention. They might opt to go direct. Not a lot of time remaining in the round, so the ability to pivot and go for something different, not really there. Straight into dining from the breach. Will there be any denial from above? Tuhan has been able to spot that the plant's going down behind the bomb chassis, and from above, indeed, Jigsaw finds the kill onto Wettables. That's Kit on the ground, but it's a 3v2 until Tuhan hits the headshot onto Walsh. Prez going for the plant. Impact thrown. Bailey good headshot, though, onto Tuhan. 1v1 against Brendo for Bailey. Picks up the kit. He has to now stick it, but there's no time. Easy for Brendo to just walk up, find this kill. 3-0 to Enterprise.
Yeah, really good work there from Brendo. Just discipline, not to give that opportunity and let it slip away. Smartly played in the 1v1. Barbie boys trying to go for the shortcut attack. They ignore the clear above. EP, though, able to relay information off the back of the Solace to Jigsaw up above, who was able to deny. The trade game, of course, followed, and that was a constant theme from the beginning of the round. A 2v2 with 10 seconds on the clock, but the plant denial just continued to land here for EP. The impact grenade prior to that 1v1 from Brendo. And so EP just having the edge at the moment. It's not a dominant first 3 rounds, to be fair, but clearly looking like the stronger team, at least in the early phase of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, 2 alive, 3 alive, 1 alive. So, right, in terms of the dominance, it's not really like we're seeing Enterprise getting, you know, flawless rounds or 4 players alive. Kill a man with an opening kill in the first round, and trades as well then in the next round. So, I know for a fact in that last round there was a trade on our tracker. It says there wasn't, but we saw it. At least for Barbie boys, they had a chance to get the kid down. So it's almost like they're getting slightly better, really, as the game's going on. You know, the first round's like, okay, opening kill, 2-player advantage, but then just capitulate. Couldn't even get close to site. Then started to, again, get into that middle of the round trade game, but didn't quite fall their way. And then in the third round, started to win that. It was a 3v2. Got into a plant position opportunity. But a good denial, good use of the Solace, getting the information. That was from Tuhan. And then the follow-up as well from Jigsaw. Yeah, just already kind of showcasing the teamwork capabilities for this Enterprise roster. Barbie boys, we itching to get on the board. It is their map pick. But it is a map that, well, these Enterprise players know very, very well. And so far, a good start for pretty much everyone on the board. I mean, for Enterprise, 3 to Brendo, 4 to Cairo. Tuhan and Jigsaw, we just will have a very big round for both of those in the way that they started off. Bappin 2-2. And that was always probably, I think, the one mark on the old Enterprise roster, guys, was there was too many games where 2 or 3 players went missing and then the other 2 or 3 stood up, and then they would just take turns. Need to find the consistency as a core 5.
I still get the impression that the benchmark here for Barbie boys is 2 to remain competitive at the halfway point. And so that's definitely still in the realm of possibility if they can grind out these rounds. It's another strong start with the frag grenade kill onto Cairo. And this trophy stairs hold posed big problems last time out, and Bailey wasn't able to extract as much value from the Blackbeard as he would have liked. So now with that position relieved and now Tuhan the one to try and step up, Barbie boys find themselves in quite a strong position for the 4th round.
See Tuhan going for the little one-tap head peek. It's just opting to fall back. Does give up this solar space now to Barbie boys. Spots the gun barrel outside window. Well, also, you got to be careful. You know, you already had a couple of shots poked your way, and then overexposes himself, and then with the drop, Tuhan now can get aggressive and try and push him behind them. As they've taken this solar space, Tuhan's aware of this, and will now go hunting from Trophy, and puts Bailey in a very awkward position. And Tuhan then caught out Prez. I believe that was West Main. Bappin gets rid of Weddables. Bailey in the 1v2. Winnable on the Blackbeard. Tuhan and Bappin, though, can play together. And again, it's like what you were saying before. And none of these rounds have been ultra one-sided. They've been close. The Barbie boys are always finding themselves in this position. Bailey, can he force the 1v1? Has the yellow ping information. Can't get rid of Tuhan in the corner. He had the cover for help if necessary. Wasn't needed. 4-0 to Enterprise.
Yeah, it's another really clear example of, even despite being at the disadvantage, EP have the ability and the confidence and the skill to back it up to go for aggressive mid to late round adaptations to find either a pick back or in most cases then transition that into an advantage of their own. There was a good example there from Tuhan over towards Bedroom, was able to aggress, but then able to peel back, find safety, and then the rest of the team took some of the space that was afforded off the back of that. So yeah, another really positive sign there from EP. Of course, they probably want to clean things up a little bit, especially pointed towards the early round where maybe they're feeling they're giving away these picks and at a bit of space and maybe a little bit too freely on some occasions, but I think they'll take pretty good solace from the fact that they're winning these rounds back from disadvantageous positions in such a confident fashion. And it's got to start at this point getting a little bit frustrating for Barbie boys. There's still a couple of opportunities in the remainder of this half to keep it competitive. I still envision a 2-4-1 being possible if they can connect the dots late round, and then from there maybe being able to build a platform on defense.
Back-to-back 3Ks, by the way, for Bailey. Gets him up to 6 and 4. It means, though, 12 kills overall for Barbie Boys in 4 rounds. 10 of those, Bailey and Killerman. And again, this is where, for someone like Walsh, debut, rookie season, but not exactly a young player. I think he's early 20s. Well, Brendo just gets tagged up. Wasn't quite sure where that damage was coming from. We'll just go for the drop back into bar stock. I think Walsh will be the kind of player that, with time, more games under his belt in the top, the top matches in this region, he'll start to be more comfortable and kind of grow into it a little bit. That's kind of what happened in Challenger Series. But I think when you kind of look at the roster makeup for Barbie Boys, there is emphasis on him to be a fragger on this roster. You know, Wedables is, well, I think, the oldest player in the region at the moment. That's what he keeps saying. I'll take his word for it. He's 26 this year.
Nah, surely Nico's older, right? Nico returning, I would imagine. Could be wrong. Oh, Bapid's looking sharp this afternoon. This is the Bapid we love to watch. 4-2 so far. Killerman on the ground after finding that open to kill in round number 1. He's been a little bit more quiet post that, especially through the early portion. Midpoint of the round now elapsed, an EP in a commanding position. Barbie Boys may look again to go for this shortcut attack.
Haru shield screen up from Bailey, but no real entry. Tuhan waiting and watching. Wedables going to go for the lurk over towards Mud. 60 seconds. And you do have Brendo, who is low, but it is Tuhan again who gets active. Held his position at that game's window. Wedables falls, can't get out of Mud Room. This might be the most dominant round of the half so far, which is bad news for Barbie Boys. They've been competitive at times. 5v2 now for Prez and Walsh. It just spells bad news. Walsh trying to force something. There's a chance. Brando's sharper, cleaner, far more experienced. Hits the headshot. We might be on for the first flawless. Indeed we are. 5-0 to Enterprise.
Well, they continue to roll forward this momentum. As you mentioned, it's 5 straight. And a match that on a round-to-round basis has looked fairly competitive, and I stand by that assessment. Unfortunately, when you do look at the scoreline at the top, it's EP that have been consistently the better team so far. And even if they are to have some teething issues on attack, as we've seen historically, this lead is now surpassing what that may look like. So very much their map to lose well and truly at this point in time. Barbie Boys will just be trying to build some semblance of confidence and momentum, at least try and get a couple of rounds before the series continues forward onto bank. Maybe they'll find some more fortune there, but again, when you consider how the VODs kind of played out, the players from EP have typically actually come from very strong bank teams as well. It's very tricky to envision Barbie Boys having greater success on map 2.
I did go and have a clarification. Nico has got Wedables beat by a couple of months. They are both
whoa, there you go.
2000s. They're both in the same year, but Nico has got him beaten by a couple of months. So Wedables is the second oldest in the region of the player birthdays that we're aware of that are public.
No, there could be a dark horse in there somewhere.
5-0 though. I mean, again, it's hard to really have the expectations coming into this match. If this were like a, later in the season and we're already kind of known maybe how dominant Enterprise we're going to be, you could not be as surprised, but it's day one. It's still a new roster. This is a perfect time to kind of try and get a team like Enterprise where maybe the comms aren't as cleanest, maybe the strategies aren't as quite well practiced. Well, Barbie Boys have been competitive at times. The 5-0 scoreline is Very much true to reality. That's a lovely angle from Killerman. He started very hot after the first 2 rounds. Trade immediately from Bappen, and the follow-up onto Walsh. Bappen goes to 7 kills. He's in some fine form in his career over the last 12 months and continues nicely to kickstart the kickoffs. Despite the opening pick for Barbie Boys, it's traded back. Enterprise got the numbers advantage.
Prez does fight back though, so a 3-3 midpoint of the round, but Wedables falls. It's a 0-6 half for Wedables. And Prez's position is well and truly known. Bailey will need to try and link up and help out, but he's too late. Caro nets that kill. Bailey caught as well. Well, I thought was caught, but Brendo falls, but now 1 HP. About to hit the grave, and EP about to equalize, about to win out this half, 6-0. Wow, that's impressive.
0-6 for Wedables, 0-6 for the game. Good half, says Bappen. It's time for a bit of a vibe check here to see how things are going. We already know that from the vibes of Enterprise, things are great. For Barbie Boys, maybe not so great.
On the cusp. Not too old to adjust. Old dog, new tricks. Remember, I was just a pup. Something dirty in my cup. Clean soul, good karma is a must. Still my shooter in the cut. I was stuck inside a rut. Played the game, made bank, move G. Anything to get a buck. You won't find me in the club. I'm in the lab trying to sharpen up the sword. Swinging blades at these scrubs. Flock like bugs to the light. Getting right. Treat my hoes like these raps. I don't really got a type. Off top bullshit. All I needed was a mic. Yeah. Hey, pass the rock, it's all butter. Pack your bags and take flight. Don't worry, it's all covered. Hey, live your life while you can. Our days are all numbered. Rain could cause thunder, but the sun comes after, clearing up the disaster.
Isn't it lovely? I ain't looking back, I'm focused on what's in front of me. Everybody day's a number, but I'm still here luckily. I know that God got me, so I'm in good company. Yeah.
I got some places I should take you to see. You know it's easy when you ride with a G. Light speed, moving fast through the city, trying to find me some peace. I finally lived to be the guy that I was dying to be. Still I got some trust issues, people lie through their teeth. The more I grew, the more they hide in the crease. Squad building, weak members get released. If we trying to compete, starting pitchers need relief. Bro, we building a team, everybody got a niche. I've been known to play mine to a T, but it's time for me to lead. Picking dirt right out the cleats. Steep path, roadblocks in the streets, trying to knock me off my feet, cause the devil never sleeps. So I don't sleep too, and trying to breach safes that I didn't have the keys to. We all been victims of trauma we ain't agreed to.
Well, Enterprise passing the vibe check. Wedables, he was jamming out to the song. Synced up very nicely. But good vision, though, guys, to be able to see. Clearly, Wedables, experienced player on the team, just kind of saying to the guys whatever needs to be said. I don't know what he was saying, because like they're probably not going to win this map. This map looks cooked. You ain't going to win 6 straight against Enterprise. But it might be more about, hey, it's a best of 3. We got to start performing better. If we win 2 or 3 rounds straight here, try and at least build for a bit of form going into the next map, which is going to be Bank. The benefit of a best of 3, these aren't the best of ones where it's like, okay, well, our day's done already. That took about 20 minutes. But, you got to look at this as a marathon, not the sprint, and that kind of mentality. And I imagine those are kind of some of the things that he would have been talking about and touching on and just saying, these are things we could have done better, whether it's comms, whether it's our entries, late game scenarios, all of those things. Fundamentally, I think for Barbie Boys, it's a 6-0 scoreline, and it deserves to be 6-0. But it's not as if it's 6 straight rounds of flawless nature. They had a couple of rounds where a couple of little things go their way, or they played this a little bit better, or this is, done and executed better. Yeah, maybe they could have stolen 2 rounds, and that would have been all that they probably needed. So they're not that far off it. It's a funny old game siege where it's 6-0, but it's like you just take 2 of those rounds that maybe you could have won, and it's a pretty good scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if there are a couple of occasions where they contained mid to late round aggression or whatever it was, from the likes of Bappen or Tuhan, for example, scoreline looks 2-4, and then they're actually in a position now where we'd be praising them and potentially pitching them as being able to be a chance on the map. So yeah, it's a particularly unforgiving game at times, Siege. And especially in Kickoff, for instance, which is an increasingly unforgiving format as well. As much as you do want to try and frame this as a learning experience, you only get 2 chances. You lose this, you're down in the lower bracket. You can't be treating the rest of your run as a learning experience. It's a do-or-die experience to make the major. And so maybe with that heading into the year, teams are having to temper expectations probably a little bit, and seeing EP as maybe a longer-term target for Stage 1 and Stage 2 potentially. Although you don't really want to go in with a defeatist attitude, right? You want to go in, maybe not with the expectation that you can win, but with the belief that it is possible if you play at your best. We haven't seen the best from Barbie Boys, but I do agree they're probably not massively far off where they could potentially reach this year. As we prepare for round number 7, roles are swapped, Barbie Boys to bedroom for their opening defensive effort.
And again, I was just saying, I think for Barbie Boys, the mentality always has to be, learn from kind of what happened there in that first half. Can you get a couple of rounds here before you likely get overwhelmed in at least one of the rounds? You don't want to get 7-0'd. One round at a time mentality is so important in Siege. Bappen getting to work from below and dining on the Deimos, which you didn't really see a lot from in the first half. Bappen finds the opening kill onto Walsh. Good trade by Killerman. 1-7 for Walsh. It's kind of what I was talking a little bit before about Guz. In Challenger Series, he would have frequently that kind of 1-5 scoreline. Then in the second half, the games were closer, but he would then kind of bring it back and finish around like sort of 8-8. You're not going to get that opportunity against Enterprise, though. In it left 4v4. Cairo on the Monty. Pushing deep through Piano. They lose the smoke. Killerman down. Pistol out from Cairo. Good time. He knew the shots were going over the shoulder to his teammate. And indeed, this is done. 7-0. That took 23 minutes. Enterprise take the opening map here on Chalet.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the dash. He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Esky gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
So a 7-0 beatdown. Enterprise far too good for Barbie Boys to kickstart things here for APL OCE Kickoffs. Very dominant. I don't think we were expecting 7-0, guys. Certainly a win for Enterprise was always likely on the cards, but dominated really thoroughly. The first half, there were certainly a couple of rounds for Barbie Boys that a little bit cleaner, or maybe Enterprise were off their game a bit. They could have maybe stolen a couple of rounds, but ultimately a well-deserved 7-0 for Enterprise and a really good way for this roster iteration to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, don't want to dampen the success of Enterprise at all. It was a very, very well-controlled map, number one. The scoreline, to a limited effect, was a little bit obscured. The 7-0 probably not fully reflective of Barbie Boys having glimpses of competitiveness, but unfortunately not all 5 players able to connect inside of the server, and critically, Barbie Boys unable to contain some of the big hitters on the side of EP. As we get ready for Bank, will we see much of the same? Potentially. Could it even be worse for Barbie Boys? Well, based on paper, probably. So it doesn't paint a very positive picture for them. But Siege is a funny game, and we'll have to wait and see how it does in fact play out.
We've seen 7-0s a lot over the years, especially in the APAC region, Guz. In the best of 3 formats, though, how often do you see 14-0s? I think very, very rarely. In fact, I don't actually know if I've ever been a part of one. Like it's almost non-existent. They're extraordinarily rare. I don't think it will happen, but I can't see how Barbie Boys win the map based on what we just saw. But what we do need to see is a response. Like they've got to be far more competitive in terms of just getting rounds on the board. Again, like mid-round action. Like if you look at the 7 rounds played, they 3-4 split on opening kills. That's, you know, as close as 50% as you can get on an odd number. So it's not like they were uncompetitive early. Bailey got 2 3Ks. Kara and 200 got a 3K each. So they kind of split the numbers there in terms of multi-kills. Brendo got 1 clutch, 1v2, but it wasn't really a 1v2. Plant was going down 2-3 seconds left. Easy swing, easy kill. I think the concern for me was that there were a couple of rounds where Barbie Boys had like a 5-on-3 or a 4-on-3 or a 3-on-2. And just couldn't capitalize on those rounds. Those were the rounds that you had to win. And you might have lost the game 7-3 or 7-2. Would have been far more respectable. Enterprise are a great team, obviously. But yeah, disappointing that they couldn't actually get those kind of rounds. The good news, though, for Enterprise from their perspective is they were able to win in many different ways. They got a flawless round. They were able to deny Plant many, many times in the first half. I think Plant almost went down only once, which was the Brendo 1v2 clutch. They were able to win from losing positions, 5v3, 3v2s, etc. So they kind of had the whole package. So really, really good opening map for this Enterprise roster. And if you want to add on even more greatness, it's the fact that all 5 players were incredible. They all went positive. They all were able to frag out in a pretty even nature. I mean, you look at Jigsaw's history as a player. It was always 20 bomb or nothing. He only dropped 7 kills because you had Bappin with 8 and you had Tuhan with 9. So he's got firepower around him. Really strong opening start for Enterprise.
Bands play out. Kaid, Mira, Ying, and Monty. So Snake available, and Bailey will immediately pounce on him for the opening attack for Barbie Boys. We've seen Snake played on a couple of occasions through APL so far, and his ability to solo clear maps, to gain information, really, really strong. And on a map as large and vast as Bank, I expect him to get some nice value from that particular operator.
This site, though, guys, like, is it needed, really? Like, I
guess maybe if you anticipate a full top floor down peel from EP, it could be a little bit more effective. But in a more traditional open full, I've kind of like
droning can just do most of that anyway, though, right? Like I think droning, if Enterprise are throwing any curveballs out, you're just going to be able to find it naturally. So you think about what Solid Snake is really good at with his radar is. Are spaces open? Are there players around the area? And can you get that information? So we actually just saw the ping coming out of Electrical onto Brendo playing Blue Stairs. And it's like, what? It's Bank Basement. Yeah. Of course the Smoke's going to be playing Blue Stairs. You kind of know that already. So now from a utility perspective, yeah, this phase now, what do you get from it? Nothing.
Yeah, because everyone's built back towards basement. And you know that at this point, if the opposition finds a kill 99 times out of 100, the defense all peels back to side. So now Bailey essentially has no impact. He's already used his frag grenades. In terms of loadout, he's strong, but yeah, raw utility now. Barbie Boys at a significant deficit with a minute on the clock.
There's so much miles still available for Enterprise. You still got 3 Goku canisters for Jigsaw, Shamika launcher, pretty stocked up for Cairo, 3 gas bays for Brendo. Even just from a conventional sense, this technically shouldn't be a winnable round now for Barbie Boys from the conventional side of push through server, get plant down CCTV. That's just impossible now, barring someone doing something crazy on an elevator drop push or a vault drop push, for example. So they seem stalled out because they are stalled out. There's not a lot they can do. Wettables going to have to be the one that, if anyone's to break this round open, it's Wettables. You know, throw out the smoke, play off the glass. Can he find a pick or two? You can see how desperately he's trying to push forward, take a bit of space. Push back by the Shamika launcher. 15 seconds left. Still a gas babe in hand for Brendo. Still got Zodo canisters. They've just completely ran out of time. They're just flamed out. They can't even walk through. The time may actually... Like, at this point, it's run into the gas and the flames and die, which is what we're about to see, and we are seeing, or just sit in server and the time runs out anyway. That is an absolutely strong defense from Enterprise. Prez doesn't even get the plant down. It's flawless. A really, really strong defensive showing on Basement Bank from Enterprise. Question marks though for Barbie Boys.
Yeah, that's probably where we're seeing the weakness of Barbie Boys at the moment being exploited. Is sure, their position looked really rough, but I think with a minute to go, more experienced teams with a little bit more depth and synergy probably would have found a way to make that round a little bit more competitive, probably be pivoting into the likes of a red drop, maybe sending a lurk over towards Garage, maybe having an elevator drop, for instance, getting the glass activated a little bit earlier. Instead, we kind of just saw the snowball compact stack over towards server. The Sensu tool was late, not deployed from the hatch. They made that round look even worse than on paper it probably could have been. Don't get it twisted, it was basically an EP round to lose in the latter half of that round. The Barbie Boys, unfortunately, didn't really help themselves with some of their decision-making in the late round. And EP, who so far today have looked very, very sharp, are obviously not going to throw those particular scenarios.
I think if you want to try and find a way to give Barbie Boys an out, they lost Killerman early, you know, playing the Deimos. He's certainly going to be that kind of player that would have been able to either push main stairs, go for an elevator drop, vault, something, you know, offer some kind of point of difference. When you lose that, it probably makes it hard to play that pivot angle and do something differently. But you kind of had to do something differently. Just left themselves very little time. We head top floor, CEO Executive for the second round. Judging by this lineup, you would imagine top square focus for the Thermite. Don't have a lot of flush utility. In fact, I don't know how I just realized they brought 3 hard breaches for this. I mean, understandably, I guess you kind of can bring the 2 when you bring Thermite for top square, and you can try and open up Kanto with one of the Ace or the Habana, but they've gone with 3. And again, with this, and Perez is there for the setup for the late round with the Sansara use. Wettables finds a kill onto Brendo. That's nice, but again, still lacking a lot of that utility to flush out of position like Janitor. Even Stock. I think they win this round simply if they can just straight up win some gunfights the way that we just saw. Wettables getting rid of Brendo. You saw Kara took some damage. Jigsaw gets rid of Prez.
Yeah, that hurts. Well, losing the sense util now makes it quite challenging.
Enterprise just have to play this compact and structurally. Oh, well, you can just run around on site and just kill everyone. Yeah. 2v4.
Minute 20. Killer on the ground. So Wettables and Bailey, the last 2 up with 4 to find. I think the Warden of Tuhan was pinned over towards Jan, and that may still be the case with the hard breach that was deployed, but acting upon that now is very difficult. Res attempt here from Wettables will be a success. Maybe this will initiate a push over towards lobby. But again, another very, very challenging position Barbie Boys find themselves in. Cairo is sitting and waiting. There's yellow pings over towards ATM, and he has Goya utility as well to play off of. It's just almost impossible to envision a situation from here where EP do not win this round.
Yeah, I mean, the round's done. No, at least it should be. Well, Thorn's going to push Wettables out into the open. Uncomfortable position. Good placement of the Razor Bloom by Bappen. Kara and Tuhan able to combine in what was around they always looked very comfortable in. I think, honestly, from the get-go, just not really tested. Wettables found the opening kill of the round, so then it becomes a 5v4. And what that does is, if you want to look at the operator lineup that Barbie Boys brought into that round, triple hard breach with the Sens and the Lion, and again, lacking a lot of utility, not bringing like a Capital for Janitor, etc. But it's still a 5v4 at that point. The round's suddenly far more likely. They just lose too many players, though, to these open angles created on site by Enterprise. They played it beautifully. Jigsaw had a very good round. Kari starts strong again for the second map straight. And the concerns that we saw on the opening map of Chalet have followed on to Bank. 2-0 start on the defense for Enterprise. We go to staff and open area for the third round.
Mozzie Castle combination here for AP, and so they'll commit a large portion of utility up on the top floor. That's in defense of the vert that will be attempted here from Barbie Boys. They themselves bringing the ram that will help for the clear across from Archive side to try and box this defense in towards open area. But AP very active on that front, playing one of the more aggressive branches of defense that is default on this particular site. I'll definitely be sensing that the blood is well and truly in the water, and they have Barbie Boys' number, especially in the confidence department at the moment. Oh, jump out attempt. Okay, that was maybe a little bit too much from Tuhan. Gives a freebie across to Barbie Boys. We'll see now if they can actually convert.
Almost got the kill, though.
That too has been a problem. Almost, yeah. Oh, there you go, finish off. Okay, well that takes away the ram, and with that, the vert potential.
You do lose the Wamai, but it's not a big deal. Just looking very active so far in Bank, though. Enterprise are playing this really nicely.
I'm reloading.
Kellerman's lost his camera, it seems. And Logic Bomb is going to ring out from the Dockerby. Yeah, just very flat-footed at the moment, though, from Barbie Boys. Not eager to take space and take these fights. And Killerman caught over towards Lobby. He's down. Not out just yet. Likely to be finished off. Wettables trying to find an angle here over towards top square. Now pushing Janitor Hallway. Brendo's going to actually find a kill onto Prez, and that's still with Killerman on the floor. Contact between Brendo and Walsh. Walsh will go down to Bap, and they've just got numbers everywhere. Wettables will get the trade. Should be aware of Brendo towards front desk. He's hunting. He is also by himself, and again, another situation where Barbie Boys are at a significant disadvantage.
Yeah, Wettables has found a little bit more form here on map 2. Didn't net a single kill back on Chalet, 0-7 scoreline. Unfortunately, though, unable to amount much of a clutch attempt there in round number 3. And so that's now double-digit rounds in a row for AP.
Love that reposition. That's a really smart reposition from Brendo. Knows Wettables is kind of shooting over towards top square in towards top floor, and takes that opportunity to move away from what was a known position, goes top main. He can then take contact. Even if he doesn't find the kill, he can then slip down main stairs. Just those little things for such a quality player. 3 rounds in the books, 3 straight for Enterprise. Well, technically 10 straight rounds. Is Dockerby Goyo going to be banned out? Back to basement. Hard to find the positives right now for Barbie Boys. If I was to find one positive, it's actually not about them. It's about they're playing the best team in the region. That in itself, though, is a concern when you consider the Oceanic region is not exactly going to get a lot of slots, right? So you got to knock these guys off. If you want to be making majors and making international events, you're going to have to get through Enterprise. They are the benchmark. But it's not as if you can't give yourself another opportunity. And your goal will always be just get to the grand final, and then who knows on the day. But it does also mean for Barbie Boys, trip down to the lower bracket is all but a certainty. So they will have to run the lower bracket.
10 seconds left before insertion.
They're just not winning gunfights, not able to get good position around the map. losing too many players too early into the rounds as well. So far, you kind of look at the time at opening kill, minute 40, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, so it's kind of picking up. And even on a basement side like this, you can see Jigsaw top floor looking for an early kill. And it creates a lot of freedom for a player like Jigsaw, I think, on that Chiefs roster, and certainly within his career in this region. At times, it's almost felt like he probably has to be the one to go and do everything. He doesn't have to do everything anymore. It also gives him the freedom to actually play a little bit more aggressively, which is kind of funny to say for a player like Jigsaw, but he knows that if he plays overly aggressively, finds a couple of kills, that's great. If he dies, you've still got Tuhan and Bappin and Kyra and Brendo to be able to find kills later in the round anyway.
So the blitz to be deployed here from Barbie Boys round 4. Bailey will be looking to create space off that and kill him, man. Well, he's looking to lurk over towards lobby, but Bappin has a read. Bappin finds the kill. Bappin continuing a really good run of form here this afternoon. He's looked so sharp.
Yeah.
He's been tested on so many occasions, but he just continues to win out these fights.
Well, it's a reason why he's on this roster and he joined that Enterprise roster. I think when he first came into the scene, he was probably not at his very best from the get-go. It's fair to say, as most players aren't. And I think over time, he's taken it more seriously. He's improved his game. He's clearly become one of the sharpest players in the region. His name is not out of place on this roster at all. As Walsh gets on the board, his first kill here on Bank. Bappin, great angle, though, onto the unsuspecting Bailey. The blitz will go down. Three advantage again acquired for Enterprise. Bappin close towards Tellers. Feels like he's getting pressured from multiple angles because he indeed is. Good swing from Prez. They had one main stairs, one pushing close, and Prez slipped in through archives as well. Jigsaw gets involved. He's 6-1. Brendo gets rid of Prez. The trades were quick. Enterprise not allowing Barbie Boys to take any semblance of space. As soon as Barbie Boys were able to push in, take a position like Tellers, Enterprise just swarm around them. Walsh by himself, 1v3. A lonely figure for the Barbie Boys, as it's seemingly going to be 11 rounds straight.
"30 seconds then for Walsh to try and mount another clutch attempt here for Barbie Boys. Continues for EP. 20 seconds on the clock. And unfortunately, I think he's fairly futile at this point.
Well, this is getting a little bit... is embarrassing the right word? It's probably not embarrassing if it's Enterprise, right? Like, surely that's the one team where you can throw the asterisks up and say, well, they're probably going to do this to almost every team in the region. It's a statement, though, from Enterprise. I mean, this is literally a huge statement because as great as these players are, they came from the two best teams last year in terms of the large portion of the roster. Whenever you put great players together, it doesn't always translate to great team. And we've seen that within this region alone. And I think that if you wanted to have any kind of doubt, or not doubt, but maybe question marks, will it work? Is this roster going to fit? Is there too much firepower? They've just squashed all of that immediately. 11 rounds straight against, I think you and I put Barbie Boys third. Dev put them fourth. Like, they're a great team. They got a lot of experience outside of Walsh. And they're just making this look really, really easy. And the benefit for this team as well, Gus, that can't be understated, is we're in 2026 now, and so over the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years, OCE has actually been able to get a lot of representation internationally now under the belt for a lot of these guys. All 5 of these players have so much in international experience. So, and it may not be as this core 5 as this roster, but that's still something that a lot of other teams in the region can't say, because these 5 have been on the most dominating teams that always take the spots. I mean, you can see the right smile from Jigsaw as he just absolutely demolished Killer Man.
7-1. Yeah, given that license to aggress, as you were alluding to earlier. I think for EP from this point, it's really about can they get the perfect 14-0. They drive this result home and set themselves up for a run through this upper bracket. Hard breach over towards top square for Barbie boys and a path now in towards site.
Changing mags!
Yeah, it's been a rough game for Guillemette. Johan getting burned alive as Prez finds the kill. That keeps the round alive now for Barbie boys. And not much working for them. And they know full well in the back of their minds that this series is pretty much done, but you've just got to try and find a way to believe as Weatherpulse continues his strong form on bank. Gets through to Cairo. They've got the advantage, but these rounds, they were the ones that they still were dropping on Chalet. Bap, and what a swing. Walsh wasn't ready. Welcome to the big leagues. It's not quite ranked. But Jigsaw goes down to Bailey. Keeps this advantage with Barbie boys. Heading into the final minute, it's Brendo and Bappen. Two new teammates.
Brendo does have the line here. Long line of sight, DMR in hand. He can do a lot of damage from this position.
Oh, Brez goes down immediately, even with the RU. Doesn't stop the bullets. The Razor Bloom to finish him off. And Bappen holding towards the hallway means they've got to just try and force Barbie boys into sight. They've got them surrounded. Bailey goes down top square. Oh, Bappen and Brendo combined. Too easy. Outnumbered. It does not matter. 5 straight on bank. 12 straight in the series. Enterprise 2 rounds away from looking towards that 14-0 Guz. Again, I don't know how often we get to see a 14-0.
Yeah, very rare. And especially, and again, in a matchup that at least on paper shouldn't really be quite this one-sided. I think a testament to EP and how strong that roster is, and maybe some of the teething issues for Barbie boys. And again, another position where Barbie boys in an okay spot, in fact, pretty advantageous there towards unable to convert that. Good fight from EP. Trying to charge towards the 14-0 here in this best of 3.
10 seconds to go.
Well, half-time's coming up very shortly, but full-time is then going to be directly after it. 7 for Brendo, 7 for Jigsaw, 6 for Bappen, Pyro's 3-1. 2 the only one negative at the moment. I'm going to get the numbers for the overall series, but it's 14-6 for Jigsaw, 14-6 for Bappen, 3-0 on entry as well. 2-1 on entry for Jigsaw, 11-4 for Brendo, 10-3 for Cairo. He's been very, very good. And Tuhan 11-5, but 0-0 entry is lowering his overall EPS. All are 116 plus, 147, 143 for Jigsaw, Bappen, respectively. Bailey has been the best for Barbie boys at 8 and 12.
So another aggressive hold top floor here from EP. In defensive open area with the peel option as demonstrated by Tuhan. Castle brought in play once more, so quite a lot of utility to be contested here. Barbie boys last time out struggled to activate the Ram. Bailey got taken down by a Nitro. It was a follow-up after an earlier jump-out attempt top floor. So hopefully he is able to activate those Boogie Auto breaches as Wedables will charge forward over towards Jan. So better job this time out for Barbie boys in terms of taking some of this space and actually forcing the peel. As you can see, Brendo back towards first floor. And if you look at the player cards to the right-hand side of the screen, EP completely vacating second floor.
Well, we should get a late round scenario here. We haven't had one really on bank so far. They got the top floor. The Boogie Auto bridges will go out now from Bailey. Open up towards long desk. Clear out positions like archives, tellers, force everyone back to site. Time's not an awful factor, but do need to pick up the pace. The thing with Siege, the clock is actually... Hang on. Oh, Jigsaw tried to get very aggressive. Tried to go for the counterpunch while they were opening up the floorboards. Wedables shuts that down. They get the opening kill. Again, the clock and says you think, oh, we've got 50 seconds. No, you really don't. You've probably got 20, 30 seconds. You want to start these attacks on site. Oh, that's a lovely slip in from Killerman to catch out Tuhan. Thought he had good space towards Blue Stairs. This could be the round. This could break the streak. 2-player advantage. Again, though, still the timer factor. 35 seconds. Kara's got a good tucked in position towards quad. That's getting opened up. Oh, he's getting aggressive. Almost losing his life. Bappen, though, for the reaggress. The flank here could be detrimental to Barbie Boys.
Clean shot. Looks for the follow-up, but Walsh able to land.
He doesn't have to overextend.
No.
Yeah.
He can just relax a little bit. 10 seconds.
Good hold as well from Brendo on site. Then got pushed out, and it's done. Barbie Boys have won a round. They've done it. We can finish the series now. That's fine. They've got their round. I love the fact the guy who's smiling just lost that round. The guy who looks pissed just won the round. With a long frozen face of Prez says it all for Barbie Boys. They at least broke this streak of Enterprise, securing their first round win of the entire series. It's definitely a case of too little too late, unless they get on a big roll here on the defense of Bank. Credit, though, that they were able to get the win, because honestly it was looking like that 14-0 was going to be likely. And a big reason for it probably has been Weddable's play so far on Bank. 5 and 6, 2-0 actually on entry as well, guys. Highest cost and KPR. He's been their best. He's the only one 100 plus in EPS, and he was a big factor in this round as well that got them the win. But it's just better positioning, and they were taking more space, good reads as well, with 2 hunts hitting blue. Killerman goes on the flank. They were a little bit more active, pushing different directions. Certainly one of their better rounds, and well deserved to get the round win.
So straight down to a basement opening defense here from Barbie Boys in terms of a quick snapshot and how everything's shaped out so far. Weddable's currently the only player on the side of Barbie Boys with a positive EPS at 107. Unfortunately, though, across the entire roster, nobody positive in terms of the kill death department. EP on the flip side, Bappen 158, Brendo 148, Jigsaw 140. If you're able to walk away from a map and have a single player with numbers that high, it's normally quite impressive, but to have the majority of the roster 140 plus is very much a strong demonstration of just how well-rounded they've played so far today. The depth has been really quite enjoyable to watch. And then even Kara and Tuhan having impact as well. They certainly haven't been completely vacant either. We'll see the Blitz and the Dokkaebi combo for map clear this time out. And it looks like a pretty eager peel from Barbie Boys in response. Walsh just to hold elevator for the meantime.
A debut series for Walsh couldn't have been a more difficult task going up against the Enterprise guys. But we'll get a real good understanding of what it's going to take at Pro League and the difference between Pro League and Ranked and Scrims. You learn the most from your losses. You learn the most from these kind of games as long as you bring the right attitude. You gain a lot. Hence why teams like to scrim the best teams so that they can learn from them. Oh, that's just wonderful. Wonderful pressure onto Bailey. Killerman, though, really good response to hit the headshot onto Tuhan. And force them back to site, 4v4. That does mean by getting that kill onto Bailey, server control will be established for Enterprise pretty early into the round. So they can very much go for a default side hit. Start working on the utility. Someone like Cairo, though, is now incredibly susceptible to Prez. He's got 3 gas babes. One of those lands on the Cairo. He goes down immediately.
I wonder if that prompts some kind of pivot from Cairo. Maybe rotate the kit. Instead opt for a drop. I think, yeah, if he creeps in towards default, he's going to find himself in a world of hurt pretty quickly, provided Prez lands his utility appropriately. Even a stun from Wed and a shot to follow would be more than enough. And so it feels pretty volatile for EP at this point in time. Dokkaebi Call rains out, and the hack as well feeding information to the attack. First plant attempt, Smoke goes out. Does Cairo fall? No, Cairo's still alive.
What?
Cairo's still alive, but does get forced off, stunned off. Good work.
Edibles.
Smoke eventually does, in fact, land, and it quickly flips to a 4v2.
Yeah, that was big from Wedibles on the Echo because the first gas babe from Prez didn't connect, and Cairo then would have been able to get that plant down before the second gas babe got to him. But on the Yokai, Wedibles was able to deny. He was just sitting back corner. You can see where the kit currently is. And this should be 2 rounds straight for Barbie Boys. There's only 15 seconds left. And it's not the kind of round where you can actually just go and kill everyone quickly. As great a fraggers as Jigsaw and Bappen are, that kit really does need to go down. You can just stay tucked in there. Don't need a challenge. Others can then come on in. Killerman got the one onto Bappen, who was looking to get the plant down. Round done. 2 in a row for Barbie Boys. Showing signs of life here on Beg. Much better.
Yeah, really good work early round to be able to get Cairo low on HP. That helped enable and facilitate a swift down of the planted there and put EP in a pretty difficult position. Had EP in an alternate universe been able to deal with the Echo, and the plant was in fact not denied because Prez missed the initial smokes, well, who knows how it would have played out. Still a potential retake, of course, but they did a good job from the position. And so a 2-5 scoreline keeps them in reach, but it's very much a long path forward.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, long path forward indeed, considering that well, if they are to win the series, they're going to have to win this map and then into border. 3 rounds down here. Enterprise are going to be a very difficult team to string multiple rounds together in a row. I think I said before, though, really for Barbie Boys, it's just all about 1 round at a time. Try and build some good faith, win a couple of rounds. You're already going to go back, look at the VOD, especially Chalet 7-0. Learn what kind of happened there, what you can do better there. Bank as well, 5-0 start, learn. But just to also be able to pick up a few round wins, put into practice probably what they've been talking about and communicating. We saw earlier in the cams a lot of talking from Barbie Boys, especially from the likes of Wedibles. And Bailey hops onto the clash. And you will get opportunities against this Enterprise roster. You know, they like to play aggressive early in rounds. Jigsaw's going to go deeper positions. He's going to go aggressive positions. He's going to look for runouts at times. He's going to play the windows. If you put the work in and you understand how he plays and what positions he likes to play, you can then kind of punish that. And then you can create a lot of 5v4 opportunities against Enterprise. But beating Jigsaw is easier said than done. He's, by the way, in archives already. The only one inside of the building for Enterprise.
Yeah, and you think about the vert potential that may have on offer as well here on the Deimos, in pressuring those above. The Clash as well may find themselves vulnerable depending on Bailey elects to post up. And so I love that initial alert here from EP. It's now looking to exploit that and actually capitalize upon that position. A couple of frag grenades are being deployed. As elsewhere, a pick found on Rappel from 2 Hunt. Down below, Jigsaw in the thick of it. 1 HP, 4 targets available, but can't really aggress. Yeah,
lovely from Walsh. Just went prone, repositioned in the middle of the doorway, and Jigsaw was not expecting it. Thought he would have backtracked back in towards site. A full flash onto Bailey on the Clash. Doesn't matter, shield up. Brendo found the kill on the Wettables. Fine a second, immediately then onto Prez. Bappin gets involved, and Enterprise suddenly are able to overwhelm Barbie Boys in the round. This will be their first attacking round on bank secured, as they've now got match series point.
Oh, it has felt like a long time coming. EP finally able to reach that series point mark. A 6-2 lead here on bank. As we slowly make our way towards what has felt inevitable for quite some time in this particular series. Look, not to take anything away from EP, there has been some positive signs from Barbie Boys. I've liked that Walsh in particular has been able to get more involved here on bank. That's been great to see. Wettables as well, increased impact compared to map 1. And there have been, again, a couple of rounds that have been a little bit 50-50 that EP have eventually been able to dominate because of their raw skill and their experience in closing out rounds. Just that sharpness has been very difficult to overcome, even when Barbie Boys have been able to find advantage, which has been certainly not impossible. You look across that opening kill metric, for example, over the course of this map so far. It is in fact 5-3 in favor of EP. So not a massive gap. Unfortunately though, especially in the first half, rounds 2 and 3, we didn't see Barbie Boys convert those positions. Now you flip that, again, it links in pretty closely with the storyline of this map, and potentially even the series as a whole looking a lot closer if conversion was more precise from Barbie Boys.
I think the concern for me is you kind of look at the entry battles for Barbie Boys. It's Wettables 2-0, 2-6 for Killer Man, 2-2 for Bailey. Again, tough opponent. But I think for Barbie Boys, where they're going to find a lot of success is a player like Killer Man. There's emphasis on him. He's one of the top fraggers in the region. Certainly a very solid entry, but to go 2-6 today hasn't really helped the cause. It's left a little bit of work to be done then by his teammates. Walsh has certainly been more impactful here on bank. Now 7-7 after losing the opening battle to Jigsaw. And now they're pushing towards site as Enterprise just want to get this one done and dusted. Complete overwhelm. Bailey, bullied by Cairo, can get the plant down towards default. Killerman above in square. Prez can't really do a whole lot. That got shot out anyway. And with the plant down into the post-plant scenario for Prez and Killerman, 2v4. Brendo finds the head of Killerman. Prez by himself in open area, and this one is done. 7-0, 7-2. Clean sweep beatdown from Enterprise to kickstart their campaign in the OCE kickoffs.
Well, we didn't quite get the 14-0, but to be fair, EP not. Mark, this new look roster looking deadly here in their first match of 2026. And the sky really does feel like a limit for this particular roster. If they continue this run of form and play this brand of Siege, it's so difficult to envision any team with a comp being able to knock them out of a major position.
Won 5 of the last 6 opening kills. Dominated. absolutely dominated. There's not much more really to say. It's the first match at Kickoff, the first series, new look Enterprise, but it's the same old dominance. And not really a surprise when you consider the players that are on this roster. The concern for a team like Barbie Boys and the rest of the OCE competition, though, is that with limited spots this year when it comes to international events in the Oceanic region, how are you going to get past these guys? That's demoralizing. You're just going to have to put the work in and find a way. But they've clearly put the work in the off-season. Credit to Mag as well, since joining the roster as the coach. Clearly, it's not just a run-and-gun team. They've got a semblance of identity about them in terms of their roles, their structure, the way that they want to play. They had a very, very good performance there against Barbie Boys. And we get the benefit of actually speaking to Mag as well after the win, which went for a total of 1 hour and 12 minutes, Mag, for a best of 3. That's a speed run. You must be absolutely thrilled, though, with the first performance for Kickoff, the way that the boys played.
Boys, didn't really give us much of a fight at all, as obviously seen by the score. But no, really well done from the boys today, really showing what we've been trying to achieve in practice. So, yeah, no, really well done.
I guess that probably leads into my question, Mag, in terms of your influence on this roster so far. How much do you feel like you've been able to change up their play style? Is that evolving day to day? Shift, how's that shaping up?
Yeah, it's definitely an everyday process. At the moment, I'm sort of really trying to manage our sort of mentality and, interplayer personalities and whatnot. Obviously, there's a lot of strong egos and strong-minded people on the team, and we're working through it every day. But I'm honestly just really happy and lucky to have so much talent on one roster. The guys are really easy to work with. We've built a culture that is around, improving every day, here for the long haul. So, yeah, it's definitely a day-to-day thing.
You say day-to-day thing, though, but I think what this region really needs is that stability. And we've kind of had it at various times where teams have gone over internationally, taken 2-3 events to kind of get to a good level. And every time that happens, we see some kind of split, retirement or breakup or whatever. Team finally plateaus. What is that going to happen again with this roster? Are we going to actually see them be able to compete for years to come? Like, I know that's probably a lot to ask for early on, since it's kind of day one with this iteration, but is that something in mind for the future where it's like, hey, we want to build something? Can we do that over the next 2-3 years? Or is it just, as you said, day to day, one event at a time, etc.?
So definitely this is a long-term project. Even now when I'm looking at sort of the Australian scene's player pool, there's not much at all. And, it was always sort of the Chiefs versus EP, the two best teams in the region. Obviously in OCE it's hard to play because it is hard to get a decent salary here in OCE, which is why I think a lot of players end up stopping. But this is definitely a long-term project, and there is just absolutely no other person I could see on this roster for the long term, or for the short term, obviously.
Well, appreciate that, Mag. We'll let you go. I'm sure we'll get to chat with you many times throughout the year. Congrats on the win.
Hopefully. Thanks, Matt.
Let's go on back to the schedule, as well. It's not going to be 5 p.m. start for Team Anios and Chiefs. We are about 2 hours early as Enterprise completely dismantled Barbie Boys. But kind of what I guess I was getting at there, guys, is like, you think about like the old Chiefs. They, won how many? I think it was 3 or 4 kind of OCE events in a row. Went to international events, then that breaks off. Then we get the Bliss iteration, event, top 8 SI, and then break up, and then Gaming Gladiators, etc. It's like, I think what we probably want to see from this Enterprise roster is not just, okay, make the major here, kind of like this year, get to SI, that's going to be the 3rd or 4th event, and then everything's great. They have a top finish, and then it all breaks up again going into next year. You need that long-term stability. And we know that for a reason, because the 5 players on that roster have got so much international experience. Do it together now as a core 5, and who knows, you could be the OCE Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, I think to put a bow on that particular match, EP look the best team in the region. They have probably objectively the 5 best players in the region as well. And so it's really only they themselves that can beat themselves. As May kind of alluded to in the interview, that a lot of it is about player management. And if they can keep that in check, then the Salt Lake City major looks very, very likely for them.
First step done for Enterprise. For us, though, short break. When we come back, Team Anios versus Chiefs.
響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
region has got to offer.
We return here for Kickoffs, as it was a very, very dominant win by Enterprise in the first series, hence why we're ahead of schedule by almost about 2 hours. It was 7-0, 7-2 in the end. And we move on. Team Anios versus Chiefs. A new look Chiefs roster as well, Guz, from last year.
Yeah, some of the remnants of Enterprise themselves actually on this particular team, and it can somewhat be framed as a circular sphere as what, V3, V4, and V5. I'm not quite sure what version we're up to now with 4 of the players previously on that particular banner. I think if there's any team that can potentially look competitive against Enterprise, it probably is these guys, especially with some of the info that Relays and Player would be able to inject into the team. So looking to see them be competitive today, and if anything, probably trying to replicate the kind of dominance from EP to maybe give an indication that they could potentially be in the same run.
And Player and Relays coming over from the ex-Enterprise roster from last year, as you said, a lot of experience from those two, international experience as well. Lunchbox continuing to see if he can continue to climb from what was, the last year or so, a bit of a rookie season now into, can he continue to grow? Neptune's a quality player. Jake Kenner is very much a veteran of this region now. For Team Anios, it is a roster that finally gets their go in Pro League OCE as this Core 5. We've actually, in the Core 4 of a Razor, Proxy, Wizard, and Shaz tried to qualify last year, and of course didn't qualify, but then remnants of that roster kind of split off and joined other teams that did qualify. They added in Chef Jeff to that Core 4, this time actually qualifying through Challenger Series, and now they get to play together as the Core 5 for this season of Pro League. Chef Jeff just seemingly always has a place in Pro League OCE.
Yeah, again, another short-lived retirement, a little bit like Wedables, of course, from the previous series. These guys have impressed so far from the short time we've seen them. As we're alluding to, efforts like the SILCQ run are not to be discounted. And yeah, excited to see if maybe they can pull off what would probably be an upset in this particular matchup.
Yeah, we'll go to the VODs and see where we will be playing for this particular matchup. Not too far away from getting into the game. No club, no Nighthaven, no cafe, no border. It's Chalet once again. Consulate to mix things up, and if required, the third map is Bank.
Yeah, again, pretty fluid map, Chalet, to open things up. I anticipate that's probably going to be a map that will favor the nature of Chiefs slightly, and thus their particular selection. Then we go to a bit more structure, Consulate, Anios. I think they'll be a little bit more set play heavy if I were to take a stab in the dark, and so we could see them find a little bit more comfort there as well. But it's all about tone setting for me. I think Chiefs need to go into this matchup with the mindset and the potential to try and dominate their opposition as early as possible.
Well, let's get the series underway. Our second matchup today for OCE Kickoffs. Team Anios challenging the new look Chiefs roster and seeing whether or not they can get a win on the board for what will be their first appearance as this Core 5 in Pro League. Again, for a lot of the players on Team Anios, they have got that Pro League experience, as pretty much all of the teams that we've got for Kickoff have. They'll begin on defense, Chiefs on the attack. What are you looking forward to seeing in this matchup, Guz? I guess more so on an individual level, because the teams, again, it's the first time we get to see these rosters. There's not a lot to go on. It's not like we're in stage 2 or the back end of the year where we have a bit more information as to what to expect. But on an individual note, who are you looking to?
I think in terms of highlighting individuals, when you look across at Chiefs first, for instance, the player that probably jumps to mind first is Player himself. Obviously dating back to when he entered the scene at a tier 1 level, he made quite the wave, was very impressive individually, was able to find his feet eventually on EP with that inclusion. And despite no longer being on that team, I don't think that really discounts the efforts that he was able to have, particularly domestically. And so I'll be looking at him to be impactful for Chiefs and be a bit of a leader for them in the frag department, probably alongside the likes of Neptune, who can then also take Lunchbox under their wing. And then, of course, looking across at Anios as well. Being impressed from some of the stuff we've seen from Wizard over the course of his career so far, and hoping that he can build upon that. And of course, it'd be difficult to look past Chef Jeff, who's essentially labelled a veteran at this point in time. He's had a lot of experience, and he's even made some of the biggest games at OCE over the course of his career as well. And while he hasn't necessarily been able to take that big next step towards international success, there's nothing saying that might not be on the agenda throughout this year as well.
I mean, this is the kind of kind of stage where if you're relays, if you're player, it's almost like you want to kind of make a statement because, you know, the Enterprise shake-up, it's sort of like you've been inexplicitly told you're not in that top 5 in the region. Otherwise, you'd be on that team. You know, you'd be in one of those positions. You'd be selected over, you know, a Brendo or a Bappin or something like that. Clearly not the case. For good reason right now. They're going to have to, you know, work really hard this stage if they want to. And that's in some ways kind of like what OCE as a region is like, because we get such little opportunities to make international events. It's not like you got, you know, 3 teams that get to go over the major. There's only 1 slot. And so more often than not over the last 5 years in this region, it's like if you're not on the number 1 team, you're not really making international events. And so you want to perform to then be selected to be on that number 1 team. And that's going to be probably the goal for these guys, at least this stage, is to sort of, can we be too good to ignore that if there is a roster shakeup later on, back end of the year, next year, whenever, that you're then in that best position to be picked up. Chaz going to go down to Neptune. There's been a solid fragger in the region. Opening kill for the Chiefs on the attack. You see the bands, Ace Grim, Azami, along with the Thorn. Oh, Lunchbox, that's not the way to start the stage. Team kill onto the Blackbeard Jake Kenner. It happens a lot. If you're playing that shield op, it happens way more often than if you're not playing the shield op.
Still, the Chiefs able to progress forward, and Box now looking to back that up with the plant. Good coverage from Neptune, but the flank from Chef Jeff clean. Advantage now, Anios. Diffuser on the deck. And player left in a 1v3 to try and collect the scraps. Has info on Proxy down below, but gets flanked from behind. Strong start.
Chef Jeffy.
Yeah, he's back. He's making a splash.
I think one of the strengths of Chef Jeff is just, it's almost like I know I'm not a Jigsaw, you know, I'm not a Bappin, I'm not one of those guys, that's fine. I'm probably never going to be a top 3, top 5 player in the region. But I'm experienced, I know what I could do, and I can just have some fun. And I don't think he takes it as seriously either, because genuinely, I think for Chef Jeff, that's a big strength of his, and he can then just have the freedom to do what he feels comfortable doing. And this is a wonderful play, because he just backfills in past Wizard. So Wizard makes that first kill, gets it, Box. Okay, immediately traded. Chef Jeff's like, then I'm going to go again. And then he picks up 3 kills. Wonderful positioning from Chef Jeff. Didn't overthink it. Just immediately went into action. And they get the opening round. Not an awful start for Chiefs, but it doesn't help that Lunchbox got the team kill after Neptune did find the opening kill of the round. But active defense, though, from Team Anios, being prepared to flank, re-aggress, not just kind of fall back, give up space. Good start to the round. Good start to the series.
The double deployable shield set up here, top 4 extension Anios, but the Chiefs line up with the Glaz, the Blitz, the Capital. So a bulk of smoke utility potential, and then of course the Lion scan from the player. It suggests that a direct hit could be in order here, but it doesn't always equate to a rush, and that's not what we'll see in this particular round. Instead, they'll contemplate other points of the map, maybe try to perceive a bit of pressure over towards top 4, then pivot late down below to try and bait Anios into the extension and to not peel back towards site. Proxy as well will be key in the round on the Warden as well. He wants to be in towards the site. His utility is key in countering this particular hit.
Relay's not going to be given anything here on the Glaz, but if his Jake Henner can slip in towards default, go for the plant, and raise it down by Box. And Box then finds a second one, makes up for the previous round, makes amends. And Box then finds a third one. They all just keep running straight into him. You probably sit back and say, well, I didn't really do that much. I kind of just held the angle and they just ran into the line of sight. And it leaves now Wizard and Chef Jeff in a pretty unwinnable position. Box has got the quad. He's got the ace. Well, from team kill to ace for Lunchbox. That's one way to make amends for the previous round. Gets all 5 kills.
Good work from Box. The Repel library is, of course, naturally a very strong position as the defense tries to contest it to get vertical control, but unfortunately it's so difficult, and we see often such little success as displayed in that round. It was a good little bait and switch there. Chiefs playing it out pretty much exactly as I envisioned. The Warden was too far away from site. They retained positions up above because of the perceived pressure, and that allowed the attack to slip into sight and plant in smoke coverage.
I just have a feeling this might be a close series. I genuinely don't think there's going to be too much separating these two teams. You kind of maybe give the edge over to Chiefs because of players like Player in, Relays in their strength, and Lunchbox continuing to improve as a player, Jaketta's experience. Any team with Chef Jeff, you just cannot underplay what he can bring to a roster. Razor also had a very good stage last year as well. Wizard, good signs last year, but on a struggling team. It's difficult to get a read on these teams with the roster changes, the shuffles coming into the year. The first stage is always the most difficult stage to really grasp how a team is going to perform. And could a team like Chiefs actually challenge Enterprise in the future?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, one thing as well to quickly note in terms of this half and the bans in which they've shaped up, Snake is available for the attack, in contrast to the earlier game of Chalet we saw. And there's such great lurk potential on a map like Chalet. I know it's only 2 rounds in, but kind of surprised in neither. We haven't seen it deployed from Chiefs, but I wouldn't count it out from being an option. Snake's ability to solo clear, gain information, and find strong positions, and slip into the map unsighted is really, really strong. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see it at some point.
Let's just see Chef Jeff on the Thunderbird, by the way. He played it in Challenger Series.
Might be the only player in the world to play Thunderbird.
Yeah, he genuinely is. He did find a kill onto Lunchbox. That was after Neptune was the opening death. Player is on the board. First kill for, I guess, his new team. Relays the smoke in front. Chef Jeff will fall. Player finds a second, all tied up. 3v3, still over a minute left. Jakena bottom trophy with player inside trophy onto the shock drone. Here comes Proxapan though. And he could actually get a really good timing here as Jakena was on drone, still is on drone. Proxy doesn't have that in mind. He's not aware of it.
Uh-oh.
This is just a classic case. I mean, even if Jakena gets off this, goes up towards Sol, he's probably not aware of Proxy's position. Jakena got off, pushed down below. Nothing ends up happening. But now Jakena's aware of Proxy's position. He goes down to a Razor anyway. Advantage for Team Anios once again. Timing for Relays. He gets a little bit short on the timing, but Proxy runs into player anyway. 2v2, 30 seconds left. Oh, great nitro from a Razor. Good teamwork with Shaz. And player needs to get the ace.
15 seconds. They can't afford to present the opportunity, and they don't. Good cross. The defense. Got a little hairy on a couple of occasions there, but they make...
So we head into the additional bans at a 2-1 lead for Team Anios. It's been back and forth to begin. And so far, though, I'd say more good signs from Team Anios. It was really the ace from Lunchbox, the only notable sign right now from Chiefs as we get the Blitz and Malusi Bam. Bedroom Office, our next site.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Where should I put this?
Well, it continues to shape up to be a competitive duel between these two, at least for the first rotation of sites, and we'll see if that continues as we enter the 4th round. Again, being pretty impressed from what we're seeing from the likes of Chef Jeff, off to a strong start box as well. On the flip side for Chiefs, his big moment previously on the bar hit. Still looking at some other big names to come alive here inside of the server. Relays and Jakena especially will have the expectation to do well throughout this kickoff bracket. Again, no Snake to be employed the Blitz and the Melusi, the additional bans for the remainder of the half.
Yeah, again, I think Snake's going to be the kind of operator that you'll use more on maps where positioning is more questionable. Are there more roam plays, players set up in off-angle positions where you got to scout out, get info? He's an info gatherer, really, at the end of the day. If you're going to have a decent idea as to where most players are going to be set up, then he loses kind of a bit of appeal. Box straight into bathroom, by the way. Aggressive. Straight through the tripwire connector. Player with the opening kill. Chef Jeff will fall to relays. He's over towards Office. Jay Kennett falls to Shaz. Numbers still with Chiefs throughout this rather heavy execution start to the round. Only 2 players up for Anios. Box still alive on that black bid towards Piano. Getting challenged by Eraser, who's already used that Nitrocell. And leaves Proxy over towards Trophy. So they're split for the duo.
Yeah, high intensity round from the Chiefs so far. Like Proxy's lurk down below over towards Kitchen, and Eraser getting active over towards Master. 2v2 now, and very winnable for the defense.
This is the guard break. Neptune in Solar as well. They're going to win this 2v1, and they do. Leaves Proxy now in a 1v2 scenario as Box is going to get the plant down inside a bedroom. Proxy, can he find a way to get Neptune now? That was his time. That was his chance. Now in the 1v2 post plant with a Blackbeard shield up, Neptune finds the kill. Really well positioned to watch that entry from Solar, and Chiefs are able to get another one back. 2-2 scoreline. It's back and forth so far on Chalet.
Yeah, not the cleanest brute force attack you'll ever see from Chiefs. It got a little bit hairy. The entry over towards Bathroom, the Ram utility was catching Box, and the push over towards Solar initially wasn't particularly successful with Jay Kenner falling and the diffuser on the ground, but they were able to reset, and even in the 2 versus 2, still able to leverage that Blackbeard late round. A good example of where having the Blackbeard alive so late, if you can then have a second player aggressing off that information and that pressure, it's very difficult. It's a real handful for the defense, who at that point was split and scattered to find those picks, or of course with being so split, impossible to trade. So another good round so far. The quality of the siege, it must be said, between these two is quite a high level. And I anticipate this could well be a very, very even conclusion to the half.
Yeah, not a lot of separation so far. First one to break away will probably take the map. Just the 1 kill so far for relays, 4 for player. Emphasis really to be probably the top fragger on this roster when it comes to relays on the glass again in this round. Two rounds to go in the half. We head to basement for the first time. Exothermic to open up. Couple of smokes as well. Relays will play in behind. Nitrocell thrown from Wizard. It will connect. So Cannon goes down. 0-4 start for Jake. Neptune takes his place. Player got the kill onto Shaz. Good protection on Neptune. Really solid protection from Chiefs. Played that nicely. Proxy by himself. You're not winning this one. Not in a 1v3. With a quick plant over towards Snow. This one should be done. And indeed it will be. Relays collecting that kill. Played the glass nicely at the hard breach. Good rush executed by Chiefs. They take the lead. They win 2 straight for the first time here on Chalet.
Another confident attack there from Chiefs. Maybe giving us an insight as to kind of what their approach may be for this kickoff bracket, just to send it as frequently as possible and play with as much confidence as possible. It's probably the best way to describe it, and not second-guessing plays and overcomplicating, which can sometimes be a vice for teams in this particular region. So look back at that replay package. Early plant attempt again was faulted. Jake Henner died early, very similar to the last round out, but then they stacked into action. They quickly went for the reattempted plant, and with glass covering, it was again overwhelming for Anios to try and deal with.
And final round of the half. Chef Jeff once again back onto the Thunderbird. I've always kind of felt like Thunderbird is a strange operator because in theory it seems sound with the Kona stations. You know, you can go and take a fight, get down to half health, go back, get back up to full health. It just doesn't click. Players just don't like it. Doesn't work. It's not good enough. Doesn't do enough. And also most of the time when you get into a fight, it's kind of a you either die from it or you win it pretty comfortably anyway, more often than not. And the value is just not really there. I believe at Six Invitational it didn't get selected once. Ooh. Yeah, Razor, as soon as he unpeaked, you had to know he's going to re-peak you and go for the one tap. Really clean kill from Relays to find the entry, get library stairs control. Good start to the round for Chiefs.
Certainly so. Anios have looked eager to try and fight back and counterplay it in this half. Is anybody on the side of the defense to now aggress, try and take a bit of space forward? And we see that from like Jeff, but he gets timed, he looks the wrong way. And at the perfect moment, Relays swings, and it's a 5-3 advantage to Chiefs.
Well, that's a free kill for Proxy. Yeah, Box just caught. Going for an easy run. Have to be more careful when that breach is opened up. Does bring one back now for Anios. 90 seconds left in the round. Proxy has started well here. Still a Nitrocell too for Shaz. Death marker was temporarily activated by Relays. Now up to 5 and 3. 11 kills combined for the two ex-Enterprise players. Which are kind of happy to just play the Monty role. And Wizard able to get rid of Neptune. Back to a 3v3. 2 kills straight for Anios. Jay Kenner has the information to Shaz towards Piano. Needs to get a helping hand. Player still towards Ego. Vaults in. Should know that Proxy's playing at the half wall. That was a soft swing from Player. Gets punished. Proxy's found another. Anios looking to tie things up at the half. At least Relays in the 1v3 almost found the kill onto Proxy from basement.
"30 seconds on the clock, a belt of traps to deal with. Relays going for the clutch, pushes forward, dead. Massive round from Proxy and a massive way to cap off the half for Anios. It's 3-3 as we enter the short break.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would take the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
all tied at the half, and not a lot separating these two teams. Both have looked pretty good in patches. The fact that Chiefs actually got the plant down 3 times in that half, guys. Yeah. And won all of those rounds. They won every single round that they won was because they got because they got plant down in the rounds that they did, and lost all the ones that they didn't get the plant down. Pretty early action in a lot of the rounds too. 4 of the 6 rounds opening kills around that sort of 2 to 2.5 minute mark. That was a lovely tap from Relays, but they just couldn't go on with the round. And yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, I'm not too surprised by this scoreline or this result. You could easily make the case that on paper, this Chiefs roster should be the favorites, but I do rate this Anios lineup, and again, always have that respect for Chef Jeff and what he's able to bring to teams. And, you know, clearly that we're able to, you know, qualify because of him and his addition, because it was this call 4 plus, apologies, can't remember the other 5th, but last year they couldn't qualify it. This year they add in Chef Jeff, bam, qualification. It's a Chef Jeff factor. He's full 5 to start. Proxy's doing well. Eraser continues his form from last year.
10 seconds left.
Clearly, Chiefs know they're going to have their work cut out for them in this series. There's probably more pressure on this Chiefs roster, you know, the makeup of it, and I think what their expectations, goals would be this stage to be fighting alongside, you know, the likes of Enterprise, Barbie Boys, etc., being at sort of at the top end. They don't want to be losing to Team Anios to kickstart and go into that lower bracket.
So into the second half we go, and it's double shield ban from Chiefs, so taking away both the Monty and the Blackbeard will leave just the primary Blitz in play and available. And also on the flip side, taking down Mirror and Azami. Very, very standard bans here on a map like Chalet. Establishing those power positions with those 2 operators is typically key. Relays elsewhere while he runs out down below. We catch the back end of it. May well push to 4 Rebels already for Anios.
Yeah, I mean, Relays, this is his strength. It's his bread and butter. Just the ability to go find a couple of kills quick succession. They did have a couple of kills to start the previous round, courtesy of Relays, and then they couldn't follow it on. They lose Lunchbox now, so 4v3. Anios have shown really good resilience going down in these 3v5 scenarios and still being able to win the round. Good quality of theirs. That's a good chance. Relays finding the kill onto Shaz. Doubles down the advantage once again. 4v2. Good start on the defense for Chiefs. And Proxy's waiting and hoping someone will literally run into him. And Chef Jeff somewhat now doing the same. That's probably the best course of action now with the time still available in the round. I just hope that Chiefs make a little bit of a mess here.
Yeah, if Chiefs go searching, that might be the win con.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just not going to work out for Chef Jeff on the vault straight into Jake Henner, and player will get the final kill of the round. So out of the break for Chiefs. It's success on the defense. They retake the lead. Neither of these two teams have been able to gain a significant advantage in terms of round score. It's always really just kind of been the 1 round differential. Bar games for the next round. Pretty dominant. It also means 2 rounds in a row now. Relays has gotten the opening kills. He's starting to come to form. He's got 2-0 entry, 8-4, and the highest rated player in the server.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, I'd be interested to sort of go into the mind of Relays and understand been sort of feeling heading into this stage. Of course, leaving EP and seeing how stacked that roster is now is probably not the greatest feeling, but of course still has potential on this team to build up a bit of a project and see how it works out. And clearly looking comfortable inside of the server so far this afternoon, which is great to see. Onto the Vault for this particular round. Gun against the map clear. Although it looks like some of that also spotted down in counterplay from Razor, who jumps onto the IQ and means that that counterplay is available.
And Chicana finally gets himself on the board as well with his first kill. Clearly playing far more of a supportive role in this roster. You've got your fraggers in Lunchbox, Player, and Relays. And this is Chief's map pick. more emphasis on them to close this out. Consulate then to follow.
Clutch active.
I'm not gonna lie, that picture of Consulate, you can hardly actually make out what map that is. I just see like a tree in the middle and some smoke. And it is Consulate. Razor on the IQ, trying to get some information. Spot out some of these gadgets as the Rotero from Proxy gets to work as well. Over towards the mezzanine, which is where Jake Kenner currently holds himself on the Aruni. Double shield ban as well from Chiefs, so no Monty, no Blackbeard available for Anios. They bring the clash as well. It's a significant power shift in favor of the defense to have that shield. No shield then coming your way. I like not to bling the blitz this round for Team Anios. 90 seconds, slow-paced round. Still 5v5. Jake Kenner thinking about the peak. Rotero just close to him, and it's put him in a tricky position. Aided a little bit by that smoke, actually, and was able to slip on over. Oh my goodness. Almost punched Shaz in the face. Razor gets the kill. And the opening pick the way of Anios. Flash forcing back Neptune on the clash. Back down Library stairs. And Anios taking some good ground on the top floor.
Unfortunate there for Jay Canna. The clash now isolated. Neptune wants to try and fortify this position for as long as possible. Maybe try to progress forward. But if that's monitored correctly by Anios, that really shouldn't be allowed. And with a minute on the clock, it's now up to Relays to flank. Can he make this count?
Opens up the space, and they're not aware of it. Shaz caught lacking. Should have heard the breach get opened up. Proxy wins his battle, though, towards Fireplace Stairs, overwhelmed by Relays. At the top of Mezzanine, as Box gets involved, too. He goes to 9 kills, as Relays is on double digits, and Chef Jeff now finds himself by himself. Chiefs on the verge of getting a 2-round lead for the first time here on Chalet. Unless Jeffy and create a highlight reel moment. No, it will not be. The young gunner gets to double digits. Lunchbox finds himself on 10. And Chiefs go 5-3 up as we see the timeout call by Team Anios.
So the manual timeout called, of course, in addition to the 2-minute break afforded at the roll swap. And this is where Chef Jeff earns his proverbial paycheck, an opportunity to rally the troops and refocus them here. As it looks like Chiefs have their number in these particular roles, with Anios now on the attacking side. They're finding it very difficult to tame this mid to late round aggression from Chiefs. The flanks on offer are proving deadly. The on-site play and the anchorage has also been enough to facilitate that. So I wonder what kind of approach Anios now look to take heading into these next few rounds, what the additional ban layering may look like for them as well. There's options available. I like the fact that they've taken the timeout now to afford them that space and not left it too late. Of course, last round got off to a really unlucky start there. Jake Kenner misses the melee for the side of Chiefs. And Anios, of course, the benefactors of that. Bit of stall out as they try and push in towards the side itself. It looks quite rough and a little bit cluttered and disorganized. So we'll see if they can tighten up.
Well, so far so good for Chiefs in terms of what they probably want from their players. Relays, Box, fragging out. Now, players 7 and 5. You don't really need Neptune and Jake Cannon to be the top gunners on this roster. A decent spread of performance from Anios. It's the first time that on this map there is a bit of separation in terms of the scoreboard. It was a 2-1 start for Anios, then 2 rounds straight for Chiefs, saw them take a temporary lead. Anios then fought back to close the half out, 3-3, 2 rounds straight in a row again then to Chiefs. And it does now mean they've got the form line. 4 of the last 5 rounds have been in favor of Chiefs. Kitchen dining for the first time in the second half. Again, lack of shield play for Anios is not going to help going into this clash. Who's going to be the one, though, to be that entry fragger for this Anios roster? That's the question. You got Proxy that's got 1 opening kill, Wizard's got 1, and Razor's got 1. who are going to be those hardline entry fraggers? So far, Proxy, Eraser have been their best performing players and have been involved in the most of the entry battles. It's Player, though, that wins the battle against Proxy. He finds the opening kill. That's his second so far of the game for... Well, actually, it wasn't Player. He was already down. I think Lunchbox was actually the one who technically gets credited with the kill, as he got the down. Player then got the finish off. Another opportunity here for Lunchbox. Tags up a Razor, gets him low towards Trophy Stairs. Another good start to the round for Chiefs. And you just get the feeling, all right, they've really got control now here on Chalet.
Minute 30. There is set entry, but it's too little, too late. Surely Chiefs are able to control the round, but Neptune falls as well and gives an opportunity potentially here for Anios.
Yeah. Razor now actually going positive too. 8 and 6. Need the next kill quickly. Razor's still very low on health. Plays together with Wizard. They got no control above though. Sight control, yes. But it does mean Jake Kenner and Lunchbox can continue to pepper from above. Box did find one from above. Razor got the kill onto at least one member back, but it means now from a 2v3 to a 1v2, it doesn't change up a whole lot. Razor still very low on health, and he knows that both Jake Kenner and Lunchbox playing from above. 40 seconds. Needs to try and find an angle, go for this plant, maybe bait one of them to drop down. There is that drop. Can't get the kill. Lunchbox hits the headshot. It's a wonderful drop kill from Lunchbox. He's on form now here on Chalet. Map point for Chiefs.
Unfortunately, the tactical timeout is not converted for Team Anios. In a very, very tricky position. Difficult to dig themselves out of this hole. Certainly not impossible with the second rotation now to follow in the lessons learned from the first, but Chiefs have just done a better job in commanding the map so far. As we look back at the replay package of that 9th round, unfortunately, they kind of pick it up at the rear end of the round where it was pretty much already done at that point in time with the Razor low. Wizard already off. Good work for Chiefs to being able to reclaim that control.
Attackers need to locate
Basement, the site of choice to try and cap this map off with a win.
13 and 5 now for Lunchbox. He started with the team kill onto Jay Kenner many rounds ago. Yeah, just one of those games for Anios where they were so competitive for so long. After 6 rounds played, 3-3 scoreline, and the Chiefs have just kind of gone whack very, very quickly. Have been able to gain a rather large ascendancy here on Chalet. None of these rounds have been particularly all that close. Yeah, in the previous round, a 1v2 opportunity, but always was going to be very unlikely. Also, back-to-back 3K rounds for Lunchbox. Couple that with his 5K in the second round. He's had 3 multi-kill rounds. Highest rated player at a 150 EPS. As Proxy, though, gets the opening kill onto Relays. The Relays shut down, goes for the aggressive peek, doesn't work. Anios have now got the advantage 5v4 in this first map point round.
Chiefs, though, have really shown the ability to fight back from these particular positions, show some aggression and some confidence. Jacob will continue to lurk on the solos, try and deal with the drone gathering info potential of the attack box as well, given the license to lurk second floor as well. But he'll now maybe look to reconnect below. Valk information also still plentiful for the defense. And so Box is really trying to find an opportunity now to exploit that. Just gotta be patient here. Not overplay his hand too much. Here's the blitz though.
Just a lap from Shaz, but that was always going to be ambitious. And then you've still got to play a top library stairs and Lunchbox. Wizard gets rid of Neptune, doubles down their advantage. 5v3. Player does still have a Nitrocell, but no, can't win his battle against Chef. And it seems like Anios are going to starve off at least one of these map points. Now Jay Kenner falls to Proxy. Lunchbox can't win his battle. Anios will not go down without a fight. Much better from them. And deservedly so as well. First half was very competitive. It would have been a shame to see them lose this map 7-3 and allow Chiefs to rattle off 4 straight. They fight back, keep themselves alive. 2 more opportunities for Chiefs to try and secure Chalet. Bar games, we go for the next round.
Yeah, probably better demonstration of Anios' ability there to isolate picks. And then just ensuring they go through the remainder of the checklist there late round. They didn't allow the likes of Box or Jay Kenner to catch them off guard. They were able to leverage the blitz really nicely, gain that space. And even with the potential of maybe the Vulcan formation counter-infoing the attack, they had such superior advantageous positions that it really wasn't all that impactful. So maybe some more signs of life here on Chalet, potentially. But they'll still need to win 2 more to push OT. And from there, it's no guarantee that they'll be able to close out the map. So Chiefs retain a strong spot here. Pretty old school top floor extension here from Bar defense.
Relay's not going to make the same mistake as the previous round and give up a freebie early. And Neptune with a nice little angle here. Top library. I definitely feel like going into Consulate though, expecting it to be hotly contested once again between these 2 teams. We're not done here just yet. Proxy and Eraser have been really solid fraggers for Team Anios. Chef Jeff sends in the shock drone towards Bar. Can see the hesitation though for Anios in entering the building, really taking their time, really good patience, not feeling pressured to have to go fast, go quick. Candela thrown in from Shaz, looking to clear out this top library position. No one occupying the space here on the defense for Chiefs. Kenner's watching towards mezzanine. Neptune up there as well.
I need to reload.
It's actually kind of deep position for Jay Kenner. Rather than playing at the mezzanine wall, he's got this shield and holding a more aggressive position, but he gets flamed out by the Capitao of Wizard. But it's taking a lot of time for Anios to clear out library.
Yin Candela's now to be cooked as the follow-up, and Wizard still with a couple of bolts here. It's critical that Anios make this U-tool count right here, right now. They will not get a second opportunity for the redo.
See the drone as well. That's getting the information. Neptune gets rid of that. Jay Kenner retakes his place at this shield. They've just not been able to get rid of this shield. The bolt to clear it. But this time, Jay Kenner, instead of falling back, he'll sit a little bit more deep. Lost Neptune, though. Good kill from Shaz. But they also clear out Jay Kenner. Wow. So a lovely little double kill clear in towards library gives Anios the player advantage and space at top library. Means a bit more emphasis now on relays to hold this position towards the stairs.
Yeah, but he gets drained out though, so forced out, flushed out, 40 seconds on the clock. It's up to really Box now to try and make the play, and he does so. Chef Jeff caught 3v3.
Good reposition from Box to get rid of Chef Jeff. They've still got player in bar stock. Does still have a gas babe available. No more smokes left, but 2 Candelas for Shaz. 20 seconds. You've got to start to now hit towards the site. These Candelas need to be utilized. They want to clear out Mudroom. Relays are sitting in there. Will these Candelas bank off the wall nicely? Indeed they do. Full white onto relays. Box goes towards fireplace. Player lost his life bar stock. Good kill. Wizard needs to get the plant down and stick it. No one really close by to go for the denial, but Box and Relays won their 1v1s. Poor old Wizard stuck in the corner, low on health. But Relays and Box, not exactly full health either, and Wizard was able to slip out. Really good reposition from Wizard here. 30 seconds in the 1v2.
Got to be a clean trade here from Chiefs. They cannot feed ones into this position.
And they will not. Relays watching nicely as Lunchbox got on the kit. Chiefs will take the opening map 7-4 as they're able to get past Team Anios. A solid performance from both teams to kickstart their campaigns for kickoff, but Chiefs far too good in the end.
Keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stem pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the
he doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
this region has got to offer.
The opening map of Chalet securing their map pick. In the end, it was pretty comfortable in the second half, guys, but it was competitive in the first half. And so I'm still confident about Anios going into the second half, in the second map.
Yeah, I think in terms of taking a step back and looking at just the match as a whole, and even stripping away the names of the teams or the players, the quality itself was quite good. Some good moments, some good punches thrown from both Anios and Chiefs. Just a little bit more refined overall from Chiefs, and that's kind of the expectation heading into this matchup with the players on offer and the experience that they have. And they displayed that inside of the server. Sure, tested. A 3-3 scoreline at the half for Anios looked great, but then Chiefs able to surge ahead and just establish that nice cushion on the first rotation of defense that Anios then had to try and fight their way back from, and unfortunately were unable to do so. But in terms of setting up the series, Jake, Consulate looks pretty tantalizing as a potential comeback here for Anios.
Yeah, it certainly does. They started well on Chalet. If they can do so again here, give them a little bit of a buffer. Lunchbox was unbelievable on Chalet. He dropped 15 kills, 2-0 on the entry. Probably the only downside was his actual cost was 55%, second worst on the team, but that does not matter if you're putting in the bigger numbers. Consulate, Team Anios begin on the attack. Their map pick in the series. Need to win it, otherwise they will drop to the lower bracket. Kickoff is brutal. There is no group stage, there's no warm-up games, there's no best of ones. It's a straight double elimination bracket, and these are your opportunities pretty much from the get-go. Otherwise, you face a very daunting task if you do drop the upper bracket quarterfinal game that we've got on offer at the moment. As we get into the ban phase, Tachanka Grim first off the board. Player doesn't want the smoke banned. Chef Jess says, okay, no worries.
So it will be the Clash and the Thatcher, actually, to round things off. Thatcher, of course, I guess somewhat recently reworked at this point in time. No longer a throwable EMP, it's instead shoulder mounted, and it actually can be quite strong in some limited circumstances. Consulate most notably probably for things like denying planting off or a top floor CEO window plant. Can also be used in more basic forms, such as like opening up garage wall and stuff like that, but especially being able to sit on the roof with a rappel for top floor attacks by stripping that away. The Chiefs have made it a little bit more easily defendable in that position, especially with the Tachanka taken off the board initially. That's maybe why player was a little bit concerned about the smoke, because you take away the Tachanka and the smoke, then it makes it tough. But with Thatcher unavailable, it would have always been a challenge regardless, and you always have Goyo available, which of course will be selected as well here for the opening round here from Chiefs. So some interesting little counterplay moments just in the ban phase itself. And excited to see these two go toe-to-toe on cons.
Curious to see if Lunchbox can kind of back up that Chalet performance. I feel like you kind of look at last year, and maybe one of the growing pains for someone who's clearly so talented and young was just the consistency of being able to have those kind of matches on a regular basis. He certainly always had the capabilities of dropping 15 to 20 kills, but then he also had the capabilities of really quiet performances too. It's just all about trying to string together far more consistent maps. So dominant on Chalet. Anios started really well on Chalet, but the second half just got away from them. So they can start well again here on Consulate. Chiefs, though, on defense will not be easy to get past. So far, it's just the rappel game to begin in the opening minute. Nitrocell thrown out from Neptune. Doesn't quite get the result he was after. Box over towards managers. Knows though that he is getting aggressed upon by Shaz on the blitz.
Oh, the cross allowed
clear out box.
Yeah, good work from a Razor. 5-4 Neptune in a real pickle and taken down. This has been a really nice clear.
Yeah, really nice little peek from Wizard. There's the crouch band peek, gets the kill onto Neptune. 5v3, got to capitalize in this round now. Plenty of time. You can start to take good territory around the map. Kenna just holds his possession over towards Vending. Chef Jakenna has now vacated. They've cleared out. They've got, again, good control established for Anios. Shaz doing a decent job on the blitz, just kind of pushing forward, poking and prodding, helping his team take space. Relays over towards long desk. NSF just got to make sure they don't leave themselves little time at the end of the round where things can then get scrappy. You've got the advantage, you've got the time. Make the most of it. Only one gas babe left as well for player.
That might squeeze them forward, and it does so, but met with pressure. Shaz low on HP, and he's taken down. But will it be enough for Chiefs?
Yeah, they lost relays at the same time, so even though Shaz goes down, good flash. Wizard in towards default. They cleared out Jakenna. Player has not been able to get out of this position at all to help defend the site. It will be Anios to take the opening round. Player got one for good measure, but it does not matter. Anios on the board first on Consulate.
Yeah, probably goes down on paper as one of their stronger rounds in the series so far. A really compact clear over towards admin side, and then late round proxy over towards yellow for the pinch. And even with the blitz falling, they had that back pressure, that fill-in potential as well in towards default. Isolated player. And they made that round look quite straightforward. So really good to see. I mean, the replay package will confirm that. Early pick on a box. Neptune found himself in a rough position. Despite Shad's falling, there's the pinch from behind. And player's position, of course, known prior after the util that he dispersed was very easy to isolate. We'll see if they can roll that momentum forward now.
I just feel like Consulate as a map is going to suit Anios really, really nicely in comparison to Chalet, which at times can play a little bit more open, certainly aggressive. Neptune actually gets onto the Echo. Very defensive-minded lineup by Chiefs. Heading to basement for the second round, so Razor hops onto the ramp. Typically on basement Consulate as well, if you want to have a little bit more presence above, you can, but to me this just seems like Chiefs is just going to give everything up. It's a full 5-stack basement, but again, very defensive lineup.
Yeah, I mean, quad nitro. Echo as well in the mix. A lot of plant and potential here, and the ability, of course, to contest directly against the Vert, which will be one key objective for Anios with the Ram in play. Rays will want to get those Boogie Auto breaches out to then expose that 5-stack down below. Relays looks forward.
Live drone, yeah, for relays. Yeah. We've seen this a little bit since the Echo changes with the extra Yokai drone. You kind of have one that you can use rather aggressively, and we're starting to see a lot more live drone for the defenders.
Oh. Yellow ping! Oh, relays. It was a very narrow window, but unfortunately,
relays went too quick though. The relays needed to allow that Yokai to go in, get the burst, and then swing off it. And he kind of picked the doorway first, and then it was being watched. So he kind of, I would say, didn't play that as optimally as well as he could have.
Yeah, potential desync there on the teamwork, but he was able to escape though, so not too harmful. In the meantime as well, the Razor taken very low. One Nitro anywhere near his position will be enough to net that kill for Chiefs, so something to certainly keep in mind towards the latter portion of the round. Still a 5v5 for now, minute 10 on the clock. Chiefs to play heavy anchor now. With all that utility, the 2-barrel Zoda canisters as well can stall out some of these chokes too. Don't discount the impact of player.
Oh, a good little tag. Shaz pulled out the pistol for a very short amount of time, but that window created an opportunity to get some damage onto the blitz. Speaking about a Razor being susceptible to an Nitro Cell, Shaz certainly now as well, but they did throw out another one from Lunchbox. Only 2 more in pocket for Relays and Jakenna. Not worried about this timer though. No, lovely frag grenade onto Relays over towards the yellow pillar. Wizard collects the kill. There's the advantage again for Anios. Back-to-back opening kills for them as Neptune falls too. So no Yokais available. They lose the Echo. And this allows them to now push in towards site. Shaz is going to push straight past. Wonderful play from Shaz on the blitz. That's flawless from Team Anios. Wonderful execution towards the site, playing really, really nicely on Consulate to begin.
Yeah, a really nice flood. It's the kind of defensive hold where if you do find yourself stalled out or being hesitant, you're increasingly more susceptible to the utility that the defense has on offer. So by bypassing that and getting in the face of the opposition and having the attacking operators to facilitate that, namely the blitz, a really good example, they were able to circumnavigate that. So good identification there from Anios, that going deep and going, quickly and being sharp with it was the optimal win con for them. And then being able to actually execute upon that was, quite nice to watch. So some good, presumably IGLing there from the team, and perhaps Chef Jeff having a hand in that. I think they'll be pretty pleased with how the opening 2 rounds have played out. And we'll just be looking to iterate upon that as the half continues.
Well, so far, so good for Anios. They got both the opening kills. They got Plant Down in the opening round, flawless in the second round. I mean, this is a statement start on Consulate. Chiefs are going to have to be a bit more proactive on the defense. They opted for the full 5-stack down below basement. That's fine, but the one instance where they actually tried to get somewhat aggressive was that live drone play with relays towards Piano. And that didn't even really fully work out the way they would have liked it. That could have really disrupted the round. Didn't. And then a wonderful flood on site from Anios meant that they, again, just kind of flexed their muscles at the end of the round. Just 2 kills in 2 rounds for Chiefs as a collective. 1 to Jake Kenner and 1 to Player. So the rounds have not been close to begin on Consulate. Back to Chalet though, and Anios did win 2 of the first 3 rounds. Started well, and Chiefs then got themselves back into the game, but that was on Anios' defense. Might be different here on Consulate. It's Wizard and Shaz go double shield. Top yellow stairs drop. So far, so good. Off the back of the logic bomb. Been able to get away with this one. That's a good drop. Good space taken. Chef Jeff, though, caught by the Razor Bloom. Player finds the opening kill.
Yeah, the shortcut attack attempt down yellow stairs wasn't probably the most optimal decision, especially with Chef Jeff unable to find that pinch pressure, which was, of course, being watched from up above and protected by the thorns. In the meantime, some space taken, though, by Wizard, and actioning upon that is a Razor. Can they make this work? Yes!
Good shot again from a Razor. Great headshot onto relays. And then Proxy finds his pick onto Neptune. Plant to go down. The dominance from Anios continuing on Consulate. It might even be timeout time for the Chiefs after this one. It's looking like 3-0 is going to be very likely. Especially double shield up in a post plan. Good luck. You'll need it. Box unable to find a kill. Again, 3 rounds straight for him. Still on that donut. Proxy makes quick work of Player. 3-0 start for Anios.
All over the Chiefs at the moment, who aren't responding to the kind of pressure on offer from Anios probably as well as they would have liked. Good example there over towards Piano with both anchors getting caught, not playing off one another. No support on the vert. It was a great start to the round for them, directly countering exactly what Chiefs wanted to do in terms of the yellow drop and maybe, either rushing above or below. The utility was preset, and the positions up above were also really good in countering the likes of Chef Jeff, installing out the shields initially, but then that second wave, that second part of the attack was very, very clean. As you estimated, it may be time for a Chiefs timeout, and that's exactly what's been called.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's really working at the moment, is it? 3 rounds straight. You've gotten Plant down twice. They've gotten 2 opening kills. Relay's got one, at the start of the last round, but then just the flood. So far, the flood from Anios has been very, very good here on Consulate. Time for Chiefs to kind of just talk things over, how they want to close this half out, how they want to just switch things up going into the last 3 rounds. They'll probably feel internally comfortable going into the second half on their own attack. They know that they are mechanically very gifted, but clearly there's gaps in their defense. Clearly it's all been a little too easy for Anios. These rounds have not been close. 3 alive in the first, flawless in the second, 4 alive in the third, and that was off the back of the one death being the opening death of the game, and then they just go and get the next 5. So yeah, very disappointing start for Chiefs off winning Chalet, being pretty much picked apart here in the opening 3 rounds. Timeout expires. Now we find out whether the response will be swift.
Yeah, there's that moment there with the Rays being able to pluck to piano. There was no, response from up above or any support mechanism for those players to get out of that position. That would definitely be frustrating for Chiefs. That one particular moment in isolation. You can pound that with 3 rounds going the way of their opposition. And probably a good opportunity to try and reset. And they're needing the 3 kills as a team so far, so it's all pointing towards being very, very one-sided for Anios, which is a credit to this particular roster and the kind of form that they've been able to build up towards the back end of last year and continuing to develop that project heading into Kickoff. I think they're obviously a long way away from being anywhere close to their potential. Hopefully we get to see more signs of that throughout Stage 1 and then maybe into Stage 2. A question mark now on the Chiefs. How effective has that timeout been in resetting and developing a plan to respond? It's top floor. Double Nitro in play. The Pulse as well brought in to the mix. So Relays will start his potential roam down below in basement.
I wouldn't say it's panic stations for Chiefs. Whenever you've got the first map in the bank, you're probably not overly worried, but with a pretty early timeout and a 3-0 start, and they need to respond if they want to wrap this up in 2. Relay's trying to get some information. The cardiac sensor on the pulse. Neptune gets droned out towards long desk. Double nitrocell setup for Chiefs in this round. And Anios taking their time here in the 4th. This is another rather slow-paced round. It's Relays that collects with the nitrocell and gets rid of the Blackbeard. Shaz has been good on the shields. Coming out of the Challenger Series, it was one of the notes that he's a very strong shield player. 60 seconds, 5v4 for Chiefs. Can they get on the board?
Well, Box gets in on the action as well, and so the narrative quickly flipping. Neptune low, but should be essentially no impact as Proxy is now left all alone. Unraveling
he hasn't
that
died yet.
Occasion. Oh, not yet. But he will.
He still hasn't
soon.
died yet.
Surely. Surely soon.
30 seconds. He has the yellow ping information. So vault in and then back in towards Spiral. Went for the reposition against Relays. That will be his first death. And that will be Chiefs' first round win on Consulate. Much better. Out of the tactical timeout. Chiefs able to stabilize. Better round for them. Pretty much dominate from start to finish in the 4th round. 2 rounds to go in the half.
So, another potential turn in this tail if Chiefs can start wagging, I suppose, their tail off the back of that tactical timeout, looking far more in control there in the 4th round, and it's down to basement round 5 where they'll elect to go pretty info heavy on both accounts, both gathering and denial. Relays with the Mozzie, and he can pest up above and then play on the Solace, can gain information alongside the Pulse. Bit of a switch up from Anios on the flip side, who at least initially left not to bring the Ram, which did afford them pretty good control up above last time out, in the likes of Piano, and then voting down below, clearing a pillar and a bit of space in towards Garage, which then the shields exploited. So probably suggesting that we see a different approach this time out. It could be indicative that we actually see a server side hit, a couple of pre-placed drones on that portion of the map currently.
Chance for Relays here. He doesn't quite connect. Proxy looked a little bit ready for that window peak. And because of that readiness, was able to keep himself alive. That's what you want to see a little bit more of, though, from Chiefs. We saw a decent amount of that on Chalet, and hence why they were so successful. They're just bringing a bit more of that aggression here on Consulate. Play the windows, be a bit more of a nuisance in allowing Anios into the map, just without doing it in an overly aggressive fashion. Yeah, just the one kill for Lunchbox in this half so far, and it's kind of what I was talking about coming into this map, guys. He can drop 15 on one map and then drop 3 on the next, and that's got to be the next step in his career, is finding that consistency.
So patience then from both teams across the map. As I say that though, Shaz being peppered from above over towards Coffee, and he'll back and return to server. Good yellow ping info available here, but I think that goes both ways at the moment. This is risky for Neptune up on the boost. This is a do or die position. I don't foresee him being able to escape with his life. It's more so a question of how many he can take with him. He'll be calling for support over towards Kitchen, and he is getting that currently, I believe, from Box. Shaz walking into that potential cross, and there's vert pressure above. As Relays finds Chef Jeff. It's looking messy here for Anios. Oh, it's completely crumbled. Wow.
That completely destabilized Anios there. As soon as they realized there was a bit of pressure on that first floor, they just looked a little bit more shaken in terms of what they wanted to do, pushing through horizontally. That then just completely changed probably their communications and what they wanted to do in the round, and it completely unsettled them. Yeah, solid defense. Chiefs are back. 2 straight. Just like that, we got ourselves a map. It was all Anios in the first 3 rounds. Like, there was just no real signs of life for Chief. And since then, obviously, Relays has actually gotten the opening kill 3 rounds straight. 2 of those have been on Chef Jeff. So they're starting to win more of the early battles. They're not allowing Anios to be as comfortable in the middle portion of the round. They just look more lively. They just look a little bit more switched on, more present in and around the map. Not allowing these plants to go down. We saw 2 from the first 3 rounds in favor of Anios, where they got the plant down comfortably. Relays up to 4 kills now. Final round of the half. It was a 3-3 half back on Chalet, and then Chiefs ran away with it in the second half. If Anios are not careful, it could happen again here on Consulate. Relays again, aggression early on. He's got 3 opening kills straight. Can he make it a 4th to close the half?
Oh, he looks pretty eager to commit to the play, waiting for the timing. Razor equally up to the task, waiting for it. And so, don't think Relays will commit. I think he's being watched
here we go.
at the moment anyway. This could be a bait potentially, I think, from Anios. Oh.
No bait.
Oh, it
No
doesn't
bait.
pay off. Okay.
Just complete unawareness from Shaz. I see Blackbeard down as well. Another opening kill for Relays. 4 rounds straight. He's found the opening pick. He's actually been involved in the last 5 opening engagements. From rounds 2 to 6, Relays has either gotten the opening kill or the opening death, and the opening death in the second round, and then 4 straight opening kills. Advantage for Chiefs. Looking to close this half out on a 3-round win streak.
So can they crawl their way back into this round then? At a deficit. Starved of information. Still decent belt of utility, but with another player falling in Wizard, that being hard breach, it's really limiting the potential for this attack to find win cons. Razor needs to go big. Big individual effort here. Trying his best to fight in towards meeting, but stalled out. Good defense from Chiefs. Chef Jeff lurk. DMR.
It's very good luck from Chef Jeff. He's in a position they're not going to expect him here, but there's no one also here inside meeting. The only way this position finds success for Chef Jeff is if they kind of try to run back in and take meeting and they're not prepared for him being this deep. But at this point now, oh, there's a lovely pop-up headshot onto Relays, but Relays already did the damage. He got the kill onto a Razor. At that point, draw the attention for the remainder defenders. Good kill from Lunchbox. Jake Kenner, well, very, very dominant from Chiefs. They get the last 3 rounds straight. All tied at the half once again, just like Chalet. Well, the timeout works for Chiefs. They were 3-0 down. They call the tactical timeout and then rattle off 3 rounds straight. All tied at the half, similar to Chalet. They go into the attack now. Anios will be disappointed that after a very, very strong start on Consulate, they didn't just win the rounds because they were very dominant. They had a flawless 4 alive, 3 alive in the first with plant down. They had really good floods on site. None of the rounds were really all that much of a contest. Anios won them all comfortably, and then 1 timeout. It just flips back the other way. Chiefs able to win 3 straight and 4 rounds away from closing the series out. CO meeting will be the site choice for Anios to kickstart the second half. Bands were, well, I lost them because we went into the replay, so I was about to rattle them off, but you can touch on them when we get back.
Yeah, and again, really just to illustrate the point of the Chiefs biting back after that tack timeout. Relays 3 opening kills in a row in those last 3 rounds. A total of 4 consecutive opening kills if you factor in round 3 where they didn't convert. So really good individual effort from him. And then Chiefs and the rest of the team able to get the job done in terms of conversion. The bans for round 7 onwards to be Glaz Ying, 2 very execute-heavy operators viable here on Consulate. And then on the side of defense, Azami and Goyo.
And we'll see whether or not Chiefs can continue to roll on Chalet. For reference, they were able to win 6 of the last 8 rounds. 4 of the last 5. So they really, when they got going, they were hard to stop. Looking at the series as we enter the halfway mark of really the series. 19-10 for Relays. He leads all comers in terms of KDA. 16-11 for Proxy. He's been very good. 6-3 here on Consulate. 2-1 on the entry. He's been their best player. Drop down top yellow for Box on the blitz with the Adrenal Surge activated. They lose player to Chef Jeff. Jkenna got a trade. They got the quick plant inside of CO. Are Anios ready for this? They're being able to find kills. The plant will be successful. Good cover from relays onto a Razor. Pushing to deny. Box can't stay alive on the blitz. Down to Neptune in a 1v3. Anios just got to make sure they do everything from here correctly and they'll win the round.
Well, Neptune swiftly repositions down below.
Oh, how does he not time to that? How does Proxy not kill him first time? Shaz is down here as well. Neptune's low, but Chef Jeff's getting on the plant. Does he have... to your left! To your left, Neptune! No. Oh, what a messy post plant. Well played by Anios, though. They just got pretty much steamrolled into sight. CO can play like that at time, but they responded quickly, and they take the round.
Oh, it was very fast tempo there. The attack from Chiefs, trying to ramp up that pressure, try to prevent Anios from quickly repositioning and denying that plan. And whilst initially it did work, they felt too many members over towards that yellow push, the box push. Ultimately left Neptune alone on Repel. If you had at least had a second player up to cover the bench position and that rotation in towards Piano, for instance, it could have been a lot more interesting and opened up that potential for the vertical denial that Neptune was ultimately... but not to beat, and basement for round.
Well, that's exactly what Anios needed, though, to start the second half after 3 rounds straight for Chiefs. And then almost kind of got punched in the face to start the second half as well with the quick rush attempt towards CO. We head basement for round 8. Razor will get on to the Solus. And a big change up from Chiefs and Guz. It looks like Solid Snake's going to enter the building.
Yeah, finally. A little bit surprised it's taken this long, and I suppose on Consulate it's going to be a little bit more intriguing to see what kind of attacking pattern and what route Neptune looks to commit to. Of course, with that radar up, you can see if the floor that he is on, if that proximity around him is in fact clear or not, and then if the ability is to be activated, you can then get a live ping on their position. That, of course, notifying though the defender simultaneously in a somewhat similar interaction to Deimos. Elsewhere though, drone work top floor. So it's a pretty split attack here from Chiefs, trying to just gather as much info / map control as possible early and then open up some routes later.
I mean, definitely the kind of map that Snake will have influence on. Deimos and Snake is a lot of informational gathering available for Chiefs. It is largely a stack in basement for Anios, so I'm not really going to gain too much information right now. But it does aid the room clear. It does speed things up. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. And the good news is actually lowered this lineup too, because if they don't play to their own game, you don't get as much from the Deimos and the Snake. Well, guess what? Then the Buck and the Ram are going to get to work. And then you got the Capitao as well for the end of round execution. This is a lovely lineup for Chiefs. The lineup alone isn't going to just guarantee you a win. We saw a really good flood into basement site in the first half from Anios. Going to need to see something as well here from Chiefs that is akin to that. So far, they've not really been able to benefit from having this first floor advantage, opening up the floorboards. No kills yet. 60 seconds left.
So triple nitro for Anios. Yet to be expended. Groundwork completed now by the attack, and Chiefs looking to posture. Layer down this utility from Jkenna, play off that information. They have quad flash available, double grenade. But can they connect the dots here and pressure out this defense? There's the first.
Oh, yeah, good clear yellow pillar, and that's a big kill. No Zoto canister left. Opens up towards bot yellow. You still got the floorboards, 30 seconds. This is good timing right now for Chiefs. And you also know the pressure's coming.
Good flash. Will the flood follow? Proxy low. Wizard pushed back, and Box finds another 20 seconds on the clock.
No, there's no way they're going to be able to deny this plan either. Everyone's just pushed so far back. But the Nitro does connect on to bottom. Well, the plan went down, but they just found kills everywhere. They retook above. The Razor got first floor control, and they've won the round. Anios just win the round. Chiefs did the setup perfectly. They got the clear towards pillar. They get the pick. They get into a plant position. But Anios retook first floor. They were able to win all their 1v1s. Just mind-boggling how Chiefs have lost that round. But it just comes down to sheer gunplay from Anios. Good rotates, repositioning. They were pushed back. They knew they couldn't contest the plant, but they contested everyone else, won those battles. Jekena gets off from the plant. He's like, where is everyone? How have we lost this?
Yeah, the initial squeeze on the defense and the pressure pinch over towards pillar, and then as we were kind of
Attackers need to locate and defuse
mentioning, the defense was stacked back. They're playing long lines, not in a position to deny plant, but then as the Chiefs try and pivot away from their plant coverage positions, that's where Anios kind of snapped into action. We're able to find those kills in that space and then make that utility count. So just a testament to their ability to just kind of read the tempo of the round appropriately. They showed enough patience and restraint to not just throw bodies at the kit for no reason. They were, you know, pretty content to let that plant go down if required and then catch that attack off guard in the transition phase, which ultimately played out absolutely perfectly to a T. So again, some really good fundamental siege.
That bank is going to be required. The way that Anios have responded after 3 rounds straight from Chiefs to close the half out. Anios looking the better here, and defense looking, well, the stronger side on Consulate. We haven't seen an attacking round win since the 3rd round from both teams. And so far for Chiefs, everyone in the negative except for Relays. Been a really good series right now from Proxy, Eraser, Chef Jeff finding form, a good chance for Eraser. Box, I don't know how he hasn't taken more damage, let alone how the fact he's alive, but Jekena caught by Chef Jeff. Here's the aggression from Anios, maybe a little bit too much though from Chefy Jeffy. Does get the kill, betrayed it back immediately. Warden down. Yeah, you lose the Sens, but I'd rather have the Warden.
Yeah, very chaotic beginning to the round on the exterior. So 2 minutes on the clock, a lot of time now for both teams to digest. Diffuser in the hands of Box. And he'll now look to pivot that back to the rest of the attack.
Reloading!
It's just the single player of Wizard on the first floor currently. It's a 3-stack up above, 2nd floor. For Anios, and Chiefs eager to contest. Neptune with pocket EMPs to counter the Denari. As you can see, Relays a Box close by to aid in this wave forward.
Only the one Nitrocell, that's for Wizard. Caught by Relays. Not a good timing indeed. Good catch by Relays. Reinforcement up from Eraser towards CO. Chiefs have the advantage. First time on the attack in the second half where they've probably been in the winnable position. With the opportunity to just keep this map alive. Shaj looking to take a bit more of a forward position towards long desk. Plays the one that's towards Spiral. Neptune can't quite find the timing. And then gets caught by Eraser. Just punished on the positioning for Neptune. But Relays continues his march in this map of Consulate. He goes double digits, 10 and 6. He's the main reason that Chiefs are even still a chance, let alone in the round. But in this map, as Shaz wins against Box. Box has struggled. It's a 1v2 now as Anios on the verge of securing map point. Relays is going to have to clutch it up big time. 1 HP, kit in hand with 13 seconds. One above, both above. He'll go for the plant inside of Piano. And he will not be allowed to sick that kit. It is 6-3, 3 map points for Team Anios as bank is looming.
Yeah, indeed it is. Anios have really stepped it up here over the course of the last couple of rounds. They've looked really sharp. Chiefs are offering some counterplay, but just aren't able to have the same level of sharpness at the duration of the round, letting a couple of opportunities slip, and Anios are capitalizing upon those chances, which is impressive to see. I mean, you don't see this every day as well. Looking across at that opening kill column, we mentioned it heading into the halftime break that it was Relays with 4 straight. As we enter the second half, Chef Jeff has been able to net 2 so far historically a player that hasn't been particularly entry battles. Replay package of that prior round though, round number 9. Chiefs trying to push forward with that wave. The mirror made things tough. Some of the util clearance was well avoided by the defense. So with a 3-round lead, I totally agree with the sentiment that Bank seems very, very likely.
It's been a really solid team performance again from Team Anios. Yeah, top player's got 8 kills, the bottom player's got 6 kills. That's a very small separation. Razor and Proxy with 17 kills each in the series. In the top 2 fraggers for Anios' Bank potentially on the horizon, but it has been a map of streaks. 3 to Anios, 3 to Chiefs, 3 to Anios. Well, we get 3 to Chiefs, but it took a tactical timeout last time to help facilitate that little push from Chiefs. They're thinking about a more aggressive round here. CO meeting once again. Jakenna on the blitz. Saw many go up for the repel, but Relay's going to go up yellow stairs. Deathmark from Box onto Proxy. Double Nitro set up for Anios, so not a whole heap of utility this round. Still a Grismot mine in the pocket as Jakenna's towards CO, getting the plant down. There was a frag grenade thrown over his shoulder. He's going to die to the Nitro style of a Razor, pushed up close as well. Relays was able to get rid of Wizard. That was over towards Expo. I don't know about that from Neptune, just with the blind vault in. And Razor held his position, caught from below. Relays doing his job on the buck nicely in this round, doing as best as he can here on Consulate is Relays, 12-7. And the beauty of going early with the attempt that they did, guys, is there's still 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, the kit's not in their control, but they just lost to Relays. Well, that's going to make it a lot harder now. Box, player, 2v3 to try and keep this map alive.
Yeah, struggling to capitalize off that Deimos information. Our Chiefs and now find themselves in a rough spot. Player looking for the trade is in the middle of a potential pinch, but they themselves now flip it with a pinch onto yellow. Shaz, though, withstands it and Box in a 1v3.
This one's done. Yeah, Box hasn't been able to get going on Consulate the way that he did on Chalet, where he dropped 15 kills, just the 4 and 6 on Consulate. Anios, well, they probably felt like they were in the map on Chalet. It was a 3-3 half, and then Chiefs went on a roll, closed out that one. They started well again here on Consulate. Then Chiefs got back in, similar to Chalet, but this time they were able to regain the momentum, put themselves in a winning position, and firmly now on the verge of a 7-3 win on Consulate as Box is spotted towards yellow stairs. There is Proxy and Piano. He does get the kill. This one's done. All 3 maps are required as Anios bounce back on Consulate.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stem pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the
he doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes them down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino.
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through. That's the swing. Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. Sevens. They cement themselves as one of the.
He gets it just in time.
It's no time remaining. It is Impact Norman. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Responding on Consulate as they take the second map and do so rather convincingly. A bank is required, guys. All 3 maps required for this series, which is not too much of a surprise. I think we labeled this one as being hotly contested coming into the series. Maybe Chiefs having the edge on paper, and they certainly edged out the first map. Anios, though, looked very competitive on the first map and ultimately get the win on the second. It does mean, as we head into this third map, it really is either team's game series up for grabs. Like, either of these two can win it from here, and that's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, we've seen 2 hotly contested maps, Chalet Cons, 2 maps that play out structurally quite different, and Bank will be kind of a mold of the 2. So yeah, I certainly agree with your point that it's very, very challenging to have a prediction heading into the final map. The momentum swings in this series across both maps really have been quite violent. Anios got off to a great start here on Consulate, for example. Then Chiefs were able to wrangle them back, but then Anios respond. Relays, certainly a play to watch. A couple of relays throughout this package for sure. Mounted that 4 opening kill streak from rounds 3 to the final of that first half, but then tapered off a little bit there as Anios really came alive on defense. They were so difficult to take down. Even when Chiefs mounted pressure for executes, they then responded in posts. A lot went right for them, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with how they were able to convert the map.
Yeah, very good team performance as well for Anios on Consulate, where there wasn't really just that one big standout. I mean, Eraser towards the end certainly filled his boots. He got 10-6, right? So, like, he was, I think, 8-6 going into last round, then gets 2 more kills. That did create a little bit of a buffer to Wizard, who finished with 5-6. But ultimately, it was a solid team performance. So, again, Proxy had a good map. Chef Jeff really came to life as well. And over the course of the series now, across the 2 maps, 19 for Eraser, 19 for Proxy, 14 for Chef Jeff, as he's smiling and he's having a great old time. Very winnable for Anios, because it's the kind of team, I think, for me, and the way that Chef Jeff and his career has been is, I don't think he overstresses things. I don't think he really tilts. Like, I think he's always having fun. He probably always feels like the underdog. He probably always feels like the opposing team is typically in the position of thinking, yeah, we got to win this one. And that's probably the case for this Chiefs roster, is they do probably need to win this one. They've got such a talented lineup. Many would probably look at them as being the number 2 team, at least on the preseason rankings coming into kickoff, and at the mercy now of potentially dropping the lower bracket on day 1.
Yeah, I feel like irrespective of who actually wins out this particular series, the one on the receiving end, the one that loses out, is going to feel really hard done by. Of course, the seeding for the bracket was random, and so with that can come interesting matchups, especially in the first round, ones that are on paper very close, and this is probably one of them heading into the day. And so especially if map 3 is close, maybe a potential OT, right? You lose that, you're in the lower bracket, you're in such a rough position to try and make a run towards the major, and it would be a little bit demotivating. But I think however it shapes out, both teams are going to take a lot of learnings from this matchup, and ultimately, if you take a step back and look at OCE as a whole, all of these teams are still playing catch up to AP.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, that goes without saying. You've got a roster that's been put together full of probably the most experienced international players. As Relays, though, on our screen here is certainly, in that kind of conversation of experience, and has certainly been performing in the series so far, has easily been the best for Chiefs. 24-14, 6-2 on entry. His numbers across the first 2 maps, with a 133 EPS. He's been statistically the best player. He's made some really good plays. I think the issue isn't so much Relays or even Chiefs in terms of their numbers or their fragging ability. Mechanically, they've been fine. It's probably more so the team synergy has been off at at times. You know, a good example was even kind of on Consulate, on defense. I think it was actually involving relays with the live drone echo play where it just was a little out of sync. And I think that's probably a good showcase of maybe where they've been at in the series so far. They've got the players, they've got the mechanical skill, just got to gel together as a team.
Absolutely. Fundamentals are going to be key, and Bank is probably right up there alongside the likes of Clubhouse for a map that will test those fundamentals and being in sync as a unit. Let's jump into the action. It's the third and final map. Anios taking on Chiefs.
Well, it's been a good one so far. Back and forth. A good competition between these two. By the way, the winner of this, guys, your reward, your prize, is an early date with Enterprise in that upper bracket semi-final. So that'll be a fun one. And I mean, you laugh and look, it's a difficult prospect, but similar to what I said with Barbie Boys, you want to play Enterprise as early as possible. Not because it might give you a better opportunity of beating them, but it's a good official scrim against the best team to kind of gauge the way that they play. You don't want your first time playing them in a grand final. You don't want to be like, oh, we haven't played them yet. We've made the grand final. Now we've got to play them. And then you get picked apart because you're just not used to their play style, the way that they operate, their positions that they play, their strengths, you know, how to exploit potential weaknesses. So I think getting a crack at them early and learning from that is super important. And that's kind of, I guess, the prize. And if you do happen to beat them, well, I mean, then that's great because you're likely then going to probably go on and make the grand final, and you might then play them again knowing you've already beat them. So it's win-win for that prospect. Anios will begin on defense. No surprise we go basement, but it looks like we will get a rehost as called by Chefy Jeffy. So we've got ourselves a little bit more time. Wizard stuck ping-wise. There's one thing about Siege that has always kind of annoyed me a little bit is how everything's just called a rehost for like any problem. It's like, bro's got a ping problem. Now we got to restart the entire lobby. It's like he can't just solo disconnect, fix his own stuff. It's like, nah, everything has to be shut down. It's like, I don't know. We need to find a way that rehosts are only for the big important things where it's affecting the entire lobby and not just for any issue where it's just, we just call it rehost. Like, annoys me.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that resolved as quickly as possible. We'll update you as soon as we get progress. Hopefully it's just as simple as a quick restart or something. We can get Wizard back in. It would certainly be disappointing if that's not the case, and that leads to some kind of longer term issue and we can't resume the match, but that's obviously highly unlikely and won't be priority. We did get the bans to play out there on Bank and operating under the assumption that all stays the same, which should be the case. Glaz Ying, Azami, and Tubarao. Again, execute heavy, much like Consulate in terms of the large portion of attacking bans that we saw. And then on the side of defense, Azami has been frequently banned out on almost every occasion that I can see. Not quite everyone, but close to. And Tubarao as well.
Take a very short break here as we get the rehost underway.
Hey, baby. Can I tell you what's on my mind?
things on the cusp. Not too old to adjust. Old dog, new tricks. Remember, I was just a pup. Something dirty in my cup. Clean soul, good karma is a must. Still my shooter in the cut. I was stuck inside a rut. Played the game, made bank, move G. Anything to get a buck. You won't find me in the club. I'm in the lab trying to sharpen up the sword. Swinging blades at these scrubs. Flock like bugs to the light. Getting right. Treat my hoes like these raps. I don't really got a type. Off top bullshit. All I needed was a mic. Yeah. Hey, pass the rock, it's all butter. Pack your bags and take flight. Don't worry, it's all covered. Hey, live your life while you can. Our days are all numbered. Rain could cause thunder, but the sun comes after, clearing up the disaster.
Isn't it lovely? I ain't looking back, I'm focused on what's in front of me. Everybody day's a number, but I'm still here luckily. I know that God got me, so I'm in good company.
So take it from me, I got some places I should take you to see. You know it's easy when you ride with a G. Light speed, moving fast through the city, trying to find me some peace. I finally lived to be the guy that I was dying to be. Still I got some trust issues, people lie through their teeth. The more I grew, the more they hide in the crease. Squad building, weak members get released. If we trying to compete, starting pitchers need relief. Bro, we building a team, everybody got a niche. I've been known to play mine to a T, but it's time for me to lead. Picking dirt right out the cleats. Steep path, roadblocks in the streets, trying to knock me off my feet, cause the devil never sleeps. So I don't sleep too, and trying to breach safes that I didn't have the keys to. We all been victims of trauma we ain't agreed to, but the sun comes after, starting up a new chapter.
Isn't it lovely? I ain't looking back, I'm focused on what's in front of me. Everybody day's a number, but I'm still here luckily. I know that God got me, so I'm in good company. Isn't it lovely?
Alrighty, welcome back as we've got the rehost completed and we can get underway for bang, the third and final map of this series. Already straight into the opening round as Team Anios on the defense first. We go Lockers CCTV to begin. So the Bones, Glaz, Ying, Azami, and the Tuber out. As these two teams have been very, very close. And I can't imagine it's going to change too much here on the third and final map. In fairness, 7-4, 7-3. The maps themselves not exactly going down to the wire, but the series will.
Dump that utility down in towards CC and then go for a plan off the back of that. Proxy finds the first stone, the jump up from a Razor. So they don't initially peel, they catch Chiefs off guard, and, well, that should basically be the round over.
It's never round over. 5v3, still a lot of time remaining, but it's going to be very difficult. Need to find the next kill for Chiefs if they're going to be able to break open this basement defense, which is the hardest site on Bank. You still have the ROUs of Neptune. And that Shamika launcher fully charged, 3 gas babes. Still got to deal with the Vulcan canisters. Got Griswold mines, Hefnot mines. So much utility defensively still placed for Team Anios. This is where, though, for Chiefs, you can't just go about your business in the conventional sense. You got a minute. Have you got different avenues to find a couple of kills? Open up this defense. See the stack towards admin. Box caught in the long angle, though, by Chef Jeff. Neptune was just hoping to play off the ROUs. Drop down, go for the plant. Proxy gets rid of Neptune. On the verge of flawless now to kickstart the third map. Player's just going to drop down in hope. Hope is not there. It's flawless indeed. Pause coming after immediately as well. Tech pause called by Chiefs as Anios take the opening round.
Yeah, really good work there from Anios to be able to confirm the round. Traditionally, we see from that open area extension that teams will peel pretty quickly once they feel initial pressure, maybe once they clear a couple of drones or two, but instead they held their ground. And sometimes if the attack isn't anticipating that, which I don't think was actually really the case, I think Chiefs are actually acutely aware of it, sometimes you can spring into action, find a couple of kills, then fall back. It's obviously far more high risk, but the reward is greater if you can net even 1 kill and then retreat and fortify. It's great. On that occasion, Anios 2, and that's why essentially I called it time. The round, although not officially over, was basically a 95 to 99% win rate for Anios from that position, and they play it out exactly like that. So good work from them. As you said as well, end of the round, Chiefs calling a timeout. Technical timeout, I believe, was it? Or was it a tactical?
No, technical.
Okay.
Not
yeah,
the
not sure
cleanest.
What the issue was, but yeah.
Not the cleanest map so far in terms of the tech issues that have played bank, unfortunately, but clean, very clean, flawless from Anios, at least in winning that opening round. It started off proxy finding the opening kill onto relays, and then it kind of just fell apart for Chiefs. Heading into the second, tech pause over, and we head top floor. Good start for Anios. They take the lead in the series now with that round win. And the winner of this will play Enterprise next week in the upper bracket semi-final. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 best of 3s you'd have to win consecutively to make the major without loss.
Yeah, it'll be one hell of a gauntlet run from the lower bracket if any team is to make it from that far out. With how good EP looked today and how that roster is likely shaping up and the form that they should reach as the days go by, it's so difficult to envision any team taking them down, never mind making a run through the lower bracket to do so. That would be a story for the ages here in OS. It would be one of the bigger performances we've probably seen in this region's history. Not to make too big early calls like that on day one, but it very much does shape up to be like that if EP are to fall and if a team is to make a run from that deep. Into round 2 though. Early pressure, top square, soft wall open. Jakenna with diffuser in hands. He's top square on the blitz.
Well, Proxy got the opening kill, but there's a couple all happening at once. It leaves Anios with the extra number. Proxy's still battling at airlock. It's Chef Jeff who comes and helps out as well towards top square. They get rid of Neptune. No more ROUs, and this attempt from Chiefs looking unlikely. Player able to at least get one back onto Chef Jeff. Overstayed his welcome top square. And then a Razor with a DMR headshot long range hits the head of player. Box, who's been waiting patiently for the trapped Proxy, but now finds himself by himself 1v3. Anios on the verge of a 2-0 start.
Yeah, really good shutdown defense again. Early disruption from Anios. It compounds it and it snowballs. 2 rounds straight. And Chiefs, their game plan and their tactics at the moment with these kind of set play setups, they're not really being allowed to find that stability and then find a trigger point in the round to actually go for the execute because of the way Anios are playing. So they need to start thinking about how they're going to respond to that. Do they maybe be a little bit more patient? Do they play a little bit more fluid? Do they try and lurk on other parts of the map instead and find more pinch pressure as opposed to these more front-on attacks? I fear that if they continue to play this kind of play style without adjustment, that Anios could continue to mount rounds.
New camera feed activated.
You got to be a little bit concerned right now if you're Chiefs, but admittedly, it's only 2 rounds. You lost probably one of the more likely rounds that you're going to lose on basement anyway. 4-0 for Proxy. 4-1 for Chef Jeff. And Proxy, by the way, now is getting pretty close to being the kill leader of the series. Only 2 kills behind Relays. He has been such a big standout. Chef Jeff sets up one of the mirror windows inside Janitor. We see staff and open area. I do wonder how much Anios will look to actually contest around that Janitor position. Triple nitrocells available defensively. Relays straight away on the nook in through lobby, and he is taking space really quick into this round.
Oh, Wizard though with the catch. It's a standoff between these two. Wizard shotgun hole established. Does he find the timing? Oh, it's so awkward.
Well, it Relays knows he can pick from 2 angles now, but Wizard hasn't picked it all yet. He's played this really nicely. Relays, though, good reposition to just try and minimize the pressure. And then also... Oh, what a shot from Proxy. That is a wonderful shot. And at the exact same moment, the Gram of Lunchbox has also been eliminated. It's a 2-player advantage for Anios. It's early days, but Chiefs already look like they're on the canvas here on the 3rd map. It's all Anios again. 3rd map straight where they're looking to establish an early lead. It was only Chalet in which Chiefs then later on got back into it. Again, more pressure from Chef Jeff, and this top floor hold has been really good, but it's been broken apart by Jay Kenner, of all people.
Yeah, really nice there from Jay Kenner. Opportunistic up on the top floor to aid in his team's effort. Neptune and Jay Kenner, though, both low into the 3v3. Now 3v2 Wizard, after staying alive earlier, able to find impact with that utility. Can Anios now shut down this side, anchor on the objective, and not give away any picks for free, and not give an opening to Chiefs, who do have a minute to work with? There's a lot of time here. That's not the biggest concern for this attack.
Death Bark on the way.
Yeah, still a minute. He's got the experience. Neptune, has he got the nerves of steel? Line 1 help playing the Deimos. Oh, that leg being a little bit of a nuisance though for player, and that's cost him a chance to maybe find a pick from the hatch. 40 seconds, running out of time to try and factor in a winning play. Chiefs staring down the barrel of 3-0 in favor of Team Anios. Back over the lobby as players top squared. These two are split. They must win their ones and do so very quickly. Proxy 5-0. Has not lost a battle so far. As Neptune through beepers. His possession known. Wizard and Shaz combine. Anios, there's a 3rd straight. Will we see a timeout again for Chiefs?
We've seen it work for them before. Taking tactical timeouts and then being able to respond and flip the pressure back onto their opposition. We'll see if this is a similar story. Additional bans in play, so it's the sense to counter the bot push and the clash as well. The tactical timeout has been taken by Chiefs, and we'll see if it's as impactful as last time.
Well, it's going to have to be. Right now, 4 rounds to go for Anios, and they can continue playing on in the upper bracket and send Chiefs down to the lower bracket. And this is, it's without putting the spotlight on individual players, but I mentioned after Chalet got 15 kills for Lunchbox, great performance. But I think one thing that plagued him last year was then the ability to back that up. Since that 15 kill performance across the 2 maps played, he's only picked up 4 kills. That's a big drop off. And I'm not saying it's obviously not all on him. To be completely honest, it's really just been relays or bust right now. He's kind of like the new jigsaw for this Chiefs roster, where he's got 25 kills across the 3 maps. Lunchbox with 19, of course, 15 of those in the first map. And then you got Player 13-19, Neptune 10-17, Jkenna 8-19.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So the end of
Proxy now has got to 25 too, by the way, so he's now tied with relays.
Yeah, Proxy's been really impressive. Even without seeing numbers, it's felt like he's often had some really key moments, not succumbing to the pressure. Decision making overall has been quite good as well. So he's making a splash here in Playday 1, and maybe a sign of things to come. With that attack timeout now. Well, the chili expired. It's time to prepare for round 4 down to basement. Anios took that sense off the board, as aforementioned. It will weaken that default drop play and maybe prompt Chiefs to experiment. It may force them into a little bit more play over towards Garage and a rear hit. Certainly doesn't rule out entirely a server side, but it may just make the final push a little bit more challenging.
Well, we see the response from Chiefs. I feel like mentally, if you lose this round, you go 4-0 down out of the timeout. Those are very hard to come back from. Puts a lot of emphasis in this round for Chiefs, not so much for Anios. 6-0 start to bank for Proxy. It's been Proxy, Eraser, and Chef Jeff, the key contributors for Anios. And unfortunately, even though they took the timeout probably at the right time, Gus, you then go into basement bank. It's actually a very difficult site to find your responsive attacking round out of a timeout. As long as Anios play this conventionally, which they are, they've got a good lineup. They're all playing basement, giving nothing to Chiefs, not making any mistakes, not, kind of giving a free pick early on or anything like that. This is where, honestly, mentally, this is a very difficult round for Chiefs. Like, this is not easy.
Reload.
Well, we saw it before, though. Back on Consulate, the opening 3 rounds went to Anios, and then they responded. The difference, though, being, and it's quite a significant one, is they were on defense on that particular occasion. And so now being on attack, there's a greater emphasis on them being the playmakers, them being the ones to find confidence and space, and you're attacking into basement without sense. Like, it's a rough position. But there's some good guys on this team, a lot of experience. Maybe looking to lock in here with a minute to go. Trying to drain this utility from the defense. Still 1 nitro remains. 3 gas babes, a lot of flames. And you're also in a position to slow out default for the remainder of this round. Quite comfortably.
Only 45 seconds remaining. Jkenna is the one holding the kit. Proxy's down, not eliminated. Now he is. Player gives Proxy his first death on bank. Battle towards main stairs. And Wizard wins it. That's a huge battle to be won. Eliminates an extra entry point for Chiefs. Keeps himself over towards loading docks as well. Razor watching this hatch vigilantly. Shaz still has bullets left in the Shamika launcher, and Chef Jeff still has the gas babe. Neptune, you're never living that drop. Good push from Jkenna down bot main. 2v2 into the final 10 seconds of the round. Chef Jeff still has a gas babe, but he's got more pressing issues that matter. SMG's up, and SMG connects from Chefy Jeffy. 4 straight for Anios. Timeout doesn't help Chiefs this time.
How many times have we seen that over the years? Chef Jeff with the SMG in hand having impact. Got a little dicey there at the late round with the shield still up and the support close by for Chiefs. They tried their best to grind out basement, drain that utility, but still a lot standing. Default was no longer an option. Neptune got caught on his drop, and whilst that did offer an opportunity for space elsewhere, it wasn't quite enough in the end. And so Anios now break that trend that we've seen previously of 3 on the trot and then disrupted after the attack timeout. It won't be the case this timeout. And the foundation now that they've been able to establish is very, very strong. Of course, Chiefs can respond, and a 2-4 is not awful, but I think when you factor in the way in which they've played so far and the response after the attack timeout, etc., etc., it's putting them in a tricky position. It's difficult to envision a win from here. It's not impossible. I think if I had to put kind of a number to it, it's probably 70-30 in favor of Anios at this point in time. Chiefs, of course, with the roster that they have, still command a lot of respect. They shouldn't be taken lightly even at this point.
No, it's do or die time now for Chiefs. You can't be going 5-0 down and expect to get yourselves back into the series. A kickoff is a challenging beast. This is not it's not a group stage. This is not, you know, the start of this is a brutal format. It's kickoff, but it's quick. You lose this and it's that gauntlet in the lower bracket. It would have to be 5 straight best-of-3 victories to make the major. And one of those would be against Enterprise if you're somehow lucky enough to go on that run. Jeff up to 8 kills. Say what you want about Chef Jeff and his career in this region, though, guys. He's never really been labeled one of the top fraggers or one of the best players in the region, but he just finds a way. His teams always find a way. And it seems like they're going to do it again. 3 rounds to go. Looking to knock off Chiefs. This new look Chiefs roster. It just look like they're running out of answers. I mean, they've got 2 players ATMs. The rest are out in Rappel. The rest are outside the map. We've gone through half the round. Nothing's really happened. They just got nothing going on the attack.
Yeah, they'll be looking to activate Jay Kenner through lobby here for top banana here. Relays will disperse utility. There's that follow-up. No barbed wire on the stairs. So Jay Kenner with free passage currently. Box taken down though. Relays as well. How's that happened? Anios continued to respond to these attacks so fluidly. Again, another sharp kill. It's 3-2 in favor of Anios. And Proxy potentially in a position to get picked up.
Neptune has got 3, but he was low, traded, and just gives player a chance. A very small chance. 1v2, 45 seconds, and player's got a wealth of experience he can draw on in this situation. 1 of 2 flashbangs thrown out, still has a drone in pocket. There it is, thrown towards the hallway. Can try and get it into a sittable position for a teammate to watch this hallway push. Over towards Stock is Wizard. Shaz towards Long Desk. Spotted on the drone. Might not be aware of Wizard's position. Has a ping in towards Long Desk. Definitely does not know where Wizard is. Now he does. Towards top main. Player you should know is still in Long Desk. You had that ping. Gets the kill. Wizard over towards the hallway. You're aware of this. He knows it. Doesn't have the kit. Can go and grab it. And this in itself is risky because he puts himself in a position, guys, where he has to stick the kit the whole way through. Cannot fake this, and Wizard will just run straight in. Gets off, goes for the kill. No time, it runs out. Oh, and you can see it on his face in the cam. He was so close to making the play. Oh, the pressure was on towards the end of that round.
Well, the reason we said we thought he had to stick is because the anticipation is that Wizard isn't going to immediately charge towards him, but Wizard probably wanted to close that gap, maybe sensing he was a little bit far out if the plant was committed. So I can certainly understand it from all perspectives there. Player, they're probably making the right decision. Gets off plant. It's just unfortunate that the bearing 9 doesn't go his way. The shots go astray. And with that, Anios now with a 5-0 lead against Chiefs, who I think were fairly rated going into kickoff as a team that was, I mean, well and truly in the top 4. I think I put them second. I'd probably say, you know, second, third in that region. Anios could make quite a statement here if they're able to knock them down early.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see the way back in for Chiefs right now. The little play's not working for them. The overall bigger picture, Anios have been the better team. There's been some good individuality at times on this Chiefs roster. We've seen that lunchbox on the first map, relays across the first 2 maps, not certainly here on Bank. But individual play isn't going to win you a series, a best of 3, maybe a best of 1. Certainly would have been the case on Chalet. Hence why, though, we play best of 3s now for the vast majority of the formats, and there's a good reason for it. You think back to many days ago in the OCE region, many years ago, there were a lot of best of 1s and the issues with the format. Well, those days are gone. much to the betterment of a team like Chef Jeff and Anios as he finds the big he goes to double digits. Damn, Chefy Jeffy, get him on the interview already. You already know he's going to have that lined up, ready to talk his talk. Box, though, pistol shot does shut him down before he can open his mouth. When did you get that?
Chef too preoccupied finding his other targets. Those were some sharp, clean shots. He's been really in form so far this afternoon. A Razor falls elsewhere, though. And so Chiefs now looking like their best chance, probably over the course of the half so far, to finally win a round. It is, though, a 3v3. But as I say that, it transforms back to a 4v3. A Razor back up. And despite being low on HP with the DMR in hand, he doesn't need a lot of health to still have big impact in this round.
Box not going to give up on this round. Went for the quick pistol. Knows that there is an extra player there over towards Towers. That's Proxy helping out Wizard. Neptune is close by to Box, and he did indeed find the kill onto Wizard. Traded by Proxy, so 1-for-1 in that little battle.
Oh, Box low.
And player gets rid of a Razor. Box was low, as he said, and then it finished off by Shaz. And it's looking like 6-0 is going to be on the cards unless player can this time close out the 1v2. Couldn't in the last round. He had 45 seconds in round 5. He's got a minute here in round 6.
He's on cam. He is on camera at the moment, so position well and truly known. 45 seconds. This one looking much more difficult than the last one. Even more so.
Oh, that was... Well, we return back from the half. Not quite the Chef Jeff interview just yet, but I imagine it'll be a couple of minutes away from getting to chat with Chefy Jeffy, one of the legends within this region. 6-0 up on Chiefs. They've just completely ran riot on Bank. It's been a very, very dominant performance, and not what I kind of expected, Guz, considering, you know, you think about Chalet 3-3 half and then a 7-4 end of score. Consulate as well, 3-3 half, and then Shaw 7-3. The second halves in both of the first two maps were dominant to either side, but 6-0 is not something I was expecting in the first half of Bank.
No, this is a bit of a shell shock. Again, to reiterate, like, to be as clear as possible, we never outruled Anios from being potentially stronger in this matchup. Certainly didn't outrule them being able to take it all the way here on map 3, but as you're building up, right, the fact that it was 6-0, for any team to be taking down Chiefs 6-0 is very, very impressive, and Anios no exception to that. So yeah, full credit to them. Now it's a case of just getting this job done. As you alluded to before, the winner of this, which is shaping up to be Anios, does have a date against EP next. And so I'm trying to envision how that kind of matchup may play out. I would hope that it is a little bit more competitive than the last outing we had. Of course, if you are just joining us, EP opened up the day against Barbie Boys. And it was an incredibly dominant 2-0 in favor of EP, with Barbie Boys only being able to collect a couple of rounds over the course of that best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for Chiefs. They'll be disappointed. You know, you can lose matches, you can lose series. It's all about how you respond, what you learn from it. But they would... it's one thing if you're like Barbie Boys and you get absolutely destroyed by Enterprise. It's another thing if you lose a series to Team Anios, and that's not taking anything away from them, but it's a Challenger Series team that for the Core 4 couldn't qualify last year. Add in Chef Jeff, could qualify this year against 5 players who are seasoned Pro League players. They would have been coming into today expecting a win, demanding a win from this roster, and it hasn't quite come to fruition, especially after winning Chalet the way that they did. And then to lose it in this fashion on the 3rd and final map, they've got to try and save some face here, win a couple of rounds, at least make the scoreline a little bit more respectable. But I imagine the sense of disappointment would be overwhelming for the side of Chiefs. Anios, they'll get to play Enterprise next week, which, again, they're like that. I don't want to say it's a dark horse matchup, but like that's the kind of matchup where for Chef Jeff and these boys, they know full well they are the underdog of all underdogs. They'll just go in, have fun, and try and do free punch, play funny, weird siege, like funny OCE kind of siege, not the kind of siege that Enterprise will be preparing for against, you know, international teams, and hope that they can, you know, cause an upset. Yellow ping information towards lobby. Relays to play off. They couldn't even kill the yellow pinged player in lobby as a Razor is so sharp. Hits the headshot. Relays 1-7 on the 3rd map after he was devastating on the first 2 maps. Has not been able to get going here on Bank. Another opening kill for Team Anios. That's their 6 out of 7 rounds that they've found the first pick.
Yeah, that little play perhaps summarizing Chiefs' woes here. In map number 3, we're even in decent positions. They're just finding it difficult to connect. Play of those being a shining light for them, and a sharp shot onto a Razor keeps this round possible.
Shaz trying to push over towards Beepers. Shakena close by. They'll look to try and drop down. Shaz is already down here, though, by the way. And Shaz has gotten that space. Got the flash off. Got the kill onto Lunchbox. Wonderful play from Shaz. He's a top-level shield player. Knows what he's doing. Good reposition to avoid the Nitrocell. Chef Jeff caught running. Shakena will find the kill over towards Volt. There's still a Logic Bomb available for Proxy, and he will call that now. Into the final 45 seconds, it rings out. Information to be gathered for Anios. Proxy goes down. It does start to get a little bit hectic, though, for Anios. Everyone's all around the place as player gets rid of Shaz, stops the blitz play, and it's now a very winnable round for Chiefs as they close it. They get on the board. They will not get 7-0 by Anios, but no real celebrations in the cams. They know they got a long way to get back into this map and the series.
Yeah, very chaotic round there. Chiefs not wanting to peel away from open area all too quickly. As a response, we saw Shaz go deep and find that pocket of space after taking down Echo inside of security, and that really opened things up. I mean, even prior to all of that, Relays unfortunately fell even despite the Echo info and the burst. But right here, I really felt like this was the turning point in favor of Anios to close it out in a flawless fashion, but the follow-up wasn't quite there. Chef got caught. Players were still up on that first floor and not able to play off the space that Shaz had afforded them. So Chiefs then able to converse back on towards the objective and make it work out. So to top floor we go. Shakena to hide the Bandit. We'll see the Echo repeat here from Chiefs as well. And so Plant Denial available. Tuberal for Wall Denial in addition to the Bandit as well. So we'll see what approach Anios select to go for, whether it be more lobby-centric or top square. Top square is most likely with the Thermite in play, but it is triple hard breach here available, so double ranged options available. You can still expect Kanto to go over perhaps stock wall as well. Just try and create as many lines of sight and as many cut-off points as possible. Jan as well will be a key one.
Shaz is probably going to be the new name's Dave of of this calendar year, Guz, with his shield play. It's always a good strength to have when you've got a top-level shield player. Taking it slow this round, though, for Team Anios. They'll play the repel game, try and get a bit of control over all its square. Yokai over towards front desk, executive, and janitor. 3 set up from lunchbox. Just spots that Rotero going by. He spots one over towards ATMs. That's Chef Jeff. Good information gained by the Echo.
Yeah, with the bandit up, opening up Kanto isn't too straightforward. Chef Jeff can't just go on the rappel and open it up, at least not initially off the back of that Rotero, though. Perhaps becomes a little bit possible. The drone work from the attacks being good. The Rotero is as well clean from proxy. I like this from Anios at the moment. It feels like they are slowly mounting pressure. They're drawing out some of this Waldenile utility at the same time from Chiefs. And in the meantime, affording themselves space top square. And so the hard breach now should be opened on both sides. Two-Brow stalling out Kanto for now. And Chef Jeff's been able to slip in as well. This is good groundwork.
Yeah, under a minute left, though, leaves Anios little time. But they've already shown they've got the ability to rush and flood site really effectively. A bit difficult, though, maybe with double nitro still up, plus the yokai. So there's still a decent amount of utility for Chiefs that they can kind of stop that flood. With this square control, though, they can actually flood this site pretty nicely. And start to make their way down this hallway, one towards top main. Looking for the peak is Jay Kenner, Eraser, Sharp. They do lose Shaz, so there goes the Blackbeard. Player finding yet another kill. He's been very good so far on bank, but he's really run out of teammates. Proxy was able to get rid of him. Eraser kept pushing through Janitor. He found his kills. Neptune falls. This is done. It won't be a 7-0 for Chiefs here on bank, but 7-1 is in the books. And speaking of 7-1, well, it's no longer 1-7 for Relays. It's now 1-8. This one's done. Team Anios will move forward in the upper bracket. They send Chiefs to the lower bracket on day 1 of kickoff. It's a huge result, and the boys are loving it.
And who can blame them? Sure, it might only be a best of 3, and there's a long way forward. But I think when you consider where this team has come from in such a short period of time, finding any result in this bracket is impressive. But to do it against Chiefs, who are right up there with the talented team, the talented names on that roster, but to also do it in this kind of fashion to close out final map 7-1, I think they have every right to be very, very excited. And I very much look forward to the matchup between Anios and EP, where, as we were chatting and conversing earlier, there is an opportunity for Anios to just like absolute caution to the wind, play with complete confidence, nothing to lose, and to hopefully make for an exciting match.
Yeah, I think that they'll just get a free swing. You said it before. They'll get a good opportunity to learn from those Enterprise boys in the upper bracket. For Chiefs down to the lower bracket, and they've got to learn quickly. Otherwise, they could be out of kickoff pretty soon. But for Anios, so dominant on bank, and again, a very well-rounded team performance is the way that I would sort of frame the series as a whole. Even back on Chalet, the map that they did lose, they started really, really well. They had a 2-1 lead, 3-3 at the half, kept things competitive, but Chiefs kind of just got the job done. And then from there onwards, it really was all Team Anios for a large facet of the game. 3-0 start on Consulate, and then sure, that we saw that timeout from Chiefs. They won 3 straight, and then 4 straight from there for Anios, and then following that was the bank domination. So they'll be very happy with that performance. For Chiefs, though, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough for Chiefs. Wouldn't have headed into today expecting a loss. Wouldn't have expected anything to come for free, such is the nature of forming a team like this. But they've got to now pick it up, and the run through the lower bracket, even just to make it to the grand final, is going to be increasingly difficult.
We've got Chef Jeff, of course, for a chat. We can never seem to get rid of him, but we love him, and he's one of the best talkers in the region. Chefy Jeffy, You've done it again, mate. You've done it again. I want to ask more about the team, and because obviously this is our first introduction pro league for the year for Team Anios. Now, we know that for Shaz, Razor, Proxy, and Wizard, they tried to qualify last year, that core 4, along with Drift, if I remember correctly. They failed to qualify, and then they kind of broke off and joined other pro league teams. This year, though, you joined the roster, so that core 4 plus you actually does qualify from Challenger Series. Just talk us a little about, do you know much about that core 4 of boys that you've joined?
Oh yeah, these have been my friends for a while. Known the boys for a long time, and I thought, you know, when I quit at the start of last year, I'd take a done. But you know, messaged a Razor at the end of end of stage 2 last year, and just said, hey, you want to just do something for fun? You know, what started doing something for fun turned to something that came second in the gauntlet, and then made it to the APAC SI LCQ, and you know, we've really moved quite far forward to improve from there.
Yeah, talk us through that improvement a little bit, Chef. I mean, maybe for this game in isolation, right? How much preparation and focus are you putting on a team like Chiefs, or is it all just internal? Like, are you guys putting in a lot of time? Is this luck? Like, how much are you guys actually investing to improve at the moment?
I mean, we had nothing on Chiefs. We just kind of focused on ourselves, and I think that's kind of the gist of it. I think our priority has always been focusing on our game and just doing what we do best. The improvement, I mean, obviously we get the experience for Shaz and Proxy through the Rect Gauntlet, and then I think all of us made significant developments to that SILCQ. We were in Shanghai with the ex-Chiefs roster, and you know, we spent a lot of time with them talking, picking their brains about the way to improve and things that we can do better. And you know, they've been really helpful for us, and they're good mates to us. We really appreciate that.
It's a long year ahead, Jeff. Obviously, though, for next week you've now got Enterprise, so that's a big matchup to come pretty much straight away. But I mean, is that not just a really good opportunity to play? Obviously, 5 guys who've got probably the most amount of experience in the region. Yes, it's a kind of newly put together team, but they all know how to play with each other. Is that just a good opportunity for you guys to just get a bit of a free hit at them early on and see where you stack up?
Yeah, I think obviously everything's a good opportunity, but we're not going to say that we're counted out of that series. We'll never go into a series saying, this is like a
have learnt my lesson, Chef. I don't count you out of anything. No. I'm half expecting you to make the major. If it's not Enterprise, it's you. You've got the ability,
look at
mate.
Your power rankings, guys. Look at your power rankings. Well done.
I forget power rankings are irrelevant, mate. They just get done at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, we can tell.
What I do want to say though is congratulations on the win. It's great to have you back, and you guys looked really solid. Really think that there's a good group there. Clearly, I think my takeaway was you guys looked like you had a lot of good team synergy, right? It's not just a raw fragger goes out and drops 20. And would you say that's probably the strength of what your roster brings, which is communication and synergy?
Yeah, we really do put a heavy emphasis on building our team play and doing things together, because at the end of the day, things don't function if you don't actually communicate as a team. And you can have 5 average players, which I'd say we aren't your two Hans, you know. We're all we're solid, but you know, we're not the best that there is in the region. But we do things well together, and we have fun while doing it.
I'm sure you're going to have fun next week against Enterprise. Chefy Jeffy, congratulations again on the win, guys. We've got Man Esports LFO and Rock LFO coming up after the break.
out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 and 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solitov. Information from the bees. It goes in. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stem pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
Oh, he
impact.
gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have
he doesn't know!
confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you
only
gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical, the ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Let's go! レオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
are the best that this region has got to offer.
Two matches in the books here for OCE's debut of APL Kickoff. And so far, it's, well, one went to script, the other one maybe not as much, because Anios 2-1 over Chiefs. We move to our third and final series of the day. We get to see Man Esports versus Rock LFO. Strange old name. I'm not too sure what's behind that one. Just Rock. Looking for a rock. But two teams that probably come into this one, and again, hard to probably have a focus on who we think is going to be the absolute favorite. It should be a good one. Could go all three maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at Man LFO as the first roster between these two and break them down. Yeah, as you're kind of alluding to, shaping up to be quite a close matchup. Focusing in on these guys specifically, the roster is largely unchanged compared to the back end of 25. Scars, though, out for Elements, who has an opportunity now in the APL to have a bit of a splash. These guys had promising signs, especially again towards the back half of 2025, and I think it's about building upon that foundation that they were able to lay at the back end of that year. And so, yeah, we'll see how they go with this new look team. Again, very difficult to set expectations, but I can definitely see them having impact in the midfield.
Yeah, I think that in this region, the number one spot's locked up until proven otherwise. The number two spot probably wide open, so it means that the rest of the competition is very much an open territory. Rock LFO will go to them. ACOG, Loyalist, Machine, Snow, and Cyro. Of course, they were part of True Synergy Gaming, so they're pretty much the same team, but just continuing under an LFO banner. But a team, guys, that historically hasn't had a lot of success at Pro League level.
No, they had a very, very, very rough introduction to the Tier 1 level. It took them quite a while to wind up and find a bit of form, but they did eventually find it again, sort of emerging towards mid-pack, towards the back half of 2025. So in some ways, they mirror a similar-ish kind of timeline as Man LFO. The roster isn't completely unchanged. However, Ned out for Snow. He's been kicking around in Rivals and Tier 2 competition for quite some time, so excited to see how he can enter the Tier 1 scene and hopefully have impact. I've really liked what we've seen from this team and the improvement. It's been quite linear, slow going, but that's expected in OCE. And so for me, this stage and Kickoff specifically is about building in to 2026 and hopefully they're cracking into the top three.
Yeah, this game was slated for, I think, 8 or 9 p.m. or something like that at 6:30. It's been a pretty quick day, and that had a 3-mapper in there as well. We'll go to the vetoes for our final series of the day, as Machine is already getting flashbanged in his own room. He needs to turn the lights on as we go to Lair, Chalet again, and Consulate if required. It's been the day at the Chalet, but a different map. We get Lair first up, more importantly, selected by Man LFO.
Yeah, you get to see Lair play out so far in OCE. It seems like the flavor of the day so far, as you're alluding to, has been both Chalet and Consulate, so nice to mix things up a little bit. Lair will offer an opportunity, I think, for both teams to experiment a bit more with flirks and playing into large maps, probably expecting the likes of Snake to maybe get some play or at least band out. And then as we transition across to Chalet, that's where we see the tempo change up a little bit more, should be a little bit more fluid. And then if Consulate, if required, brings us back down to a lot of structure, a lot of checkpoints, a lot of mini games. Who that's going to favor, Jake? I mean, it's impossible to say at this point for these two, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we get another close game.
So we head to Lair first up for our final series of the day. There is, by the way, a match that will not be played today in the upper bracket quarterfinal, but will be played next week, which is Shy Academy. I believe I've said that actually correct. And 6 targets. Those two teams kind of have, I guess, a proverbial bye this week, so they'll be getting to make their debut next week. But for now, Barbie Boys and Chiefs already in that lower bracket. Anios Enterprise will play in the upper bracket semi-final. So the winner of this series, guys, will play the winner of the match next week in Shy Academy and 6 targets. Certainly, I think that the bottom half of that upper bracket, in terms of the fixturing, you could probably have any of those 4 teams make the upper bracket final. It's rather staggering. I think it's pretty wide open. So it means that it's going to be very competitive. Into Lair, the bands we get Kaid and Grim first up.
Yeah, of course, the main bracket itself was randomly seeded, but it does feel like it's probably split down the middle a little bit. And so we'll see if any of these teams are able to maybe go all the way. We'll wait and see. As for the bands for the first half, double electric there with the Kaid and the Bandit taken off the board for Rock LFO. They themselves responding with the Grim and Blackbeard combination. So Snake remains, Dokkaebi as well. Good luck potential on a map like Lair where we might see these teams lean into that for entry and then for control. Top floor though, that's less likely to be as impactful. The focus will be on those main checkpoints on the exterior, opening up hard breach, countering the mirror, and then shaping up for that execute.
Last time we saw Man LFO on Lair, they lost it 7-4 to Outlast Gaming. That was back in October of last year. Pretty much the same roster as well. It was Scars in place of Elements, so that's the only change up. They will be attacking first up here on their map pick for Rock. So it's basically Man versus Rock. I mean, I feel like it depends on how big the Rock is. Is it the Rock? The wrestling rock, or is it just like a small little stone rock?
A pebble.
A little pebble rock. They're on defense to begin for Machine Snow, Syra, Lolith, and ACOG. And nothing too crazy so far in terms of operator selections or even bans to that matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to sort of take a step back as well and observe the quality of this siege compared to the other matches. Whilst there's been some lopsided results, I think overall some of the macro we've seen has actually been pretty good. And hopefully these two are on par with that so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of part of the conversation with Chef, right? Was like the synergy from Anios. Maybe it wasn't, heavy frag level play, but team-wise was really good. Macro and obviously Enterprise were Enterprise.
There haven't been many question mark moments today, which is a positive sign for the region. Early pressure here from Sharky, mind you.
There was one team kill from Lunchbox out of Jake Kenner, but
we didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
We didn't see it, so it's fine. And this one's slow going. To be fair, top floor Lair, Master and R6 can be one of the more slower paced sites within Siege. The main thing you want here is the mezzanine control, and that has been established for Man. And Sharky on the Monty, and so far looking for this set play where you get the Monty in the mezzanine position, open up mask, great swing. But so far it's all Man LFO. They've been able to actually hit the shots, and so now they've got a 3-player advantage and they break down this defensive site. This is a great start for Man LFO. Oh, shot in the back by Beers. Leaves poor old Machine by himself. Well, and that's going to be the end of the round. He did actually find a couple of kills at the close of the round, Machine, but the round win is secured for Man LFO. Attacking start on Lair into top floor. That is a wonderful start, even if it is their map pick.
Yeah, layering really good pressure through the early round. Ops across, spearheaded by the shield. Those on site like ACOG, as we observed, were getting a little uneasy and trying to find a pick back. Then they got caught. And it was, pretty straightforward snowball there from the attack. The Deimos elsewhere from Elements offering a point of difference. And, pretty clinical across the board there to open up their account. And so they'll be pretty pleased about that. Always a positive sign top floor when you can open up those walls early, get, control quickly, not get stalled out. Of course, basement will play out in quite a different fashion, largely dependent on how Man LFO want to approach. You can, of course, go quite direct. That's a possibility. You can also elect to go for full map clears, abuse the vert, etc. Given the lineup that is on offer here from Man LFO, it's pretty flexible. They'll have the info gathering of Elements and Pluto for the map clear if they so wish, and then Sharky on the Monty is going to be effective at any point of the map. whether it be direct or down one of the staircases.
I think basement on Lair is always a good testament to how a team really understands this map and how aggressive they want to get on the roam game, how they can peel back, deny a lot of these stairwell positions, especially also then from the attack.
Oh, Pluto's already in.
If they can read that defensive roam and understand the side is quite vacant, it is actually one of the more viable options to go horizontal, and they've done that. Straight through lockers, Pluto finds the first kill, Sharky then aggressive as well, and they can get this plant down in lab. And it's going to be a little bit too late now for Rock LFO to get back to this side, deny this plant, especially with the shield at the back. Plant is successful. Oh, so far, this is an incredibly dominant opening 2 rounds for Man LFO on the attack of Lair. Loyal does get the headshot onto Beers. At the doorway, though, he'll meet his demise as Snow is going to be the last one up. And this round is done. Man LFO have just absolutely blitzed the opening 2 rounds. Snow will give it his absolute best. Even if he had have found that kill, which would have been great on the drop down, he was going to get shot in the back anyway. 2-0 start. This is really good for Man Esports.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty fascinating to see the drone positions there through the prep phase into the early action phase, and then hear the comms of the team who's, you know, making that leadership decision, who's making the call that this is the hit we're going for, because it was very succinct, very called very early on, and clearly based on the information that we had, which is even more expansive, was most certainly the correct call as well, with site so vulnerable and with that hold up above looking quite difficult to take down. They found the point of least resistance and were able to flood quickly, and then not just get the site control, but then retain it and prevent any retake. Good shot from Pluto, and while Loyal, you know, found at least something back, it was snappy from Man LFO, who clearly very in sync with how the defense would then try to retake, and didn't afford Rock any space or whatsoever. So great start. Round 3, things get a little intriguing. Over to dorms. So Rock LFO electing to go to the tertiary site of choice. And this one often a fun site to watch, with frequent battles on the top floor for vert control. And that seems to be the case here. Rock LFO will invest quite a bit of utility. And it's not quite like basement where you can ignore it. Typically you need some kind of contest. Otherwise it's like shooting fish in a barrel down below in towards that plant attempt.
Yeah, got to be real concerned right now for Rock LFO that this doesn't get out of hand quickly. Bunks and briefing, tertiary site, not always one of the more easier sites to defend on this map, in contrast to the first 2. Beers and Pluto finding the first 2 opening kills in the first 2 rounds, and both with 3 kills after the first 2 rounds. Being the standouts. I think for Rock, this is where you've got to take this round on the tertiary round to try and be a little bit more forward present. Yeah, take these kind of fights, put the pressure back, don't allow Man LFO to just take easy space, get good control around the map. Got to be more present within the server. In the first 2 rounds, they were just very stagnant. Looking to try and establish this top floor foothold for Man LFO. It's taking them some time. A chance for Hunter to put some damage into the back of Snow, and he does that. And they're gonna forfeit this top floor hold, except for Snow just holding towards the storage stairs.
Yeah, forfeiting control up above is never a comfortable position for the defense. It limits the ability to deny plant, and if and when main walls open or Man LFO pivot for a simple green side push, it gets really tough for Rock LFO without a potential recontest up above. So we might see that through the mid to late round where they try to push back in to that control above, because sitting stagnant down below on the first floor is an unlikely way to win the round.
Machine's getting lit up elsewhere. It's Hunter. Finds it from above on the buck. And ACOG's going to fall as well to Beers. Loyalith was able to get the trade onto Elements, and then Beers losing his battle. And Sharky's getting the plant down inside of Bunks right now. No contest, no movement from Rock. That will be successful. And anytime you can enter the post lane with that Monty still up, it becomes difficult for the defending team to retake. And especially considering there's no one on the second floor for Rock LFO, Hunter will sit pretty above. So they're going to go for this retake. They do so as 3. 3 to push up. Pluto, they found the kill onto Snow. Loyal to swing. Surely Hunter's aware of the fact that he's being swarmed on. No, shot in the back by Cyro. And suddenly a little bit more winnable for Rock, but they've got to be quick with their movement. Guman stepped on by Pluto. Sharky at the moment just playing outside, watching Kit. This is a wonderful position. Good highlight there by the Obs. And with basically no time on the clock, this round is done. Save the KD, Loyalith. No, or not.
Couldn't even do that. Well, played out as I kind of expected, right? If you don't recontest the top floor control fast enough and you allow the plank to go down uncontested, it's such a time sink to re-clear up above and to find kills. And whilst they did that and they flushed it out, you then look at the time and before you know it, it's 10-15 seconds left on the fuse. You've then got to run all the way back to the objective, which also wasn't entirely clear because the Monty just posted up outside and that round was basically over the second that plant was not denied. Probably needing a bit more util to layer on towards the side or a bit more of a fierce contest at the top floor. Of course, it's much easier said than done, and we did see good flank watch from the attack. And so, honestly, that round really just goes down as another clean one from Man LFO, who had the systems in place, ready to go with the top floor clear. It was rather efficient. Then the protection against the retake, and then you throw in the Monty as the cherry on top, and that round looked very, very challenging for the defense to break down.
New camera feed up and running.
Oh, I certainly wasn't expecting this kind of start. Attacking team on Lair, 3-0 start. Being able to win Master R6 the way they did in the opening round. Pretty easy entry in basement and early into the round where they got the plant down to the 2-minute and 6-second mark. Sharky then got another plant down as well in that previous round. So 2 from 3 rounds. They've gotten this kit down successfully. We go back top floor. Repeat effort now for Rock LFO. Well, obviously lost all 3 of the sites. Now we see played here on Lair and back to the site that typically is the easiest to defend. 3 alive, 3 alive, 2 alive in the opening 3 rounds. So no flawlessness to these rounds. 6-1 start for Pluto. Loyalith wants to get a little bit more active here towards reception. Saw the bans, by the way. The Monty taken away from Sharky, who played that really well in the first 3 rounds. The mirror banned out too. That was played in all 3 rounds by Rock LFO. They're pretty effective bans against both teams.
4 targets available here for Elements. Lurk, oh. Unfortunately, I had a bit of a lag spike there, so missed that fight, but it seems like it's still 10 up. Loyalith trying to defend this reception area pretty fiercely, but I imagine he will get flushed out here eventually by the Deimos, but no, that's a ping up above onto ACOG, who does take a chunk of damage.
And pushed into then Hunter's position. It's the power of the Deimos, though. It's like, if you sit still, you're dead. You run, you're dead. Like... Good clear from Elements, then onto Loyalith as well. And this is a defense from Rock LFO, where I was going to kind of touch on it, but they opted, instead of playing a real bunker down defense, you know, bringing the Tachanka, denying, delaying, they tried to play a little bit more around the map. And Men LFO, with Elements on the Deimos, were able to just kind of find these roamers. Machine with a shotgun gets rid of Hunter, but he's now down for the count anyway. They can't play the trade game. They don't have the numbers, so you can't just go 1-for-1 from here. So Snow doesn't even fire a shot. Oh, it's 4-0 for Man Esports LFO. You might need to call a timeout here and just talk things over. 4-0, 4 straight, 4 in the attack. Twice now winning on the top floor. And this is devastating.
Yeah, it's rough. And it may well shape up to be yet another lopsided map here this afternoon, where it feels like close results are difficult to come by. And also another example, maybe unlike some of the others where it genuinely feels like it is very one-sided, a lot of the other results may be a bit misconstrued, as they may have looked on paper very one-sided, but the rounds themselves were actually, you know, rather competitive and not necessarily absolute smashings, whereas this one so far has been, man, LFO absolutely in the driver's seat. They are playing well and truly like the better team so far. And Rock LFO, who are defending on Lair. Next 2 rounds, all but must win. They really need to switch it on here. They elect not to take a tactical timeout, nothing wrong with that. But we'll see if they've been able to reset.
Reload!
The benefit, though, for Rock LFO, this is not their map pick. We can try and at least ease into the series and hope to turn things around on Chalet. Not that this one's done by any means, but it's a long way back. Back to basement for this 5th round, where they got far more presence down in the basement rather than electing to play the roam game. It's as close as a basement stack as you're probably going to get on Lair. You typically still need to control a lot of those stairwell positions, have presence on the first floor. But they got many bodies that are going to be pretty quick to be able to get back down to basement to deny any kind of direct horizontal push. And it's going to force more of a top-down clear. And Loyalist hits the headshot onto Elements. Gets rid of the Deimos. That's a big pick. Good start for Rock LFO. First opening kill for them here on Lair. Team kill from Pluto onto Hunter. That's our 2nd team kill of the day. And Snow wins the battle against Sharky. Finally, Rock LFO are looking like they're going to find some success. Loyalist, great swing, wins the battle against Pluto. And this round is going to be a very quick one and a very dominant one for Rock LFO. Biz is just hoping to see if he can maybe get a freebie or 2. And does win that battle against Syro. Syro probably should have been able to win that one. He goes to 7-2. Great start for him. Couldn't surely pull off the ace as he gives Syro a little love tap to the dead body on the way. And he's going to go again. Why not? Second one for good measure. You can see him smiling in the cams
oh, no.
as he runs into everyone. He's having a bit of fun there, Beers. He's giving that mouse a good spin. Wait, is that a mouse? What is it?
I think it's his mouse upside down.
It's his mouse upside down. That's like cheating.
Good sharp shot to open the account for Loyalist and Rock LFO in that round. Trouble's compounding off the back of the team kill. And Loyalist continued his little reign of terror in round number 5. With that, the proverbial damn wall has broken. And Rock LFO in a position, if they can defend the tertiary, to start their recovery effort here on Lair.
It's a long way back, but you win this 2nd round, and it's what, 4-2, go on the attack yourself. Maybe you can steal top floor, and then it's 4-3. You build the confidence back up. Yeah, clearly from a mechanical gunplay sense, they haven't really been that far off it. Machine's got 3, Snow's got 3, Loyalist is going positive. It's only Syra and ACOG that have really struggled in the KD department. It's been more so just a breakdown in defense philosophy on a lot of these sites, the way they've been playing it. Kind of trying to shuffle the deck chairs at times. And in that round, a bit more aggression seemingly works out nicely. Bunks a briefing to close the half out. This one's coming on pretty quickly in terms of these opening 6 rounds.
Yeah, the twitch and play for round 6. So Hunter will be able to find a bit of util, most notably the Fenrir in this round, and deal with that. Doesn't seem like he's had a ton of success, although he only did just catch the back end of that particular drone, and he'll still have one more that he can get to work. Ops ground for Pluto and Sharky, who again will continue to drone forward here, trying to back this defense into a corner and force the flush. Block can be called to follow. So more information gathering tools here from Man LFO to try and clear above. Sorry, holding firm though. Flush missed. Minute 30 on the clock, so a decent amount of time drain here for the risk that's been taken by by Rock, which has actually been quite low so far, not having to work too hard to defend that timer.
Just over a minute remaining. And a flash dump push now from Man LFO. Sharky was blinded as well by it, but he did find the kill onto Snowden. The second onto Syro. They did lose 2 teammates though in Elements and Beers, which makes this now 3v3. Drop down from ACOG. Glasses were activated. Back over to site. He can recover. But it does give up the second floors. Hunter, good little vault overkill onto Machine. They've got the advantage again. And they both fall to Sharky and Hunter as Man LFO clean up the half. It's a 5-1 statement here on the map of Lair.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down, you never broke down. My back used to be up against walls, it's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask, hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could've split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself, I don't wanna spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peek the drive, see how I stayed in my lane when they shifted. I knew that time could not erase what my destiny's written. Right there next to these writtens. In my skin and my DNA like the one that was risen. I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up. Changed all my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I claimed it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. You thinking of it make me wrong. And has it been too long? Yeah, still I got my eyes on the prize, nothing else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were that one time that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really mattered, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it will. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed all my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. You thinking of it make me wrong. And has it been too long?
So we return from the halftime break. 5-1 lead for Man LFO. They switch over to the defense in cruise control here on their map pick of Lair. Imagine they'll go immediately to the top floor. And if they defend that as we probably expect, it could be a 6-1 lead as we head into the bands. The most pleasing aspect for Man LFO, though, again, would be the overall team play. 7-4 for both Hunter and Beers, 6-2 for Pluto, 5-1 for Sharky. Only Elements lower numbers, 1-4. Pretty much played the Deimos in a supportive role. The beauty of Deimos as an operator is that you can play him aggressive. You can almost try to play for your own kills, or you can look to set up your teammates. And I think that's the way that Elements was really trying to play it. And switching onto the Dokkaebi at the final round probably gives the same inclination as a kind of supportive role. That's the R6 indeed locked in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, another really strong sign as well for Man LFO over the course of that attacking half was their ability to net opening kills. A 5 out of 6 record, converting on every single occasion, of course. That was only broken by Loyaloth back at round 5, which was a bit of a trip overall for Man LFO, kind of tripping over themselves a little bit there. And by far their weakest round outside of that. the siege that they've been able to produce has been really quite clinical to watch. It's been really impressive.
10 seconds remaining.
And for Rock LFO, it's now seeing if they can do much the same on their attacks in terms of commanding the early round, getting that map control early, and making Man Alpha on defense feel uncomfortable. This kind of defensive hold specifically is really reliant on the Tachanka playing deep and those positions not being disrupted. So if Rock LFO are able to, disrupt that potentially from below or get quick ops control or whatever the case may be, it's critical that they don't allow that backline of the defense to sort of be the backbone of the round. We do see the Snake deployed though here for round number 7, and so Loyalist will be given the license to play first floor, and it's very challenging to flank a Snake that does have that radar available.
Solid Snake's going to be the kind of operator that will have a lot of influence, will be strong, but we probably won't always get to see it. Not quite as obvious unless you're actively watching them. You can see right there on the radar in terms of what Loyalist can gain, and it will be an operator that will fill the role of, say, a Nook. It's that kind of same style. You're looking to make entry, move around the map. The radar helps you move around the map and get a bit of an advantage in terms of intel. And getting the opening kill on to Cyro continues his good form. He goes to 8 kills and is the lobby leader. Machine wanted to try and get aggressive and push forward with the smoke, but the glass will be denied. Good use of the Shamika launcher by Sharky. Halfway through this round, Man LFO looking really strong.
Yeah, indeed they are. Loyalist is going to be key here to try and unlock this defense, it feels, and make space for his attacking team. Needs to maybe try and find the likes of Pluto from below. Needs to get active. Heads over towards lobby stairs. In the meantime, Pluto does land that Nitro, undisrupted from below.
Well, you're at the point in the round where you want to have mezzanine control. Start putting pressure on defense. But it's 5v2. You got nothing. This round's done. It's a difficult site to break down. But Man LFO showed in the first half how to do it. Snow just stuck outside at the window. Machine has not been able to do a thing. He's been completely blocked out by the Shamika launcher of Sharky. He has not been able to properly engage on this glass. Every time he used that smoke, flames at his feet. Yeah. I don't know what else to say really in this round other than credit to Man LFO and the way that they've played this. But for Rock, it's probably still question marks. Operator selection lineup, the way that they wanted to position around the site. Instead of going for the more conventional tactics, they tried some different things. Didn't work at all. Man LFO very switched on. Lockdown on defense. This has been a beatdown on Lair, but it is their map pick. Expectations typically, I guess. We come into this series maybe not fully understanding as to maybe where these two teams are stacked up against each other. Well, right now, after the first map, they got far more of an understanding. We'll see if Chalet will play out any differently.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably everyone on which map 2 flips the other way, right? And we see a change of fortune. I think if it does continue to play out like this, though, it would be a real detriment for Rock LFO, who, again, rebranding from TSG, a rough introduction for them to the highest level of play, but they were able to find actually some okay form towards the back end of 2025. It would be rough for them to head into stage 1 with this kind of form line during kickoff, and would maybe feel like a regression for them. But look, it's only map 1. There's still a long path ahead, and the series is certainly not done. May just be an off performance here on Lair so far, but on the other side of the coin, Man LFO have had their numbers strategically. They've looked actually quite good. Very well directed in what they want to achieve, and whilst execution hasn't been absolutely perfect, it's been pretty darn close in most of these rounds. So I think they will be quite pleased at the well-rounded effort as well. A lot of big numbers being posted on this team. The entry's been strong. The cost numbers as well, something to note. All but Elements on 86%, and he's not even trailing that far behind Elements on 71. So good consistent impact from all 5 members on Man LFO. Oh, that was close.
Swapping mags.
Pluto through R6. Big lurk on the defense here on a basement side to be on this top floor position by yourself, but you're 6-1 up. Why not? And if he's not trying, and to be fair, this is where, again, Solid Snake can be quite useful. These top-down clears, find the info, but Pluto is the one that finds the kill onto Syra. Lurleth caught by Hunter. Mustn't have seen him on the radar. 2-player advantage for Man LFO. Making quick work of their opponents on Lair. This has been, well, I was going to say the most one-sided map of the day, guys, but we had Enterprise that finished their best of 3 series in, I think it was an hour and 20 minutes. That's Enterprise. It's a little bit different. This is a very brutal beatdown from Man LFO. Nacog will at least get rid of Beers.
Yeah, it's looking like a double stack here. Warehouse side. Snow and ACOG will just try and trade their way through and see if they can pull something off, but it looks very, very unlikely.
I love the discipline here from Man LFO. Bring 4 back to site, lock it up. We don't have to be too cute, have too much fun. We know they have to push site, bring the numbers back. It's really, really smart siege. Man LFO have been really good here on Lair. They should be very happy with their performance. And even in a moment like this, where you're 6-1 up, 4 versus 2 in the round, 30, 40 seconds left, this is the round where typically you could start to have a bit of fun, run around, and they keep it very compact, make it very difficult, impossible for Rock LFO. Well, we begged the question before this match, which is going to be stronger, the man or the Rock? I guess it was the man.
Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes dead. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stem pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the dash. He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesk, gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1.
He gets it just in time.
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, an incredibly dominant performance from Men LFO. They took apart their opponents, Rock LFO, on Lair. 7-1 beatdown. They had a 7 out of 8 advantage on the opening kills. They got clamped down twice in the first half. Multi-kills from Sharky and Pluto. Had a flawless in the 7th round as well. Double digits for Hunter. Everything that could go right went right.
Oh, just about. I mean, there was the one blemish in round 5, but that was basically about it. Yeah, just commanding position after commanding position that was then being converted. A true team effort as well across the board. The cost numbers were incredibly impressive, with 3 players almost on the precipice of 90%. So pretty much having impact in all but 1 round if the math checks out. You flip that to Rock LFO, for instance. Not a single player was above 100 EPS. Loyal the highest with 82, and that was off largely 1 pop-off round. And the cost numbers in comparison far more inconsistent. The question now begs, was that just a one-off on Lair? Is the Chalet going to be more refined? And well, thankfully for us, the answer to that is not too far away.
Well, certainly not too far away at all. Into the second map of the series, what is our final series of the day here for OCE. As so far, it's been a really, really solid day. Enterprise showed that they are going to be the team to beat. There are no question marks about that roster. Chiefs got some work to do, got beaten up by Chef Jeff and Team Anios. And for Men LFO, well, a perfect start against Rock LFO. We'll see if that continues into Chalet. They'll be on the attack and they'll be ready to go. They started on the attack on Lair and they were able to get 4 rounds straight to get going. If you can do that on Lair, I think it's more than likely they can certainly go and do it here on Chalet. This is the map pick, though, for Rock LFO. They need to respond and do so now.
So we'll see the bands roll out then. First wave, Azami and Grim. Both very common on Chalet. Followed up by the Solace and the Monty. The Solace is one that's not quite as targeted, but still very impactful on Chalet, especially when you think about objectives like dining, where you may see the Solace play above for plant denial. A couple of other occasions as well. Solace as well can be quite adaptive throughout the mid-round if you want to have a roam in play as well. But that will not be seen for the opening half. Monty to round things off. And so that leaves the Blitz and the Blackbeard as the primary shields.
Yeah, I mean, for Rock LFO, a short break between the first map and the second.
Bomb located by
Hopefully, for their sake, a little bit more prepared here on Chalet. just got to try and make these rounds themselves even more competitive. Kind of look at some of the survival numbers in the first half. In the first half of the first map, there was only one round where there was less than 3 players alive in the round wins for Man LFO. And then in the second half, which was only 2 rounds, that couldn't be said either. So for Rock LFO, there was not a single round that they lost. Sorry, there was only a single round that they lost, which was 2 or less alive for Man LFO. That's concerning. Solid Snake selected by Hunter on the rappel. And see, of course, it does get the information. Right there. Here's a player ahead of him. Interesting lurk here by Snow over towards Barstock for this top floor site. Something that Man LFO will need to be aware of later in the round as Beers over towards Ego on the glass. We've got plenty of smokes in pocket for this round. 2 for Beers, 1 just thrown out, and 2 for Sharky. ACOG was the opening death. Hunter finding that pick. Machine just peeking the window here at the mezzanine. Snow does collect the kill on Pluto. Loyalist gets rid of Hunter. Man LFO trying to go really direct, really quickly. And Snow Machine both low, despite the fact this has been brought back to 3v3, and it's the full health Syro that is going to go down quickly to the glass. A battle over towards the office wall. It's going to be Beers that won that. Sharky then got rid of Snow. And even though that round was at least a little bit more competitive, still more bodies well and truly up for Man LFO. They closed it out. They continue where they left off.
Yeah, still quite lopsided. Just unable to deal with the threat of the glass early. That was a big oversight. There was in the pocket of space bedroom side that was allowed to be opened up at the castle barricade, actually aiding the attack there and facilitating the planned attempts. Yeah, so some oversights in that round, but it was well exploited by Man LFO, and continuing on that trend that we saw from Lair, where they're able to identify a setup, and whether it's default or maybe a slight adjustment, they tend to have some pretty good adaptability around that, and then being able to it's been quite enjoyable to watch. Good start on the attacking half in an attempt to build momentum. We head over to dining for round 2.
Yeah, I imagine it'll play pretty similar.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the success in that round for Rock LFO was kind of off the back of the Snow Lurk Barstock, where he found a pick at the same time that Loyalist found a pick that brought the round back, and it looked like it was going to be competitive. But again, 3 players left alive for Man LFO at the end of it. And that was just a rather direct hit into sight. It wasn't really too much about it.
I'm reloading.
This side, this time a little bit more of a solar side focus for Man LFO. Loyalist just lurking around towards Bar Games. Machine will play Trophy Stairs. Magnet goes out after some of the utility was already in. Now, Sharky's going to go for the rappel. It didn't seem like he was actually aware of Machine's position. Just the way that he kind of nonchalantly rappelled in, didn't go for the quick snap Trophy Stairs. It was a bit of a delayed one, but then Pluto, that's much better. Collects Machine, 1-for-1 trade. They lose the striker, but they get rid of the Wamai. No more magnets for the remainder of this round for the defense.
Yeah, so 4v4. ACOG seemingly concerned about pressure trophy side, or at least the drone output here from Man LFO, and so looking to deal with that as best as possible. That drone, however, gaining good deep info. Midpoint of the round, Man LFO will likely transition Solar down into trophy and then hit A side. Bit of pressure though would probably help in flushing out Kitchen, try and force this defense back over towards Dining to play longer angles, which will favour naturally the attack. Pluto commanding position here at the moment with the ACOG site, but needs help elsewhere. Needs a bit of information, needs a bit of pressure from above.
Under a minute remaining. One more gas paper available for ACOG as he threw that one out. Beers is down, so it's a 3v2. Loyalith and Sire. And these are the moments in which Rock LFO cannot just allow themselves to be overwhelmed. Got to stay competitive. And a great swing from Pluto. And then Elements to finish off Loyalith. And indeed, again, it is a pretty clean sweep from Man LFO. 2 straight to start Chalet. And of the 10 rounds played overall in the series, it's 9-1. This is entering Enterprise Barbie Boys territory. Bar Games, the third site.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's starting to blow out a little bit here. Man LFO are flexing their muscles now into this second map. So showing good versatility into different lineups, different sites, etc. Their ability to polish off rounds as well, even in ones that are rather contested like that last one's really, really good. A good sign that they're communicating what needs to be cleared and where people need help at the right times, and then they're connecting that nicely. So it's over to bar round 3. Rock LFO really must start building some momentum, otherwise they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt pretty quickly here.
The longer this goes on as well, it's harder to then turn it around, really. Like these rounds now that are playing out, these are the ones you got to do it. You can't go 5-0 down and then start to bring it back. At that point, then you leave yourself so vulnerable to one mishap, one little misplay or a big play from Man LFO. Then they suddenly get to 6. And then, you know, you're facing the prospect of being sent to the lower bracket. These are the crucial rounds. And also considering the way that the first map went. You've only won a single round of Siege so far in this series. It's very difficult to build the belief, build the confidence if you can't string something together. You haven't even really looked likely in a lot of the round losses either. It's not like they've been, you know, 1v1s or 1v2s or close or counter diffusers. Loyalith looking for a swing over towards the front door. That drone is going to be immediately shot out. Gives away his position though towards the hallway. Logic Bomb rings out from Pluto. And credit to Man LFO though in the way that they've been playing. Waited to try and get that drop kill onto Siret. Beers will collect. Another opening kill for Man LFO in the back pocket of this series. They've dominated in that regard. Snow holds his place towards the mezzanine. They lose ACOG though, and it's just again pick after pick in favor of Man LFO. They've been so switched on, so sharp in this series. Good swing from Loyalith though onto Pluto, who went for the push straight into sight. He got punished for that over-aggression. Trades back and forth. 3 up for Man LFO. Make it 2. Finally, more competitiveness shown by Rock. But Snow will fall to Elements. Reaggressing Library Stairs. He's had a very good time on Chalet so far. 4-0. Leaves Machine in the 1v2. Blinded in real life, but full of vision in the game.
He does have Nitro. That could be impactful if this lands.
Got Sharky low.
And has the mirror window to reposition off.
That is a very good reposition. Back over to Bar Stock. Played the mirror window well. Didn't stay towards Bar. That's exactly where Elements was looking. Oh, beautiful 1v2 from Machine. Really, really good work. And a case sample there, guys, where it's about the movement. He's just moving around. He uses his Nitro Cell. He's in Bar. Slips back to Bar Stock. He's just not staying still. Of course, it's the benefit of being the defender in that situation with time winding down, but he's constantly making it difficult for the attackers to locate where he is. Big round for Machine. Can the boys of Rock LFO just gain a little confidence from that round win?
Well, it's a Rock LFO timeout, so looking to recompose after that round, and we'll see if it does potentially kickstart some momentum for them. It's so tricky to say, but a round win is a round win, and I think given in the context of the series, that they'll take that. Maybe sensing that maybe they're not too far out of touch to start showing signs of competitiveness here on Chalet. Did a good job in that last round to show some good resilience on site late round. Machine gets credit for that, of course. As he mentioned, his positioning was really good, maximized the utility on offer, had a good sense, whether that was relayed to him or he knew previously in terms of the third up above, and just ran that really nicely. Fortunate start there for Pluto, who fell. The defense, good anchor work elsewhere prior to that little re-aggress that almost worked out in the end there for Man LFO. But not to beat. And with that timeout concluded, we return to the top floor.
I'm assuming we'll get the credit for that 1v2, but certainly far more competitiveness from Rock LFO in the middle portion of that round, which put him in that position to be able to clutch up. And clutch up he did. Is that a circuit breaker for Rock LFO? A 1v2 clutch, timeout, talk things over, a little reprieve, and a good chance to use that as a springboard now. Get a couple of rounds on the board, make this a contest. You can't just win one and then straight back to usual proceedings, which is certainly what Man LFO will be hoping will happen. But that's the round win there that can build the confidence. So bar games defended successfully. Back over top floor. That's the bedroom and office for the fourth round.
Reinforcing wall.
It's a pretty trap heavy here from the defense here with the Legion, the Thorn, the Allah. Going to be a lot to disrupt the push here from the attacker, maybe not allow some of the lurks in towards the site that we saw specifically last time out. It was most notably the Glaz, but of course that's omitted for this round. Hunter finds the first on the topic of omissions as well, the additional bans of Mirror and Ying. So losing the Warden with the Ying banned out isn't absolutely terrible, but it's obviously still not great. Less firepower available in the server and still susceptible now to flash bangs, plenty of which are available, and a plant attempt from Man LFO.
Oh, he's going to get this down completely. Oh, I was going to say completely uncontested at the death, though. Snow got him and then got elements after that. Well, this has just changed pretty quickly. That was about to be a post-plant scenario. Man LFO got sprung. Rock LFO at the death have just been able to wake back to life in this fourth round. Beers is low, so is Pluto, and this is a very winnable round for Rock LFO to try and make it 2 straight for the first time in the series.
There was a slither left on that plant to go down. Even if it was confirmed, the snappy couple of kills found by the defense may not have made much of a difference as Beers charges forward and falls. Leaves Pluto in a 1 versus 3. He's dead too, and Rock LFO have been able to equalize.
Yeah, all right, this is better. Game on, series on now. They're back. They've woken up. Sheen's 1v2's giving them a lifeline. The timeout too as well. Off the back of that, they go and win this round. It looked a little shaky maybe to begin with, and I thought that plant was going to be able to stick, but yeah, really good timing from Snow to deny. Then got the second immediately after that. And 2-2. Kitchen dining to come for the 5th round. 2 more rounds to go in the half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
You can just sort of feel for Rock LFO, okay, that confidence is back, that ability to compete. It's not like Man LFO, they're not enterprise guys, okay? Like we can get ourselves back into this, and they've done that.
Let's see if it's limited in scope or whether or not they could actually continue this little bit of momentum that they've now been able to build. As into the action phase for round 5 we now go. It's again rather trap heavy here from Rock LFO. In fact, essentially the entire lineup can be classified as trap. And so that's going to really disrupt the ability of particularly the Blackbeard of Sharky to try and find space. If he's getting disrupted by utility marching forward with just the shield in hand is going to be a little bit rough without proper support. So we'll see how Man LFO look to manage that, because it's starting to become a bit of a trend now that the traps are proving effective.
One area that Man LFO has still been very good at, though, in the map of Chalet is opening kills. They've still started all these rounds really nicely. 3 of 4. Make it 4 of 5. Beers collecting Cyro. It's going to be his second opening death for Rock LFO in this first half. And again, another really good start to the round for Man LFO, but Rock LFO have really started to show that they can fight back in these rounds. They're not just going to fall over in a similar fashion to Lair. Razor Bloom placed by ACOG. Looking to defend this top floor. Kitchen dining, of course, is the site, but top floor still has heavy importance.
We'll see how long ACOG is able to hold inside of office. This isn't a position that Man LFO should allow to be completely withdrawn from. They need to force the fight. I think still just being a little precarious over towards Library Stairs, and they'll now take this ground. ACOG has continued to stay here. 1-4 so far, and he needs to find at least one here.
Oh! I think he just got spooked by the Blackbeard. Oh, he hits the headshot with a C75. Well, that machine pistol up close can be very deadly. Blackbeard shut down. And ACOG himself will fall to Pluto. And Pluto then went on and got a second onto Loyalist Machine by himself. He got the 1v2 before. It'll be a 1v3 if he can do it again here in the 5th round.
There are a couple of BPCs up, but I don't think that's feeding too much useful information. There was a default solar as well. So Machine instead postures over towards West Main to maybe play on that on-site info. Maybe willing to afford the attack some control. But doesn't want to be too generous here. 20 seconds for Man LFO to problem solve.
It's on a lot of time, and they're going to have to solve now a 1v1 problem. Beers versus Machine. 10 seconds. The drop, he's already down. Machine didn't quite catch the timing. He can hold his position. Force Beers to run to him. Has the ping intel. Beers just kept on running. Machine blinded by the light, though, but he can see clearly. 3-2 as Rock LFO take the lead here on Chalet. And it's 3 rounds straight.
Well, it's definitely not a flash in the pan now. This is well and truly momentum built. Rock LFO have been able to adapt their play style. And I don't want to say leading into the traps is hot, but it doesn't feel like the traps themselves has been awfully meaningful. It's really a lot of it position-based at the moment. That Man LFO are finding tricky to contest. And also closing out rounds. That's now, what, 2 big clutches from Machine. That one there, even larger than the last. Where they just haven't been able to be in tradable positions, and Machine, with some awkward and some, I guess, quote-unquote strange positioning for himself, has done a really good job in actually converting that to isolation, but then immediately moves. He continues to remain unpredictable, not allowing Man LFO to pick it back for free, and ultimately showed some really good nerve at the end of the round as well.
10 seconds left.
Oh, big bounce back from Rock LFO, led by Machine, who's clutched up a 1v3 and a 1v2 for 2 of their 3 rounds. He's now 7-3. And 4 kills in that round as well for Machine. Over to Bar Games. Hunter just finding the right angle to avoid the Mozzie Pest. Gets rid of that. Cam and a whole bunch of utility as he makes his way up towards the mezzanine.
So the Retaros from Elements, we'll see how much utility that he is able to clear. A pretty open hold here from the defense, no deployable shields deployed, and so he'll rotate off pretty quickly. Util dump onto Cyro. ACOG elsewhere under the pump, traded back. Cyro falls as well. Good start for Man LFO. Now it's about conversion, and that's been put into question a couple of times now.
Yeah, but Machine's still alive, so there's still hope for Rock LFO the way he's been playing this half. And he does find the headshot onto Pluto. He goes to 8-3. He's got Snow for company. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, though. So for Man LFO, when you've got the number advantage, you've got minute 45, you can just take your time. Play together, open up angles, put pressure. You know there's probably one going to be around that bar stock position. the other unknown. Boogie Auto Breacher out from Beers. He's got another one in the pocket. Rotero's 2 for Element, so they've got the ability to get a lot of information. Almost actually found that kill there onto Snow, running around now in towards Mud.
Well, Snow's isolated
well
now.
placed.
If they can pick this apart, it's not going to look great for Machine, who will need to clutch up another 1v3. It's dependent on if they have info though on Snow. I don't think they have. The Machine pushes forward, gets caught. They're both low now.
Oh, he's got the angle, hits the headshot. 2v2. Both incredibly low, like you said. Susceptible, can't be too aggressive, but then they do not account for Snow inside of Mud. Beers to do his own Machine impression, and he gets rid of Machine 1v1 against Snow with 40 seconds. Beers inside a bar stock, Snow inside a bar. Beers caught by Snow, beautiful headshot. It's 3 in a row for Rock LFO, making the comeback here on Chalet going into the half.
Wow, wow, wow. It's falling.
Oh, a bit of fight here on the Chalets. Rock LFO taking a 2-round advantage heading into the second half, led by Machine, who has been a machine so far. He has clutched up a couple of times, 4K as well. He leads all comers 9-4 in terms of KD, 172 EPS, couple of clutches as well. That's been the difference, really. Let's be honest, guys. I mean, it's a 4-2 half, but it's the 2 machine clutches that give them that lead. Otherwise, it's probably 4-2 to Man LFO on general play. And I think that's probably what they just would be talking about going into the second half. We're on defense now. Overall, we've been the better team. We certainly were on the first. Let's just kind of keep things condensed, not panic. The scoreboard, maybe not fully reflective, but credit to Rock LFO. 4 rounds straight. Yes, there were a couple of clutches. They've been so much better here on Chalet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunately for Man LFO being a lot of late round clutches that have been against them, and that can sometimes happen. But yeah, I'd certainly agree that they should find a little bit more comfort now heading over towards defense. They don't have to be the ones that are dictating the terms of the rounds all too much in terms of playmaking. And we'll see if that favors them. Rock LFO are going to be tested well and truly here in the second half to see if they can actually translate a lot of that good playmaking potential over a cluster attack. It's much easier said than done. Also intrigued to see in terms of like what specific playstyle they want to actually employ in said second half. We'll see the Solid Snake selection already here from Loyalist. Bit of vet potential as well. The Bravo, a nice addition too, especially with the Aruni in play, and the Thorn too, even the Kaid to an extent. You factor in the defaults as well here on Chalet, which can be quite powerful, and I quite like the addition of those clutch drones.
Yeah, looking at the kind of close of the half, Machine a 1v2, Machine a 1v3, Snow a 1v1. You flip those three the other way, and it's a whole different scoreboard. Ifs and buts mean nothing, though. The reality is, Rock LFO up 2 rounds, Loyal onto the Snake. We'll see what Man LFO can bring to the table here on defense. Double shield ban against Rock LFO. Bedroom office site here, as we've gone past a minute already. 2 minutes to go in the round. Not a whole lot of action thus far. A lot of moving around defensively though for Man LFO. Sharky contesting towards Trophy on the first floor. You got Hunter inside kitchen as well. As we just panned away from Sharky, he got lit up. Very low on health after that first engagement.
Oh, ACOG goes in. Aggressive. Bang. Shot. Slam, but not the sack. And good trade from Hunter, who would have gotten that sound cue. Now under the pump himself. Hits the deck, waiting for support. Can Pluto come alongside to help? He does. Almost got the second. A lot of action currently here. Sara on the ground. It's a 3-2 in favor of Man LFO.
He's got just immediately back up, as he called it. So 3v3. He is low. Minute left for Rock LFO, but Machine's up. If Machine is up, they're a chance. He's been that good so far here on Chalet. And it's a different beast though when you're on the attack.
Nothing on the radar.
Won't fully clear. 40 seconds for what will be the eventual push into sight.
30 seconds. Loyalist trying to be patient, doesn't want to give away a sound cue. There's the ping. Sees the barrel of the gun. It's elements in closet. Not much Loyalist can do about that though. And they don't really have the util to displace this. This is tough, and he doesn't land the shot.
Well, it's kind of ironic. You're the one who's got the information, but he's the one that hits the shot. And then the second, as Elements falls to Syro, there's no time surely to clutch up the 1v2 with 4 seconds. Beers to put an end to this streak of Rock LFO. 4 straight comes to a close. As Man LFO find their 3rd round, they begin defense the way they really would have wanted to. Nice and clean. Loved the little 1-2 punch over towards Kitchen and Trophy. Earlier in the round, Hunter did a good job to get that trade on the into the trophy position, and then had a bit of help from Pluto above, and they were able to probably put themselves in the winnable position off of that initial mid-round engagement towards Kitchen. It was a good entry from ACOG, but yeah, Hunter's position was strong, kept himself tucked in. It was actually Pluto dropped and helped out horizontally, and yeah, from there they just had the numbers.
Sure did. So they snap back into action then to kick off the second half. Man LFO, the series leaders at the moment after a pretty devastating performance on Lair, a 7-1 victory for them. And while things start to get a little bit rocky here on Chalet, defense now potentially affording them an opportunity back into the match if the attacking woes of Rock LFO are to compound. Somewhat similar lineup then from Rock LFO, especially when centering it around the Brava. That being said, the Twitch also to be deployed here, so double specialist drone work. We'll see what kind of an impact that may have. I like the inclusion of the Ying as well as opposed to the Grim. Could be quite powerful, especially with no Warden in play from the defense.
Deploying drone.
Pluto up to 18 kills now across the two maps. Having a very good performance as the logic bomb from Loyalist is currently active. Not really gaining anything off this though. That will expire, and Pluto catching Loyalist. Just able to hear the footsteps over the ringing tones of the logic bomb, and he's going to do to the Dockerby what Loyalist wanted to do to him. Advantage for Man LFO, and double down as snow will fall. There goes the buck. On a kitchen dining site where you want that top floor control and then utilize the skeleton key, that's no longer available, and now puts Rock LFO in a very, very poor position.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. And there's little playmaking opportunity now with two players outside. Syro a long way away over towards Mez. Looking to fulfill a bit of a flank watch position at the moment, although position now noted. Of course, Pluto is on library stairs, but there's not really much in the way to force him up. If anything, he'll be wanting to path down below. So 60 seconds, we see that transition now from the attack. They're just going to have to stack it into sight. Yeah, this round, unfortunately, is unraveling. This one's going to hurt.
Oh, Machine's still alive.
4-4. Oh, true. Don't discount Machine. Hey, he's been very clutch today, but this is another level.
So a 1v2 or 1v3 now would be a 1v5 with 30 seconds to go. I like the fact that he'll give himself even a very minute chance. Well, there's one. He gets the double digits. At this point, mate, I'd save the KD. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. You could always just say, oh, 15 seconds to talk to the team, you know. Make something up. Well, he's trying, but he's not trying. Yeah, he's played this. He's honestly played this well. This is a. Oh no!
No, he hasn't.
Oh no, he hasn't. He's thrown it. I was gonna say it's a classic KD save where you've made it look like you're really trying to do something. And at the last death, he's actually just kind of peeked to the hallway. He needed to like knife peek it or something, you know, like do a fake peek, and then it looked a little bit more real. But he's died. Oh well. The professional KD save is what he was going for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Never really got going in that round though, unfortunately, did Rock LFO. So a 4-4 scoreline as we prep for round 9. It's now teetering back towards Man LFO, building momentum here as both teams having teething issues on attack Chalet so far. Bar the side of choice. The question now will be if Rock LFO maybe want to simplify and consolidate this attack and go for directs and maybe employ the Glaz and get active with that and maybe Ying, but it seems like we're going to see yet another pivot from them. The tools suggesting that they will go map across. As I say that though, late switch to the Glaz in play, Rayora as well, suggesting that maybe they do try and jump in and block off some of those passageways. Let's wait and see what they decide to deploy.
It's been far more of a contest on Chalet, that's for sure, after the 7-1 beatdown on Lair. But 2 in a row now, the Man LFO has got this all tied back up. They're 3 rounds away from progressing in the upper bracket and sending Rock LFO to the lower. Once again, we see Solid Snake employed, starting to become used a little bit more as the day has gone on. Just allows Loyalist to sneak through dining.
Okay, so some info gathered over towards the top library stairs position, so Rock LFO with a decent read as to what the hold entails. They've got Loyalist as well for a lurk position dining, and that's actually now to be joined alongside Snow. So it might be a bit of a obscure double stack here from the info gatherers. It's going to be interesting, maybe to try to draw a bit of pressure to help in the clear above. It's a 3-2 stack from the defense on the other side of the coin. 2 stacked bar, first floor, and then 3 above for the triangle hold at Mez. Pretty advanced position from Beers, and Sharky as well will be the first in the line of fire of that double push dining side. It seems like Rock LFO just waiting for a particular moment to hit. They're waiting for that missing piece of the puzzle at the moment. 60 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time. Smoke's deployed, here we go.
Good headshot. Good clear from Loyalist, but they lost Machine and Cyro. And ACOG falls then shortly thereafter. 3v2 right now for Men LFO in their favor with elements on the floor inside a bar. He could crawl over to Sharky for some help, but Sharky needs to keep gun up. Oh, well, the wall just opened up. And Snow finds the elimination onto elements. He's not going to get picked up.
Oh, diffuser. Oh, very awkward position at the moment. That's so exposed.
Let's have a look.
Especially with Mez control still in the hands of Pluto, this round feels very, very difficult for Rock LFO.
And there's not really any kind of time, but they do clear out Pluto. Can Snow then go and acquire the kit? Even if he can, he's just lost his teammate. He does find the elimination onto Sharky. It's a 1v1, 9 seconds. Hunter knows full well, though, that Snow has to plant bar. And there's 5 seconds. Once he gets on this, he can allow this time to go down. Hunter should never really be losing this. Shoot is the keyword. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, I think Snow's reaction captures that very, very well. He knows just how fortunate he got, and the clutch storyline continues. It's now getting to the point where it's a little bit ridiculous if you're Man LFO.
Oh, man.
It's the mirror and the blitz.
I mean, well played by Snow, by the way. Like, if I'm assuming we'll get replays at some point, but to play it back from Snow's perspective, where he has to get this kit, which is in an awful position, bottom of fireplace stairs, like in the corner, really. He has to get a little bit of help. So his teammate, I think it was Loyalist, gets the kill on Pluto Mezzanine. Okay, so that Mezzanine player's gone. Then he solo kills the player Bar. He then gets the kit. Now it's a 1v1. But there's 5 seconds on the clock, so you're going to make the decision. Quick plant? Yes. Just enough time where the opposing defender has to basically let that clock get to 0 before making the movement. And there's just then enough time based on the entry of Hunter to then Snow having the chance to get up and fire a shot. But even still, if Hunter actually hits his shots properly, he still shouldn't be losing that fight.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, very much a rough one. It's pretty much everything that could go wrong for Hunter went wrong, and everything that could go right for Snow in the clutch alongside.
And how he could play it went right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Loyal did a phenomenal job to help unlock the diffuser collection.
What's his back? He hits the
hits the shoulder. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Hunter unfortunately allowed him into the site. Of course, a bit of a weird timing there. Maybe he was better served holding the angle, but of course then risks losing the fight. It's a tough fight.
That's the thing, right?
It's not the worst throw we've ever seen, but it does unfortunately look pretty bad for them. And it's not even him in isolation. It's more so the fact that when you add that moment with all the other clutches and all the other 50-50s or 60-40s or 70-30s or 80-20s or whatever it is that have been in their favor that they've lost, and they're still only trailing by the 1 round, this has been a mega frustrating Chalet for Man LFO.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, well played by Snow. Absolutely played that perfectly in that round. And yeah, to give a reprieve to Hunter, like he's hit the shoulder shot. To be fair, there's no headshot available initially, and then from there it's an awkward reposition as Snow's kind of coming up from planting. Understandable as to kind of how things really then translated. But as you said, the bigger picture is it's another clutch loss. Like we're not talking about this being back and forth. It's just Rock LFO won every single clutch, and there's been 4 of them. That's 4 rounds of their 4 of their 5 rounds have been clutch rounds for Rock LFO. A 1v2, a 1v3, a 1v1, and a 1v2. That's got to be frustrating for Man LFO that they have not been able to win any of these close round late clutch moments. and typically the team that's got the extra advantage. Hunter, got to win this, and he does. And Haycock was able to win a 1v1 against elements elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, midpoint of the round, 4-4. Solid Snake's still up, so Loyal in a lurk position below. Maybe we see Snow get to work with the Skeleton Key to help flush out the likes of Closet. I think that's probably a wise decision. You can use the Roteros in combination as well for additional clear. And they have the Repel in play to maybe capture a rotate here. All signs pointing towards this Solar side hit. It's been very loudly transmitted to the defense, and Man LFO will be ready and waiting. Just the one Nitro, though, for them to deny plant. And we'll see if that proves costly.
Loyaleth and Pluto going toe-to-toe. Loyaleth wins that battle. Another one takes the place of Pluto. As Hunter slips back in towards Piano, allows Loyaleth to push forward down the hallway. Shotgun in hand. Goes for the swing. Knows he's behind the case. Nitro Cell thrown out and connects. Well played from Hunter. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3 into the final 30 seconds. But this is where it gets nervous for Man LFO. These late round battles. Machine, Snow, both still alive. Two players that have had the clutch ability for Rock LFO. Is this a round in which Man LFO can win the clutch? Maybe not.
Work on the Repel. And there's still double flash available here. Plant to be committed.
Machine gets Hunter very, very low. A third though found from Hunter. Sharky gets the kill onto Snow. There's literally no way Machine can win this. It's impossible. Finally, a clutch will go the way of Man LFO. Machine played his role perfectly. There's nothing more he could have really done on that Repel. To be fair, like Hunter, if he doesn't stay alive on the cross. Well, not let. Yeah. He didn't let him cross. He got him down to 1 HP, like a one bullet miss. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
It was one of those ones. Yeah, it's an awkward angle with the player crossing so quickly, and you can only shoot the feet. It's really tough to net that kill consistently, at least. So he'll be frustrated by that. He'll feel like he's probably one of the key reasons why the round went astray, but even the backup cover also failed to hit the mark. As we rewind the clock, good pinch pressure from Loyalith. He was. You know, a good assist there, and despite eventually being hunted down by Shunter, it was the
got that kill.
Shot down by
gets
Hunter
to 1 HP.
Crosses. Yeah. To be fair, in some ways, that probably feels like a little bit of payback to Hunter, right? You cast your mind back to the round prior where he isn't fortunate enough to win the clutch, and hits the shoulder shot, whatever, gets a little unlucky. The Siege Gods were kind to him in that round, allowing the cross, and with that, it's a 5-5 scoreline.
Yeah, all tied up going into the 11th round. After the map of Lair, probably wasn't expecting this one to be in this position. Man, LFO have... the thing is, despite this scoreline and the way this game is played, Man LFO has probably still been the better team. You add in, of course, the first map as to the reasoning for saying that, but again, 4 of the 5 rounds that Rock LFO have won have been all 1vx's. Snow with the open kill onto Hunter though. And that's been an area of domination for Man LFO. 6 of the last 8 rounds, they've gotten the opening pick. Finally, Rock LFO get one the other way. Been a real good contest. One that's been fun to watch here on Chalet is Consulate required.
Agility then deployed, but B is unaffected. Freebie onto Snow, and with that a 4-4
another vaulting
scoreline. Yeah, there was. But the back hit. So 3-3, minute 45, plant to be secured.
Yeah, and no one's really watching this. This plant's going to... Oh,
no,
never
not
mind, got
secured.
pushed off it. Yes, the Solus double impact. Good information, good play from Sharky. And Aycock now very low. and has just to take a moment to slip back towards trophy and find a different position. They know they'd have no pressure on this top floor, and this is the issue right now with the plant. You're playing against the Solus. You wanted to try and sneak the plant, maybe catch Sharky napping. He wasn't. Was able to get ACOG off the plant, and now you've got a minute to kind of talk things over. Do we go for this top floor retake? Because you can't just slip in to site with the Solus above. They need to contest this top floor.
So Sharky will sit and wait. Pluto and Elements tag teaming the opposing side of the top floor. Rock LFO now to transition themselves up above. Absolutely critical that they trade this out effectively.
Oh
but
my
Sharky,
word!
Opportunistic. Now ACOG and Machine in a 2v3.
Yeah, but I mean, and they're on two different wavelengths right now because ACOG just simply wants to plant. Machine needs to go and deal with the Solus. Sharky's got the information. Yeah, and so then relays that over to Pluto. 1v3 attempt for Machine against the Solus on the second floor. But it is Machine. I mean, he tries to fake the plant. If he kills the Solus, it becomes a little bit more doable, but even then, so low on time, and then it'll just be a double drop down. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Elements has the angle. Not much Machine really could have done in that position. Well, when they still had the numbers, they needed to go and deal with that top floor, and I think they all needed to do it. I think ideally what Rock LFO wanted to try and do there, guys, was have Machine and Cyro create that contest and either find the kill onto the Solus or at least engage with the Solus so that ACOG could then slip in to site and get the plant down. But it also means that you're just lacking numbers for that and as soon as Sharky hits that shot, it's like, well, the plant's done.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, Man LFO find themselves on map and series point. A 6-5 lead here, looking to back up that dominant 7-1 victory on Lair, which, I mean, at this point, given how back and forth Chalet has been, feels a little bit like a lifetime ago. This map, far more competitive. A lot of that has hinged on the clutch ability of Rock LFO. What, 3, 4 of those rounds have been successful clutch wins for Rock LFO. So for the majority of the rounds and the time within those rounds, Man LFO have been ahead, but in the last third they have been struggling to connect the dots and get the job done. They'll feel like they've had to work pretty hard for this victory if they are to get it across the line, but there's certainly no certainty at this point, bar the side of choice, and Rock LFO will be very, very eager to try and push this game to OT.
We have not had an overtime today, considering we've had 3 best of 3s. Oh, what a nitro onto Snow, and the Deimos eliminated immediately. We've been one of the better players for Rock LFO in this map. Cyro, ACOG, Loyal have all struggled in the KD department. Puts a bit of pressure now on Machine throughout an early Candela. Only now has 3 left remaining. It's been a strange old map. And for how close the scoreboard has been, again, the overall general play, Man LFO has been the better team. They've dominated the opening kills, a lot of the early and middle round portion of these rounds, but Rock LFO have just been better in the clutch and better enough in the clutch to have gotten themselves into a really good position. But Man LFO have won 4 of the last 5 rounds now. Adela to try and take top library control. Nitro thrown beautifully from Pluto out to the feet of Machine as Cyro falls. It doesn't seem like we will get an overtime this week for OCE as ACOG and Loyalith in the 2v5.
Now really relying on finding these individual picks, isolating this defense. But that looks like a challenge. Beers finds the first, and the immediate trade doesn't land. Loyalith looking pretty sharp, and ACOG as well. Maybe he can aid from below, but no, he's dead. And a 1v4. That was an insane shot.
Well, lovely shot from Hunter and Man LFO in the 4v1. Well, they've lost a 1v1, a 1v2, and a 1v3. Surely they can't add a 1v4 to that list. That's what is now required for Loyalith and Rock LFO. Smoke blocks the vision from top library stairs, sprays it a little bit, hoping someone would peek up. Has the yellow ping. Bluto, though, hits the shot, and we're done. 2-0 in the end. As Man beats Rock on both Lair and Chalet, they move forward in the upper bracket, and they send the Rock down below into the lower bracket here for OCE Kickoff.
Another 2-0, this time in favor of the team that had to really grind it out. Man, LFO will feel like they were quite hard done by in several of those rounds, but most importantly, the number at the top, that being the series counter 2-0 in their favor, they'll be pretty pleased. And it means for us, Jake, it's been a pretty quick day at the office.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Well, started off with what was an Enterprise clean sweep, and certainly more of a competition in the second series, and then Men LFO dominated on Lair, well and truly 7-1, and then a good little contest, a really entertaining match on Chalet, where you kind of went into this series, I mean, because you said, observant in terms of the level of play. Typically speaking, the level of play again was pretty good. I mean, it was a very dominant performance, certainly by Men LFO on the first map. That was all to their credit. And again, they played well on Chalet, but we saw a step up in performance from Rock LFO, certainly in the latter portions of the rounds, which made them competitive, but they do fall short in the 5-7 lost. We got Sully for our interviewers. Man, esports win out 2-0. We get to go and chat to him and his thoughts for the roster and how things went. Welcome on in, Sully. Congrats on the win, 2-0. Nicely done from the boys. Overall, Lair was fantastic. No issues there. But what about some of the more late round situations on Chalet? Any thoughts on those?
Look, I think at the end of the day, we're entertainers. That's what
that's true.
Was said. That's what was said by my boys afterwards. I know. I think one thing we've been sort of working on is to take those hits. Right, we made a mistake. Right, we made a mistake 4 times, but afterwards, like, it doesn't matter. Like, no matter how messy the match is, just make sure you stay in there. You know you're beating them on everything. That it's just those sort of late rounds that are like getting us.
Congrats on the win, of course. I guess looking at the build-up for Kickoff, it's a little bit of an unusual format. It's pretty cutthroat. You guys have probably got one of the more stable rosters when it comes to OCE. What's the lead into this event been like for you guys, having that stability comparatively to a lot of other teams?
Yeah, I think right after I think a loss against Anios, to not be able to go to China for the what do you call it? SI last qualifiers. Yeah, thank you. We sort of got back to work straight away, and that's what I love about this team. The culture is like, it's not about just the one game. It's about constantly going back to the drawing board, making sure we're improving, being honest with ourselves, and like figuring out exactly what we're supposed to do. And while everyone was sort of taking a break, we took the opportunity to fully rebuild and like structure exactly what we needed to. I think I just want to shout out Sharky. He was amazing that game. He was so composed. He was making sure everyone was where it needed to be, and we got him off the shields, and you saw his impact quite a bit. But it is nice to have that ability to go with shields and without shields, and yeah, things like that. So a lot of flexibility on this team.
As Gus was kind of alluding to there, Kickoff is a pretty cutthroat format. There's only one slot for the major. There's not really too many second chances. For instance, it is double elimination, and you guys do still technically have a loss in pocket. But with Enterprise and the dominance of that roster in the region, how do you kind of shape the belief in the roster in terms of what they can accomplish, or even what are the expected goals for a stage like this? I know that any competitor wants to win and wants to go to the major, but do you kind of set other goals alongside that to say, yeah, top 4 or top 2, grand final, etc.? Do you set mini goals along the way?
I would say we like to take it like one match at a time. We have that laser focus on making sure we focus on the game in front of us. There's no team we don't believe we can beat. We have in the past, with about like 1 month of practice, we contested the old EP roster only like one round off of beating them in the upper bracket. So I actually think this team does much better when they're underdogs. And what we actually struggled with was when we were expected to win, getting down on ourselves, being quiet, not getting those comms out. So yeah, I'm really excited to show like what we have. I think we showed some of it today, and yeah, hopefully we will show more of it. And as I said, just taking it one game at a time, one round at a time. Yeah.
Well, you did a very good job of that today. Congratulations again to you and your team. Best of luck next week in the upper bracket semi-final.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
Man Esports 2-0 over Rock LFO in the end 7-1-7-5, as that was a bit more competitive on Chalet. Where do you kind of rank them now, guys? We've seen at least 6 of the teams after today's action. Do you kind of put them... What ballpark do you put them in right now? Because there was a lot of good signs. Lair was dominant. The general play on Chalet was good, you know.
I mean, I'm not even smiling because I feel like I want to rank them lowly or anything like that. I think I'm more so when I think about today and just how strange it's kind of played out with so many one-sided maps. I think it's challenging to evaluate almost any team. I think the only one with certainty is probably EP being head and shoulders above the rest. Outside of that, and I think you probably made this point earlier, is second feels very much up for grabs. And who knows, even if a team can really quickly ramp up pressure and catch EP off at the right moment, who knows if maybe even they're susceptible at the top. So I think OCE is in a very intriguing spot, and this kind of format very much leans into that, where we should get a pretty big shape up.
Yeah, we'll go to our MVP for the day, which was Bappen from Enterprise Esports with a 2 KD, 81% cost. I mean, to be fair, you could have probably picked a couple of players from that Enterprise roster, considering how dominant they actually were, guys. And it's a good testament to a player like Bappen, where he is surrounded by stars. But over the last 12 months, he's really become a star as well. He had a 138 EPS, went 18-9, 3-0 on the entry, didn't do a lot wrong. Brendo went 16-6, Jigsaw went 15-10. They were great, but Bappen just slightly above them. And yeah, he's become a real top player within the region.
Yeah, he's very much been able to refine that consistency. I'd just like to give a very little shout out as well to Proxy. I also put his name forward as potential MVP for the day. A really good standout performance from a lesser known name. But yeah, obviously Bappen fully deserved of taking that crown as well for the day. And we'll see whether or not he can maintain that and build upon that for the rest of Kickoff. Here is the Kickoff bracket though. Of course, double elimination. You win all the way and you're into the Salt Lake City Major. EP off to a phenomenal start, and now it's really up to the rest to see if they can catch up.
My eyes are drawn though to Barbie Boys versus Chiefs Esports in that lower bracket. That is incredible. One of those teams, one of Barbie Boys or Chiefs, are just going to go loss and they're done for Kickoff. You wouldn't have predicted that going into Kickoff pre-seeding. Again, the seeding was just completely randomized. It is what it is. But naturally, one of those two, we say goodbye very early on, which is, again, a complete shock to the system. Shike Academy and 6 Targets, they'll play, of course, their match next week along the other matches. And so they'll play Man LFO, whoever wins that. Anios Enterprise, as you mentioned before. It shapes up to be a fun one. Enterprise will be favorites in every single match that they play. And you can clearly see from a bracket such as this, you win that first series, you then only need to win 3 more. After that, you lose your first series, you're going to have to win 5. I mean, that's quite ridiculous. That's a very difficult task at hand. Rock LFO sit towards that lower bracket. They'll play the loser of Shike Academy and 6 Targets as well. But yeah, but that Barbie Boys Chiefs game has big ramifications for Kickoff. I mean, fortunately, it's a long year ahead. You got Kickoff into stage 1, into stage 2. It's not as if it's a one and done for the year, guys. There are other opportunities, etc., outside of just the Salt Lake Major. You want to kick off here in style, and getting essentially first rounded for one of those 2 teams is not the way you want to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about a long year. There's a lot of siege on offer in 2026, especially through Kickoff, where it's fairly condensed. Of course, EML coming up for those of you who maybe are on the degenerate sleep schedule. I believe it's starting somewhere around 4 a.m., but don't quote me on that, so be sure to check that out, of course, here on the main channel of Rainbow Six. EML's had probably some even more crazy roster changes than OCE, which goes without saying when you've got names like Shaiko jumping around. So yeah, eager to see how that pans out alongside the rest of the regions as well.
As for APL, we're done for this weekend. Over the last couple of days, it's been so good to be back in the fold for Rainbow Six Esports. We're looking forward to more APL action next week. Hopefully, we'll see you then.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に、yeah、 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えた なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい